Chapter 977. During the Tang dynasty, the general manager of the marching army was equivalent to a war zone commander in the future. When communication was not convenient, the general manager of the marching army could do whatever he wanted and had more power. For the general manager of the marching army of the West, the 150,000 soldiers were under his control. Furthermore, after conquering Gaochang and the other countries in the western region, the Governor-General House was set up in the imperial court. Before the officials were sent over, the conquered countries in the western region were also under his control. As such, the general manager of the marching army was someone that Pai Lupi trusted the most. Originally, Pai Lupi and the other officials had considered Duke Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, and the other Duke Yao Jin. Even Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the other civil officials were within Pai Lupi's consideration. After all, the difference between civil and military officials in the Tang dynasty was not that obvious. Even Zhang Sun Wuji and the others had led troops on the battlefield before. However, because Ho Junji's death was very unlucky, they were not willing to accept the position. As for Li Wangyu, no one had considered him. Wang Ying's words shocked the entire hall. After recovering from his shock, Pai Lupi said unhappily, "Wang Ying, what kind of rotten idea is this? My son is still young and has never fought a war. How can he be given such an important task?" Your Majesty, this old subject is not speaking nonsense. This old subject naturally has his reasons for recommending Prefecture Duke Fufeng. Let's hear them. Your Majesty, Prefecture Duke Fufeng may be young, but he's a smart man. Moreover, he is the only disciple of the Dao ancestor. How can your Majesty treat him as an ordinary person? Wang Ying's words made all the officials nod silently, feeling that he was right. If Li Er did not mention it, who in the court would see Li Wangyu as a young man who had not yet reached the age of 20? Secondly, this old subject recommends Prefecture Duke Fufeng because Prefecture Duke Fufeng knows the key to the matter of the western region. Your Majesty, if someone else were to go, I'm afraid they might not be able to achieve the effect your Majesty wants. As Tai Chongqing, Wang Ying naturally knew the attitude of the Tang dynasty towards the countries in the western region. She also knew that Li Wangyu had advised Pai Lupi. Therefore, his words moved Pai Lupi. Wang Ying continued, as for your Majesty's concern that Prefectural Duke Fufeng has no experience in battle formations, that's a small matter. With the help of the Langyi County Duke and the left garrison general, presumably those countries in the western region are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of our Tang dynasty's iron cavalry. Why should your Majesty worry about this? After he finished speaking, the Taiji Palace fell silent. There were actually two reasons why Wang Ying, the old man, would suddenly stand up and recommend Li Wangyu to be the general manager of the marching army. One was to discuss Li Wangyu. After all, Ho Junji had been assassinated for no reason. In the eyes of the Tang, this matter was extremely unlucky and inauspicious. Letting Li Wangyu do something that no one else was willing to do was naturally not a bad thing for the great clans. The second reason was that the great clans had suffered far too much at the hands of Li Wangyu in recent years. If they could send him to the western region and let him stay there for a few years, the great clans would feel much more relaxed. This was why Wang Ying had suddenly stood up and recommended Li Wangyu today. But although Wang Ying had his own selfish motives, his words were not without reason. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others exchanged glances. They could all see the agreement in each other's eyes. In terms of understanding of the situation in the western region, who could compare to Li Wangyu? Conquering the western region was easy, but making the western region continuously provide blood to the Tang dynasty required a great deal of effort. In history, although the Tang dynasty had destroyed the kingdoms of the western regions and brought them under the jurisdiction of the Anxi Protectorate, it had not obtained many tangible benefits. On the other hand, because the western regions were too remote and covered in deserts, when the Inlushan rebellion began, the western regions were immediately cut off from Chang'an. The lonely Anxi army of the western regions had held out for 53 years, but it was still abandoned by Chang'an. Protector General Guo Xian had led a group of white-haired soldiers to fight to the last soldier in the western regions. The entire army had died heroically for the country. Pai Lupi and the others naturally did not know of this tragic scene in history, but they were well aware that governing the western regions was not easy. At the very least, the officials of the imperial court were not confident that they could turn the western regions into the back garden of the Tang dynasty, as Li Wangyu had described. But although Pai Lupi was tempted, he did not immediately make up his mind. We understand what beloved official Wang is thinking. We will discuss this matter with Zio and see what he thinks. Today's matter will end here. Court dismissed. Pai Lupi was not in the mood to continue with the court session. After hastily announcing the dismissal of the court session, he immediately ordered an eunuch to rush to Dingzhou village and summon Li Wangyu into the Taiji palace. Li Wangyu was completely confused. When he was brought into the Suite Du hall, he still did not understand what was going on. He felt a little guilty, afraid that the Pai Lupi had found out about what he had done in Jingzhou and wanted to settle the score with him today. But when he entered the Sweet Nectar hall, he snuck a glance and saw that although Pai Lupi's face was dark and his mood was not good, he did not seem to be furious. This allowed Li Wangyu to relax, thinking that the incident in Jingzhou should not have happened. Zio, we summoned you here because we have a matter to discuss with you. Pai Lupi pointed at the sofa in the hall, indicating that Li Wangyu should sit down and talk. Ever since Li Wangyu had created this type of furniture, Pai Lupi and the other officials had become very fond of it. Things like sofas had also slowly become popular in Chang'an. But sofas required a large amount of cotton, so they were still considered a luxury item that the common people would not be able to see. Li Wangyu was rather confused as he waited for Pai Lupi to continue. After a moment of silence, Pai Lupi awkwardly said, "Zio, I presume that you also know about Junji's death." In the last few days, the officials of the imperial court have been discussing who should take over Junji's post as Grand Marshal of the army. Li Wangyu had been enjoying himself in his residence these last few days, so he had no idea what had happened in the imperial court. He had never expected that his bombing of Ho Junji would bring trouble upon himself, nor had he expected that Wang clan of Taiyuan would recommend him for the post of Grand Marshal of the army. Thus, Li Wangyu didn't care about Pai Lupi's words. He simply took them that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and had come to complain to him. He lazily leaned back on the sofa, pretending to be listening attentively, but in reality, he wasn't paying attention to Pai Lupi's words. Li Wangyu was still pondering in his heart whether or not he should look for those silk pants to have some fun after leaving the Taiji palace. We were also having a headache over this matter, but in today's court session, official Wang recommended a person that moved us. Therefore, we ordered someone to summon Zio into the palace to ask for your opinion. Me? Li Wangyu was truly rather absent-minded, so he was rather taken aback by Pai Lupi's words. He didn't understand why Pai Lupi was asking for his opinion on this matter in the imperial court. "Uncle, this little nephew doesn't understand what you mean?" In today's court session, official Wang recommended you to us for the post of Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition Army." Clang! The teacup in Li Wangyu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He no longer cared about the expensive imperial teacup as he stared in shock at Pai Lupi. Was it because he hadn't slept well last night that he was hallucinating, or was Pai Lupi joking with him? Oh my god! Had they all gone crazy? Recommending him as Grand Marshal of the army? What the hell was going on? Chapter 978. Li Wangyu didn't care about being the general manager of the army, and he didn't want to go to the western region to eat sand. He was so tired that it was crazy to ask him to abandon his beautiful wife and concubines at home and run thousands of miles away to suffer. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "Uncle, please don't joke with me. I can't carry anything on my shoulders, lift anything with my hands, and I can't even tell the difference between food and water. How can I be the general manager of an army and shoulder the safety of 150,000 soldiers? This is not appropriate. You really don't want to go? Uncle, I'm really not cut out for this. Uncle, don't force me." "Oh right, I heard that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi were complaining that they were bored in Chang and that their bones were about to rust. Uncle, why don't you send them to the western region? With Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi's abilities, the Gaochang king would be scared to death before the army even arrives." Li Wangyu sold out Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda without hesitation. Pai Lupi glanced at him with a faint smile. He wasn't in a hurry to speak and just ordered his servants to send over a few rolls of yellow paper. Today at the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi only felt that Wang Ying's words were absurd when he heard them. But after thinking about it carefully, he had to admit that Wang Ying's words made sense. Even if he sent Xing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda to attack the western region, would they be able to achieve the strategic goal that everyone had discussed before? Pai Lupi wasn't just satisfied with the western region becoming part of the Tang dynasty's territory. Ever since Li Wangyu gave him the map, he had been carefully studying the various powers every day. The more he studied, the more Pai Lupi felt that the western region was very important and must be completely included under his rule. Li Wangyu only thought that the cotton produced in the western region could be used to make cotton-padded clothes for the Tang dynasty's soldiers. But what kind of person was Pai Lupi? As an emperor of ancient times and an emperor on horseback with illustrious military achievements, after Pai Lupi studied the map, he immediately realized that whether it was attacking Tibet or resisting the Turks in the north, the location of the western regions was extremely important. Moreover, the western regions was a place one had to pass through on the Silk Road, and the wealth it contained was self-evident. How could Pai Lupi not be tempted? After the meeting, Pai Lupi thought about it carefully and felt that Wang Ying's bad idea was actually very appropriate. Based on his nephew Li Wangyo's shrewdness, sending him to the western regions would be a brilliant move. The situation in the western regions was complicated. Various ethnic groups, religions, and countries intertwined. In order to integrate the western regions into one, they needed a capable person like Li Wangyu, who did not play by the rules. The officials of the imperial court had been unable to find an excuse to send troops to Gaochang, but Li Wangyu had managed to settle the matter with a single Buddha statue. From this, one could see how extraordinary he was. Moreover, Li Wangyu, who had never been an official and had never interacted with government affairs, had been able to take up the post of commissioner of the Hunan circuit. Not only had he handled the flood in Shuzhou beautifully, he had even been able to control and cure the big head plague that made people pale at the mere mention of it. From this, one could see that Li Wangyou's ability in government affairs was extraordinary. He was capable and also his most trusted nephew. Pai Lupi even felt that Li Wangyu was more suited than Ho Junji to be the chief steward of the western expedition. But Pai Lupi also understood his nephew's personality. If he wanted this fellow to willingly go to the western regions to eat sand, he would have to use some tricks. Pai Lupi had naturally expected Li Wangyou's refusal, and he had already made preparations. He was not afraid that Li Wangyu would refuse. Pai Lupi took the yellow scroll from the eunuch and handed it to Li Wangyu. "Zio, since you're not willing to go, then forget it. We naturally won't force you. Right, take a look at this imperial edict. We have just finished drafting it and have yet to give it to the palace secretariat and the palace secretariat for their seal. I wonder if this imperial edict is to your liking?" An imperial edict without the seal of the palace secretariat and the palace secretariat was naturally useless, even if this imperial edict had been personally written by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu suspiciously took the imperial edict, but when he opened it, he was pleasantly surprised. On the draft of the imperial edict, it was written that Pai Lupi had conferred the title of Princess Yanling to Su Changqing and had appointed her to be married to Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng. The marriage between Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had almost become his sore point. Although with the feelings between the two of them, there was not much difference whether they were married or not. But they were now living in the Tang dynasty and not the modern era. It was hard to say whether a man and a woman living together without knowing what was going on. Even the foppish young masters and those old ruffians would often tease Li Wangyu about the relationship between Su Changqing and Li Wangyu, making him feel very awkward. However, it was not that Li Wangyu was unwilling to marry Su Changqing, but it was because the two in-laws, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, stood between the two of them. In this regard, Li Wangyu was full of resentment. He did not understand why he could not make the decision about his own marriage. Now it was the 5th year of Zhengguan. It had been more than 3 years since he and Su Changqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Su Changqing was different from him. Her body had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but now she was almost 30 years old. In the modern era, a woman in her 30s could still be called an elder sister and ride the wind and waves. But in the Tang dynasty, many women in their 30s had become grandmothers, even if Su Changqing did not say it. In fact, Li Wangyu could feel the dissatisfaction in the heart of the person sleeping next to him. Because of this, Li Wangyu secretly pondered. If Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun did not relent in the next 1 or 2 years, perhaps he and Su Changqing would have to elope. Now, the draft of the imperial edict in his hand clearly stated that Pai Lupi had conferred Su Changqing the title of princess and had also granted her marriage to Li Wangyu. How could he not be overjoyed? "Uncle, is this true? Don't deceive your nephew." Li Wangyu's hand, which was holding the imperial edict, was trembling slightly. Pai Lupi nodded and then shook his head. He replied noncommittally, "It's just that I have no time to take care of this matter right now. Zio, you also know that as long as the position of General Manager of the Western Expedition Army is not confirmed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. How can I be in the mood to take care of these trivial matters? This matter is also not urgent. Since I have written this imperial edict, I will naturally hand it over to the Hall of Secretaries and Wuxia provinces for verification. Zio, you do not need to worry." When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. Wasn't this a blatant threat? Pai Lupi was clearly using his marriage with Su Changqing to threaten him. If he was not willing to take the position of General Manager of the Western Expedition Army, Pai Lupi would not issue this imperial edict. For a moment, Li Wangyu hesitated. The balance in his heart began to sway back and forth. Should he succumb to the threats and temptations of the evil forces, or should he resist the evil forces to the end? Without waiting for Li Wangyu to make a decision, Pai Lupi threw another imperial edict at him. That's right, there is also an imperial edict. The Hall of Secretaries and Wuxia provinces have already verified it. Since Zio is here, you can go and announce this imperial edict on my behalf. Li Wangyu received the imperial edict and opened it to read. He was so angry that he almost threw the imperial edict back at Pai Lupi's face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, could he not have a bit of face? Chapter 979. The second imperial edict that Pai Lupi gave to Li Wangyu was an imperial edict to promote him. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing, but the key point was that the names on the imperial edict made Li Wangyu immediately understand Pai Lupi's purpose. Qing Chimo, rank 4 General of Loyal Marshal, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Qing Chuliang, rank 4 General of Iwei, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Qing Chubi, rank 4 General of Mingwei, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Du He, rank 4 Official Physician, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Wei Shuyu, Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baoqi, Chai Lingguo, none of the playboys ran away, all of them were on this imperial edict. Except for Du Mo, who was the eldest son of Du Ruhui, who was conferred the title of Duke of Lai by Pai Lupi, and Niu Jingping, who was unable to go to war because of his foot injury. Li Wangyu's playboy brothers were all stuffed into the Western Expedition Army by Pai Lupi. After Li Wangyu finished reading the imperial edict, he was dumbfounded. There were only 2 words in his mind. Total annihilation. Pai Lupi's move was too vicious. Stuffing all of Li Wangyu's playboys into the Western Expedition Army, how could Li Wangyu not go? This was simply a kidnapping. And the hostages were this group of playboys from the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu glared at Pai Lupi angrily. He really wanted to ask him, how did he come up with such a wicked idea? Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's reaction and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't copy Journey to the West. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely sigh and say, no matter how capable you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Stuffing this group of playboys into the Western Expedition Army, Pai Lupi had already communicated with Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others, and obtained the unanimous agreement of all the big shots. Li Wangyu didn't want to go to the western regions to eat sand, but it didn't mean that these big shots thought the same. His legitimate son would follow the Western Punitive Expedition Army to hone himself and gild himself. Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others had long been annoyed by the fact that these second-generation officials, of the Tang Empire were now hiding in Chang'an and waiting for death. Now that Li Er had actually proposed to send them to the western regions, how could Cheng Yaojin and the rest still be unwilling? Each and every one of them was smiling so widely that their teeth were almost showing. The only ones who were kept in the dark were Li Wangyu and those foppish young masters. Li Lupi could resist Li Lupi's Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi gave the order and their lord nodded. In any case, they couldn't avoid going to the western regions to eat sand. Li Wangyu could even imagine how mournful the silk pants would be when they learned of this shocking news. For this group of playboys, leaving the flourishing Chang'an, leaving the Peace Square, the Hu people's wine shops, and running to the Gobi Desert for a few years. It was a life worse than death. Thinking of the depression of the playboys, Li Wangyu's mood improved a lot. Since Pai Lupi even used the trick of kidnapping the playboys, plus the temptation of marrying Su Changqing, Li Wangyu had already raised his hands and surrendered in his heart. Damn, isn't it just going to the Gobi Desert? Let's go. It's just a trip at public expense. It's no big deal. However, even if Li Wangyu had decided to compromise, he wasn't ready to raise his hands and surrender. Even a dead fish has to jump 3 times. He had to take this opportunity to fight for some benefits for himself. Uncle is indeed wise. Cheng Chumo and his group of bastards should have been thrown into the army long ago to train, so that they won't be eating and waiting to die in Chang'an every day. Li Wangyu had an empathetic expression and almost applauded. Pai Lupi glanced at him. Is that so? Does Zio think so too? Yes, uncle is wise. Well, that's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be willing to part with them. Since that's the case, Zio, you can go out of the palace and announce the order to Cheng Chumo and his group. Tell them to hurry to the Western Expedition Army in Jianghu. Pai Lupi had already seen through Li Wangyu's idea. He didn't accept it and directly wanted to drive him out of the palace. This made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. Pai Lupi didn't play by the rules, so how could he negotiate? If he went to announce the order to the playboys, Cheng Chumo and his group would definitely know the reason why they were thrown to the western regions to eat sand. If Li Wangyu also went to the western regions, everyone would share the burden and it wouldn't be a big deal. As the saying goes, don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. The playboys were implicated by Li Wangyu and were driven to the western regions to eat sand by Pai Lupi and his lord. If Li Wangyu, the main culprit, was still in Chang'an. Thinking of how Cheng Chumo and his group would fly into a rage and fight him to the death, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. The consequences were too terrible. Pai Lupi knew this and threw all the playboys into the Western Expedition Army. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi wasn't willing to accept it, so he had no choice but to surrender. He said dejectedly, Uncle, I'll be the general manager of the marching army, but I also have a condition. Before I leave, I want to marry Changqing first. A trip to the western regions would take at least 1 or 2 years. Li Wangyu didn't want to wait until he came back to get married. A long night was fraught with dreams. He didn't want Empress Zhangsun and Pai Lupi to come up with any more trouble. Pai Lupi didn't even think about the condition proposed by Li Wangyu and nodded in agreement. Okay. He reached out and took an imperial edict from the chamberlain and handed it to Li Wangyu. Opening it, he saw that the content was the same as the previous imperial edict. The difference was that this imperial edict had the seals of the Secretariat and the Minxia provinces, as well as the signatures of the prime ministers of the Secretariat and the Minxia provinces. In other words, Li Wangyu had been played by Pai Lupi again. Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but he had no tears. Today, he had been completely controlled by Pai Lupi. He didn't have any room to struggle. Now that things had come to this, Li Wangyu didn't want to say anything more. The imperial edict that he had been looking forward to suddenly didn't smell good in his hands. Zio, go back and make some preparations. I've had someone calculate that 3 days from now will be an auspicious day for you to marry Princess Yanling. However, I have another request that you must agree to. Li Wangyu didn't want to struggle. Uncle, just say it. When you return from the western regions, Chang'an should be 15 years old. At that time, you must also marry Tranquil as your wife. I promise you that both Tranquil and Princess Yanling will be your official wife. Are you willing? This. Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi was actually waiting for him here. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, when he looked up and saw Pai Lupi's expression that said, "If you don't agree, don't even think about walking out of the palace today," Li Wangyu didn't hesitate anymore. He directly nodded and agreed. Anyway, when there were too many lice, they wouldn't bite. When there were too many debts, there was no need to worry. So be it if he married Tranquil. After a few years, when Tranquil turned 15 years old, his psychological guilt wouldn't be so strong. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Pai Lupi's request to let him marry 2 wives would inevitably lead to a lot of trouble. Since ancient times, Wuxia had a system of 1 husband and 1 wife and many concubines. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines actually included, other than the official wife, the so-called extraterritorial wife, side wife, concubine wife, and so on. They all belonged to the category of concubines. Pai Lupi had specially allowed him to marry Su Changqing and Tranquil as his official wives. This was an exception and breaking the ancestral law. When he married Tranquil, there would probably be many old masters jumping out to make irresponsible remarks. In any case, that was a matter of a few years later. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to worry about it now. Seeing Li Wangyu happily nod and agree, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Huh, good, good. Since Zio has agreed to this matter, then you can leave the palace. Tomorrow, send Princess Yanling to the palace. 3 days later, you can come to the palace to marry the bride. Yes. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and agreed. Holding the 2 edicts and leaving the Taiji palace, Li Wangyu still felt a little absent-minded. Today's matter was really somewhat magical and unreal. Chapter 980. Because he was going to marry Su Changqing in 3 days, Li Wangyu was not in the mood to continue staying in Chang'an City. With the imperial edict in hand, he hastily made a round to each of the High Duke's public houses and read the shocking news to the debauches. He did not even have the mood to laugh at the debauches as he directly brought Niu Wu and the others back to Dingzhou village. After receiving this sudden good news from the heavens, both the Li residents and the entire Dingzhou village were in a state of chaos. His Lang Jun was finally going to get married, causing the old housekeeper Li Heng to burst into tears. He immediately ordered people to prepare all kinds of offerings and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to Li Zhou's grave to pay his respects. Li Wangyu could not persuade the excited old housekeeper and could only follow Li Heng to Li Zhou's grave to announce his marriage to Li Zhou. As for one of the parties involved in the wedding, the beautiful boss Su Changqing, when she heard about this, she blushed and pulled Afro and Perrin back to her boudoir. Not long after, the palace sent many eunuchs and palace maids again to deliver the Zhai robes. Eunuchs and palace maids were the treatment that Su Changqing deserved after being conferred the title of Commandery Princess. They would be responsible for serving Su Changqing, the Commandery Princess. The Zhai robes were the highest grade of formal attire for women in Wuxia since ancient times. The robes were made of green material and decorated with 9 lines of 5-colored Zhai patterns on a green background. The collar was decorated with Zhai patterns, and the knee cover was the same color as the lower garment. This was Su Changqing's formal attire after being conferred the title of Commandery Princess by Pai Lupi. It was also the wedding attire that she would be wearing 3 days later. Because Pai Lupi had conferred Su Changqing the title of Princess of Yanling Commandery, Li Wangyu's marriage was said to be a surrender. The surrender of a princess meant that the princess was getting married. In fact, with the etiquette and customs of the Tang dynasty, this wedding would be quite long and tedious. Registering a princess, accepting a gift, asking for her name, Naji, Naozheng, asking for a date, welcoming in person, being in the same cell, meeting an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt, getting married, giving a gift to an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt. It could be said that this marriage could not be completed without more than half a year of torment. However, Pai Lupi was now in a hurry to urge Li Wangyu to rush to Jingzhou to take over the Western Expedition Army, so that the kingdoms of the western regions could be incorporated into his territory as soon as possible. How could he have the leisure to do so many formalities? Therefore, everything was simple and fast, and the wedding was set for 3 days later. Li Wangyu originally wanted to see his woman's dainty appearance in the zhai robe. He went to knock on the door of Su Changqing's boudoir, but he was refused entry. No matter how he shouted, the door did not open. Afro and Perrin's charming laughter could be heard from inside. Lang Jun, leave quickly. As a man, how can you barge into the princess's boudoir before the wedding? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Damn it, the two of them had already clapped and rolled in the sheets for love. Now, it was just a matter of spending 9 yuan to get a red booklet. Was it necessary? In fact, how could he understand Su Changqing's thoughts, but he also understood what pre-wedding phobia was. Over the past 3 years, although Su Changqing had interacted with her day and night, and the relationship between the two of them was negative, it was still different from marriage. Even though Su Changqing was a professional woman in the future and was extremely independent, she was still unable to avoid convention. Marriage was a major event in life, so she still felt incomparably nervous. The news came so suddenly that she was not mentally prepared at all. Under such circumstances, even someone as strong as Su Changqing felt embarrassed and was unwilling to show her face in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was also helpless when Su Changqing refused to open the door. In fact, apart from wanting to see how stunning Su Changqing looked in the zhai robe, more importantly, he wanted to discuss with Su Changqing about his trip to the western regions. In the end, Su Changqing, who had always been calm and composed, actually hid like a little girl after hearing the news of the wedding 3 days later. He didn't know at all that Li Wangyu was going to the western regions to eat sand. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. Pai Lupi had already told him that he and the other playboys could set off from Chang and then rush to Jianghu within half a month. As for the matter of going to the western regions, he would slowly discuss it with his beautiful boss after the wedding. Early the next morning, Su Changqing was taken to Chang and city by someone from the palace. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi officially conferred Su Changqing as Princess Yanling in front of hundreds of officials and officials. He also betrothed her to Li Wangyu, prefectural duke of Fufeng, officially announcing this matter to the world. After the conferment, Su Changqing was directly sent to live in the harem by Empress Zhongsun. They only had to wait for the wedding 2 days later, when Li Wangyu would come to marry the new bride. During these 2 days, the prefectural duke of Fufeng's mansion, Dingzhou village, and even the county government of Hu County were all busy. The old housekeeper, Li Hein, commanded the hundreds of servant girls in the mansion, and all of them got busy. Cleaning the mansion, decorating it with colored silk, decorating it with lanterns and streamers. Even the entire Dingzhou village was busy under the leadership of the old village chief. With Li Wangyu's status, countless guests would attend the wedding banquet. A conservative estimate was no less than thousands of people. It was not an easy task to prepare enough food and wine to entertain so many guests within 3 days. In order to accommodate Li Wangyu's wedding, even the daily lives of the people in Chang and city were affected in these 2 days. The reason was simple. The public carriages that used to be all over Chang and city disappeared almost overnight. This made the people of Chang and city, who had long been used to traveling by public carriages, complain incessantly. But no matter how much they complained, it was of no use. After all, the drivers of the public carriages in Chang and city were almost all farmers of Dingzhou village. Who would want to go to Chang and city to make money when their master was about to get married? Even the four-wheeled carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company were mostly conscripted by the old housekeeper Li Hang. They began to transport all kinds of goods from Chang and city to Dingzhou village like ants moving house. The new county magistrate of Hu County eagerly led a group of scribes and runners of the county government to Dingzhou village to make arrangements. After hearing the news that Li Wangyu was about to get married, all the public and county governments in Chang and city sent their stewards and servants to Dingzhou village to help with all kinds of necessities. The sudden wedding stirred up the entire city of Chang'an. While everyone was busy in full swing, Li Wangyu, the person involved in the wedding, was free. It was not that he wanted to be lazy, but there was really nothing for him to do. After all, there was the old housekeeper Li Hang at home, a group of female stewards trained by his beautiful boss, and the stewards sent by the public houses to help. Even if he, the groom, wanted to intervene, he had no place to do so. Instead, he was despised everywhere. Lang Jun, please make way. I have to lead people to tie up the colored silk here. Lang Jun, can you go somewhere else? I have to lead people to move these sofas away. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was chased away by a group of female soldiers and had nowhere to go. He could not stay in this house any longer. Just as he was feeling depressed, he heard Li Hang's voice again. Lang Jun, Li Hang. You want to chase me away too? Li Wangyu could not afford to offend this group of female soldiers. Seeing that Li Hang was also dissing him, he was furious. However, Li Hang stood behind him with a smile. Lang Jun, the old slave is here to remind you that you have not found a bridegroom for your wedding. Li Wangyu could not help but feel embarrassed, but he also felt relieved. Oh, right, I will go to Chang'an City to find Qing Chimo and the others. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran out without looking back. This house was too scary. It was better to go to Chang'an City to drink and chat with the rich playboys. Another chapter of water, awesome. Chapter 981. Li Hang was referring to the groomsmen by the groomsmen. Of course, the role of groomsmen in the Tang dynasty was not as relaxed as the groomsmen in the future. Not only did they have to accompany the groom to pick up the bride, but they also had to compose poems and take beatings. Li Wangyu was going to get married, so there was no need to talk about his groomsmen. Other than Qing Chimo and the other fops, there was no other suitable candidate. In fact, he had no other choice. After all, with his current status, the only young people who were of similar age and status were the fops. It was not that there were no other nobles in Chang'an, but Li Wangyu was not familiar with them. He couldn't possibly let the troops or disciples in the mansion be his bridesmaids. That wouldn't be proper. Therefore, when the old housekeeper Li Hang mentioned the groomsmen, he knew that it was time for him to find the fops. Li Wangyu was naturally very attentive when he had a request. He threw out a large amount of copper coins and booked the best brothel in Ping Kong Square. He ordered good wine and dishes to be served, and he generously spent money to invite the best courtesans in Ping Kong Square to drink with him to liven things up. Li Wangyu's status was high enough, and his poems were the favorite of these young prostitutes. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to invite so many courtesans. Rich and famous, that was how extravagant. However, Li Wangyu had never expected that after 3 rounds of drinking, when he took advantage of the fact that everyone was in a good mood to propose his wedding in 2 days and invite the debauches to be his bridesmaids, the debauches' reactions were completely different from what he had expected. Li Wangyu thought that with his relationship with the fops, wouldn't it be a simple matter to ask them to be his groomsmen? Who would have thought that when he said this, Qing Chimo and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Don't talk about this. Yes. Ziyu, don't even think about asking your brothers to be your groomsmen. Don't even think about it. I won't go. Brother has no time. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what this group of silk pants meant. Chai Lingwu raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Humph, Zio, it's all your fault that all of us have to go to the western regions with you to eat sand. You still want us to be your bridesmaids? In your dreams. Yes. It's this bastard brat. Just talking about it makes me angry. Brothers, today, we will avenge our grievances. If that bastard Ziyu walks out of Peace Square, I'll take it as my loss. Drink this bastard to death. As the group of silk pants said this, they raised their wine glasses and rushed towards Li Wangyu with ill intentions. This scene scared Li Wangyu so much that he immediately hid behind those girls. Damn it, if these bastards really forced him to drink, he would die. Brothers, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. No matter what, it's all my fault. Brothers, whatever compensation you want, just say it. I won't hesitate. Now that things had come to this, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands in surrender. These silk pants were obviously using this as a pretext to make trouble for him. Actually, Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. It was clearly Pai Lupi and these Silkpants fathers who had thrown them to the western regions to eat sand. What did it have to do with him? However, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this in front of these Silkpants. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured to death by this group of bastards. Li Wangyu tactfully raised his hands in surrender, which made the Silkpants very satisfied. Fang Yai patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and laughed. Ziyu, did you say that yourself? Don't go back on your words. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Why did it seem like he had fallen into a trap? Without waiting for him to react, he heard Fang Yai continue. Brothers don't have any other requests. As long as you can bring us delicious food that we have never eaten before, fine wine that we have never drunk before, and beautiful women that we have never seen before, we will be your bridesmaids. If you can't do it, humph, you can go to Taiji Palace to pick up the bride yourself. Yes, just these 3 small things. Ziyu, if you can do it, we will forgive you. Wahaha, that's the truth. Ching Chumo and the other Silkpants laughed heartily. Dugo and Niu Jingping didn't have to go to the western regions to suffer, but at this moment, they also clapped and cheered. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he clenched his teeth. What the hell were these 3 requests? Delicious food that they had never eaten before? This group of Silkpants almost treated his residence as their own home. In these past few years, what kind of good things had they not eaten? The delicacies that he and Su Changqi knew how to make in the future were more or less finished. But if he had to think carefully, it wasn't that Li Wangyu couldn't think of something. Fine wine that they had never tasted before was also simple. Recently, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he just happened to brew a kind of wine that could be used to send off the Silkpants. But what the hell was a beauty that they had never seen before? Don't look at how Li Wangyu had a beautiful superior as his wife and a European beauty like Aphrodite as his concubine. But when it came to the matters of men and women, compared to this group of Silkpants, he was simply a model of a clean and honest man. This group of scoundrels, each one of them was a lecherous talent. Who knew how many women they had defiled? Where would he go to find them a beauty that they had never seen before? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and very helplessly began to bargain. Brothers, you won't be so cruel, right? Are you really willing to let this little brother go to Taiji Palace alone to pick up the bride the day after tomorrow? The Silkpants looked at each other and laughed loudly, replying in unison, we are willing. Damn it. Li Wangyu resisted the urge to give them the middle finger. Can we lower the conditions? For example, this little brother will find fine wine that you have never tasted before, how about it? No. The Silkpants once again replied in unison. Damn it. Li Wangyu was now 100% sure that this group of scoundrels was doing it on purpose. They clearly wanted to embarrass him. This was a blatant retaliation. The Silkpants winked at each other, very pleased with their success in teasing Li Wangyu. Even the courtesans in the surroundings were covering their mouths and secretly laughing. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this group of shameless Silkpants, but he suddenly thought of something. Alright, since these Silkpants were willing to die, then he was willing to bury them. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brothers, you have to keep your word. If this little brother can do these 3 things, when this little brother gets married the day after tomorrow, you will have to be this little brother's bridesmaids, and you can't be sneaky, you have to fulfill your duties as bridesmaids. Li Wangyu's sudden words made the Silkpants suspicious. The tragic experience of making a bet with him was still vivid in their minds. Who knew what kind of trouble this little brat would come up with? If they failed to take revenge and were instead played by Li Wangyu, that would be too shameful. Chai Lingwu chuckled and whispered into everyone's ears, just agree with him. When we finish eating and drinking, we can just say that we have eaten and drunk this thing, right? Besides, even if we haven't eaten and drunk it, where would he find a beauty that he hasn't seen before? If we say that we have seen it, what can he do to us? Brother Lingwu's words are reasonable. The Silkpants laughed and nodded, agreeing one after another. Ching Chumo laughed heartily and said, Ziyu, we've already discussed it and we'll do as you say. If you can do these 3 things, when you get married the day after tomorrow, We will be at your beck and call, with no complaints. Good, then let's high-five as an oath. Li Wangyu didn't hesitate, stood up, and high-fived the silk pants. Brothers, please come to my residence tomorrow evening. I'll show you the delicious food you've never eaten before, the fine wine you've never drunk before, and the beauties you've never seen before. What do you think? Good. Yesterday, I shamelessly stopped updating because something happened that made me unable to write. It's a long story. Today, I accompanied a brother to deal with a traffic accident, and only had time to write at night. It's now 10:30, and I just finished writing and uploaded it for review. Everyone, please don't blame me, even if you blame me, it's useless, I'm just this arrogant. Chapter 982. The next day, when the sun was setting in the west, a group of playboys happily rushed to the Lai hut of Dingzhou village, ready to eat and drink to their heart's content and teach Li Wangyu a lesson while they were at it. The few of them had already come to an agreement. Eating and drinking did not matter. If Li Wangyu really came up with something new, they would just admit it openly. The only thing they had not seen before was beauties. No matter what kind of stunning beauty Li Wangyu brought, they would not admit it. Qing Chimo and the others had a good plan, but how could Li Wangyu not know what they were thinking? Naturally, he was prepared. In the end, who would be tricking who today, they would have to wait and see. Ziyu, your brothers are here. If there's anything we haven't seen before, just bring it up. Yes, our brothers came with empty stomachs. Don't try to fool us. Li Wangyu smiled and said, brothers, don't worry. Today's delicious food, wine, and beauties are all things you haven't seen before. That's good. Then order someone to bring it up. Qing Chimo and the group of playboys spoke as they prepared to walk into Li Wangyu's castle. They were more familiar with the Lai hut than their own residence, so they naturally knew where the dining hall was. They did not need anyone to lead the way. Li Wangyu called out to everyone, brothers, you've gone the wrong way. We won't be eating in the dining hall today. Oh. Then where are we going? Ziyu, what are you planning to do this time? Fang Yi asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled and did not answer. I promise I won't let you down. Everyone, please follow me. After he finished speaking, he led the group of playboys to the balcony on the top floor of his castle. At this time, on the balcony, a cool breeze blew, making people feel very comfortable. Li Wangyu's castle was originally built on a hillside, and the castle was built very high. Standing on the balcony, the view was very wide, and it was like looking at Chu Tianshu from afar. Looking down at Dingzhou village from afar, under the setting sun, faint smoke rose from kitchen chimneys, creating a beautiful rural scene. Chai Lingwu clapped his hands and cheered, wonderful, wonderful. Ziyu is indeed interesting, drinking and making merry here. It's quite wonderful. The group of silk pants were also very satisfied with this, and they all praised Li Wangyu for his good intentions. Everyone sat down on the floor of the balcony. Immediately, the mansion's servant girls brought over a few long charcoal stoves. Qing Chimo was puzzled and asked, Zio, what are you doing? What was the meaning of this furnace? Could it be that the delicacies you prepared for your brothers need to be made on the spot? Of course. Li Wangyu smiled and said, today, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Barbecue? What kind of food is that we haven't seen before? Ziyu, don't try to fool your brothers. Fang Yi shouted in dissatisfaction. The group of silk pants nodded their heads in agreement. In the Tang people's recipes, the most common food was barbecue. In the history of the Tang dynasty, the famous dish, Munyang Buhu, was made by stuffing the meat of goose with diced meat, mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots. Placing the meat into the belly of a lamb, the lamb was sewn up and roasted. After roasting, the lamb was discarded and only the goose was eaten. Other than roast chicken, roast duck, and roast whole lamb, the Tang people also liked to use the Korean-style barbecue of the later generations. They cut the meat into thin slices and roasted it on a bronze plate. It was called bu. This method of eating had been passed down since the Han dynasty. Therefore, When the Silk Pants heard that Li Wangyu was treating them to ordinary barbecue, they were immediately dissatisfied and made a fuss. Li Wangyu chuckled, "Brothers, don't be anxious. How could the food that I'm treating you all be as simple as ordinary barbecue?" After he finished speaking, he called for the servant girls to bring over the prepared ingredients. Looking at the various ingredients that the servant girls brought over, placed on plates and skewered with bamboo sticks, the Silk Pants were dumbfounded. Although they often ate all kinds of barbecue, when had they ever seen ingredients prepared in such a way? Li Wangyu laughed inwardly. What he had prepared was naturally the barbecue skewers that were found all over the streets of the later generations. Strictly speaking, the method of eating barbecue skewers had also existed in China since ancient times. The so-called bu hu in the Han Dynasty was to cut the meat into small pieces, skewer them, and roast them on the stove. However, this method of eating was not popular in the Tang Dynasty. Later generations of barbecue skewers used more seasoning, so the taste was naturally poles apart from that of ancient times. Li Wangyu did not explain to the Silk Pants' doubts. He took a handful of meat skewers and placed them on the stove in front of him. Then, he skillfully brushed oil on them and sprinkled the seasoning. Not long after, under the licking of the fire, the fat in the meat skewers began to seep out and drip down. The meat skewers made a soft squeaking sound, and a strong barbecue smell began to spread on the balcony. Li Wangyu grabbed a handful of cumin powder and sprinkled it evenly on the skewers of meat. The unique aroma of the roasted meat with cumin aroused the crowd's appetite and caused their Adam's apple to move. "Hiss, this smell is so unique. Zio's barbecue is so unique. Huh, we're in for a treat today. Zio, what spice did you sprinkle just now? The taste is very unique." Fang Yai was the most gluttonous, and his saliva was about to overflow. He was even more curious about the cumin powder that Li Wangyu had sprinkled just now. Cumin was a spice that was spread from the western regions to the central plains through the Silk Road during the Tang Dynasty. The Tang people called it fennel, but they did not develop the method of using cumin powder to barbecue meat. Li Wangyu had only managed to obtain some cumin through merchants after much difficulty. Li Wangyu did not answer Fang Yai's question. He only brought the barbecued meat skewers to his nose and sniffed them before taking a big bite. He had not eaten barbecue for a few years since he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. At this moment, his appetite was aroused. With a bite of the skewer, the tender, crispy, salty, and spicy taste exploded in his mouth. Li Wangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of satisfaction. "Zio, let your brothers have a taste." "How does it taste?" Yes, don't try to eat it all by yourself," Fang Yai said as he reached out to snatch the barbecue skewers from Li Wangyu's hands. Li Wangyu dodged and looked at the group of playboys with a smile. "Brothers, let's talk about it first. Have you seen this barbecue skewers before? If you have, then don't eat it. I'll eat it myself." Ching Chumo and the others looked at each other and nodded. "That's right. We have never seen this barbecue skewers before. Is this okay? Quickly, let your brothers have a taste." The playboys had a good idea. They would eat and drink as they pleased. In the end, no matter what woman Li Wangyu slept with, they would not admit it. Therefore, they agreed to Li Wangyu's question very quickly. Seeing that the playboys had agreed, Li Wangyu distributed the barbecue skewers in his hands with a smile. The fragrant barbecue naturally attracted the praise of the playboys. Li Wangyu taught the playboys how to barbecue skewers. A group of the top officials of the Tang Dynasty began to try out the barbecue skewers excitedly. Everyone ate barbecue on the terrace. It was very lively. Ching Chumo bit off all the mutton on the skewers in one bite. After chewing a few times, he asked, "Zio, this food is really good. You pass. Where is the wine? Where is the wine that we have never tasted before?" Chapter 983. In the future, Li Wangyu's favorite thing to do the most was to go to a barbecue restaurant with a few friends to eat skewers and a few bottles of iced beer. Everyone would drink and chat, and it would be very lively. After transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty, he regretted not having iced beer every summer. It was a great lack of fun. He only knew how to brew sorghum wine, but he didn't know how to brew beer. During the autumn harvest of the third year of Zhongguan, the farmers harvested a lot of edamame, so they sent some to Li Wangyu's residence for him to try. Su Changqing knew that Li Wangyu liked to eat boiled edamame, so she ordered the cook to cook a big pot of edamame wine for him with pepper, aniseed, fennel, cinnamon, and other ingredients. Li Wangyu peeled the boiled edamame and ate it with relish. At the same time, he said to Su Changqing with regret, "Changqing, it's a pity that we don't have beer. This edamame with beer and a few skewers would be a perfect match." Su Changqing didn't speak first. She pondered for a while and said with uncertainty, "Wangyu, I think I know how to brew beer. But to brew beer, you need hops, and they don't exist in the Tang dynasty now." Su Changqing liked to travel in the future. When she was studying in the United States, she often went to Europe to play. When she was traveling in Germany, she had visited a beer museum and had memorized most of the traditional brewing techniques of beer. However, Su Changqing didn't like to drink, so she never thought of brewing beer after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Today, when she heard Li Wangyu complain about not having iced beer, she thought of this matter. However, brewing beer required hops, and hops were introduced to China around the Ming dynasty. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this, then he slammed the table and stood up. "Changqing, you really know how to brew beer?" "I know about hops. They don't exist in the Tang dynasty, but they do in Europe. As long as we ask those Persian merchants for help, we won't have to worry about not being able to get the hops back." Thus, in order to drink cold beer, Li Wangyu specially went to Jianghu city and found several merchants who traveled the Silk Road. He spent a lot of money and asked them to buy hops from Europe for him. Beer was introduced to China at the beginning of the 20th century, but the origin of beer was very ancient. In the 3rd century BC, the Sumerians of Babylon had already brewed beer, and by the 4th century AD, beer had already spread throughout Europe. Therefore, Li Wangyu asking the Persian merchant to help him find hops was not a troublesome matter. However, it was a long journey. It was not until 2 years later that Li Wangyu finally got the hops that he had been longing for from the Persian merchant. With hops, brewing beer wasn't difficult. Hops, wheat, yeast, and water were fermented for more than 10 days before the beer was ready. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to invite those silk pants to drink cold beer. But now, it was just the right time to satisfy those silk pants' request. When Xing Chimo asked for the beer, Li Wangyu immediately ordered someone to bring over a large barrel of beer. Self-made beer wasn't like liquor or wine. It wasn't suitable for long-term storage. It needed to be refrigerated and consumed as soon as possible. The fresher the beer, the more refreshing it would be. This was also one of the reasons why there were no merchants who used the Silk Road to transport beer to China. In order to preserve the beer that Li Wangyu brewed, he stored it in the cellar with ice cubes. When the barrel was brought out, it was still emitting cold air. "Ziyu, your beer has been chilled?" Xing Chimo asked curiously as he reached out to touch the cold beer barrel. "That's right. This beer is called beer, and it's best to drink it chilled." Li Wangyu didn't forget to say a few words. Then, he picked up a huge beer glass, put in ice, and poured a full glass of beer. In order to drink the beer, Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make a batch of beer by blowing glass according to the appearance of beer cups in the future. When the beer was poured into the cup, the light golden liquid and the thick layer of white foam on the rim of the cup immediately attracted the attention of the group of silk pants. During the brewing process, malt, hops, yeast and other beer ingredients would produce a special protein which would dissolve in the beer. During the fermentation process, a large amount of carbon dioxide would be produced. Thus, when the beer was poured out, it would produce white foam. Naturally, those silk pants had never seen beer before, so they found it novel. "Zio, what kind of beer is this? It's so unique. Give me a cup to try." "TSK. This beer is actually light golden. Why are there so many bubbles?" Li Wangyu ignored them and picked up the glass of beer in his hand, tilting his head back to take a sip. That familiar cool and refreshing taste caused Li Wangyu to burp in satisfaction after gulping down half a cup of beer. Only then did he turn his head and smile at the other rich kids. Brothers, the taste of this beer is smooth, sweet, and has a rich aftertaste. It's completely different from the alcohol that you've drunk on a daily basis. The silk pants were already envious of the beer. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, they naturally did not hesitate and rushed forward to grab the glass of beer. They poured the beer out of the barrel and impatiently drank it in big gulps. Li Wangyu did not expect that the silk pants would have such a different reaction when they drank the beer that he thought was refreshing. After Qing Chimo and the others drank it, they immediately spat it out. They jumped and scolded, "Zio, are you kidding us? You dare to say that such a disgusting beer is delicious?" "Yes. It's so bitter. Are you sure it's not horse urine?" "Zio, what kind of beer is this? It's so bland and tasteless." Qing Chimo and the others were used to drinking strong alcohol. Now that they suddenly tasted beer, they did not realize the benefits of the beer and were all disgusted. As for Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, and the others, after drinking it in big gulps, they were like Li Wangyu and comfortably burped, comfortable. This beer is so refreshing. Good beer. Comfortable. After they finished speaking, they could not help but look at each other with disdain in their eyes. Obviously, they all felt that the other party's taste was too bad. Thus, a civil war over whether the beer tasted good or not immediately broke out. Qing Chimo and Fang Yai and the others spat at each other, looking like they wanted to wash each other's faces with their own saliva. Li Wangyu was too lazy to participate in the silk pants' internal conflict. He minded his own business and drank his beer and ate his skewers, feeling very comfortable. Niu Jingping sat next to him and unceremoniously reached out to grab the skewers that Li Wangyu had just barbecued and ate with the beer. Li Wangyu curiously asked, "Brother Jingping, why don't you argue with Brother Chimo and the others?" Niu Jingping took a bite of the mutton skewer in his hand and laughed, "I'm not as stupid as them. What's there to argue about? With good food and good beer in front of us, what's the point of talking nonsense? Zio, don't just watch from the sidelines. Let me ask you, now that there's good beer and good food, where's the beauty? Quickly call her over and let me see her." Li Wangyu silently gave Niu Jingping the middle finger. It seemed that this guy was not arguing because he was thinking about the beauty. "I'll take another day off tomorrow because I have something to do. I'll praise myself while I'm at it. I wrote another chapter. Awesome. If it's not hydrology, where did the 2 million plus words come from? The introduction can be finished with 200 words. Wahahaha. Hydrology is good for a while, hydrology is good for a while. The ancients did not lie to me." Chapter 984. In fact, Li Wangyu had been waiting for them to ask about the beauty. Ever since the debauches had made these 3 requests in order to play with him yesterday, he had been busy the entire day waiting to watch a good show. After Niu Jingping asked the question about the beauty, those who were still quarreling stopped quarreling as they all turned their heads and stared at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. "Yes, Ziyu, where is the beauty?" Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He smiled at Qing Chimo and said, "Brother Chimo, you haven't said whether my beer passed the test yet." Qing Chimo hesitated for a moment, then took a big gulp of beer. He had been arguing with Fang Yai and the others just now, so he was a little thirsty. After taking another sip of the cold beer, he realized the beauty of the beer. Although the taste of the beer was a lot lighter than the strong alcohol he was used to, it was quite refreshing and refreshing. Don't say, this beer is really good for quenching thirst. Yes, this beer passed the test. Speaking of which, Ziyu, why did you give this beer such a weird name? Qing Chimo took another big gulp of the cold beer and shook his head. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Li Wangyu's naming ability. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this guy. He naturally knew that the name beer was very strange in the Tang dynasty. After all, beer was just a transliteration of the English word beer. It did not have any meaning. Even the word beer did not appear in the Tang dynasty. It was a word invented by the people of Qingdao in the future. Qing Chimo and the others had always thought that the beer Li Wangyu was talking about was spleen wine or skin wine. Logically speaking, beer should be called wheat wine, just like sorghum wine and rice wine. It should be named after the ingredients used to brew it, or it should be given another elegant name. However, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think of a new name. Moreover, he was already used to calling it beer. If he changed the name, he would not be used to it. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not care whether the Tang people could accept it or not. He stubbornly used the name beer. After the silk pants got used to the taste of beer, they all accepted this kind of alcohol. After all, beer and barbecue were a perfect match. Naturally, they could taste the beauty of it. Alright, Zio, your brothers admit that today's food and wine are pretty good. You can summon that beauty now. That's right. Let us brothers see what kind of beauty we have never seen before. Haha. If you want to fool us, you can go to the Taiji Palace yourself tomorrow. Wahahaha. Qing Chimo and the others laughed very happily. They were waiting to make fun of Li Wangyu later. How could Li Wangyu not understand what these bastards were thinking? However, he was already prepared. He only laughed in his heart. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the end. Brothers, don't be anxious. I've already sent someone to inform them. Those beauties will be here soon. Come, brothers, have some barbecue. This barbecued lamb kidney is good stuff. Not only is it chewy, it's also a rare tonic. It's best for men's vitality. Brothers, hee, you know. As Li Wangyu spoke, he winked at the silk pants. It wasn't easy for me to find these beauties for you brothers. Brothers, you can all get close to them today. There's no need to be polite. The silk pants were slightly stunned. Then, they came to a sudden realization, and strange smiles appeared on their faces. Hee, Zio's words are reasonable. As the saying goes, what you eat is what you nourish. This lamb kidney is very nutritious. Give me 10 skewers, no, 20 skewers. Get lost. You bastard, aren't you afraid of dying? Wahahaha, dying under a peony skirt, I'll still be a romantic ghost. Hee, Brother Ling Wu's words are reasonable. Give me more lamb kidneys too. The silk pants were hinted at by Li Wangyu's words. They all snatched up the oily lamb kidneys and ate with their mouths full of oil. Everyone chatted as they ate the barbecue and drank beer. The cool breeze blew gently, making them feel very comfortable. Li Wangyu and the others were almost done eating and drinking. He gave Niu Wu a look, indicating that he could go and bring the people over. Niu Wu also revealed a strange smile and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after, 10 beautiful women, under Niu Wu's lead, swayed their slender waists and smiled sweetly as they arrived at the castle's balcony. When Qing Chimo, Fang Yai, and the others saw so many beautiful women, their eyes immediately widened. Their vulgar gazes wantonly swept over the beauties. Even with the picky eyes of the silk pants, the 10 beautiful women in front of them were of the highest quality. Even in the peace square where beauties were as common as clouds, they were at the level of courtesans. However, the silk pants were curious. There were tens of thousands of courtesans in the peace square, but there were only about 100 courtesans at the level of courtesans. Which one had they not seen before? The 10 beauties in front of them were the most beautiful women they had never seen before. They couldn't help but be curious as to where Li Wangyu had found these beauties. The silk pants did not stand on ceremony. They directly went forward and each picked a beauty that was pleasing to the eye and pulled them to their side. Since Li Wangyu had already said that these beauties could be intimate, that meant that they would serve them in bed. Naturally, they would not stand on ceremony. What was even more infuriating was that this group of silk pants hugged these beauties and teased them while not forgetting to provoke Li Wangyu with words. Ziyu, although these beauties are beautiful, there is nothing special about them. How can you say that we have not seen them before? You can't fool us like this. Yes, that's the reason. Tomorrow is the Taiji Palace to pick up the bride. Ziyu, you can go by yourself. Forgive us for not accompanying you. Wahahaha, Ziyu, you can't blame us for this. Li Wangyu smiled strangely at the side and continued to drink his beer. Brothers, don't be impatient. This little brother promises that you have definitely not seen these beauties before. Qing Chumo curled his lips in disdain. Ziyu, don't talk nonsense. They all have the same nose and mouth. What's so special about them? You dare to boast shamelessly that we have never seen such beauties before? Li Wangyu smiled. Brothers, as long as these beauties open their mouths, you will know what's so special about them. When the silk pants heard him say this, they realized in hindsight that these beauties had been here for so long and none of them had opened their mouths to speak. Previously, no matter how they teased them, these beauties only covered their mouths and giggled. They never opened their mouths to speak, as if they were mutes. This made the silk pants all puzzled. They did not understand what this meant. Could it be that Li Wangyu had found them a group of deaf and mute women? Or was there something special about these beauties' voices? Qing Chumo casually hugged a beauty and asked, Ziyu, don't try to be mysterious. Quickly tell us, what's so special about these little ladies? Li Wangyu asked curiously, what little ladies? Brothers, you asked this little brother to find them. But you have never seen beauties before, so you didn't say anything about little ladies. The silk pants were stunned again and looked at each other. They did not understand the difference between the two. Li Wangyu laughed. Beauties, introduce yourselves to the little dukes. The 10 beauties in palace attire nodded in agreement and introduced themselves to the foppish young masters. It was fine if they did not open their mouths, but once they opened their mouths, the silk pants were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. AI, there are too many smart people. Old Long's thoughts have all been guessed by you. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. It's really a cross-dressing boss. Chapter 985. In the future, there was a group of dangerous creatures that made all straight men's hair stand on end. They were known as cross-dressing bosses. On Baidu Baiki, the term cross-dressing boss was explained like this, popular online term, pronounced in Japanese as cross-dressing man, which is a man who wears women's clothes. When this term appeared in the 2D world, it referred to a man who was skilled in cross-dressing. The 10 beauties Li Wangyu called over were not women at all. They were male prostitutes that he spent money to find in Chang and city's beehive. The so-called beehive was another name for the brothel where the male prostitutes worked. Male prostitutes had existed in Wuxia since ancient times. They had always been despised by the mainstream of society, but were not banned. During the Tang and Song dynasties, due to the open culture, they flourished. After all, it was common for the noblewomen of Tang dynasty to find gigolos. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she even set up a crane control bureau to search for beautiful men for Wu Zetian's enjoyment. Li Wangyu didn't have to spend much effort to find 10 handsome men. Then, he asked the maids to put on makeup and put on beautiful palace clothes. After some meticulous makeup, the 10 cross-dressing bosses of the Tang dynasty were born. Although there had been male prostitutes in Wuxia since ancient times, there had never been a cross-dressing boss. Since the Western Han dynasty, the gender confusion between men and women was seen as an ominous sign. Until the Ming dynasty, when the historical record, Guo solemnly introduced a strange incident. In the 12th month of the second year of Long Qing, Li Liangyu of Taiyuan Jingle transformed into a woman. Naturally, a man would not transform into a woman for no reason. After all, Li Liangyu was not a virgin who would turn into a girl after touching cold water. The only explanation was that a cross-dressing boss had made a grand appearance. This kind of incident was actually recorded in history books like Guo and Ming Dynasty. In the history of Wuxia, the most incredible cross-dressing boss was a playboy named Sang Chong during the Ming Dynasty's Qinghua period. He actually disguised himself as a woman and deceived and raped women in Datong, Taiyuan, and 45 other prefectures. Until he was accidentally discovered and sent to the officials to be executed by 1,000 cuts. A total of 182 women were harmed. It was really unbelievable. Yesterday, in order to make things difficult for Li Wangyu, the debauches wanted him to find a beauty that they had never seen before. Thus, he thought of the crossdresser. In any case, the foppish playboys had said beauties, not women. The silk pants wanted to tease him, so Li Wangyu came up with this despicable move, planning to disgust this group of bastards. The reason why he came up with such a trick to make fun of the playboys was because Li Wangyu's young heart had suffered a great blow because of the crossdressing boss. In his previous life, Li Wangyu met a long-haired beauty when he went to a nightclub to drink and dance with his friends. Therefore, Li Wangyu mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation. As a result, when the beauty opened her mouth to speak, Li Wangyu was so scared that he almost fell off the stool. She had an extremely beautiful face, but when she opened her mouth, it was a hoarse and rough male voice. This kind of extreme contrast was unbearable for any man. Li Wangyu ran away from the nightclub. Since then, he had been traumatized by the crossdressing boss. Therefore, when the foppish playboys wanted to make things difficult for him, he immediately thought of a way to counterattack. At this moment, on the balcony, the foppish playboys were shocked when they heard the little ladies in their arms speak. It was no less shocking than the shock that Li Wangyu had received in the nightclub. Replying to the young duke, this servant is called. Before the crossdressing boss in Qing Chimo's arms could finish introducing himself, Qing Chimo threw him out as if he had been electrocuted. The group of foppish playboys were all shocked by the rough male voice. They were all dumbstruck, their faces full of horror. Zio, she, why are they talking like that? Like a man's voice? Fang Yai's tongue was tied, and he couldn't speak clearly for a long time. Li Wangyu chuckled, Yai Xiong, what are you saying? They are men, so of course they speak with a male voice. What's so strange about that? Men? The foppish playboys were all petrified. Li Wangyu nodded with certainty, of course they are men. My brothers asked me to find beauties, not little ladies. Why, aren't the beauties that I found beautiful? Chai Lingwu, who had just been holding the crossdressing boss, suddenly retched. He turned his head and held the spittoon to vomit violently. The others weren't any better than Chai Lingwu. Their faces were all green, and they looked disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Li Wangyu understood this group of foppish playboys. He knew that they were all steely straight men. They had absolutely no interest in adding men on top of men. It was because of this understanding that he deliberately played tricks on the foppish playboys like this. Including letting the foppish playboys eat roasted kidneys, it was all for the sake of mocking them. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the foppish playboys' reactions. He asked with a cheeky smile, my brothers, are you satisfied with the beauties that I have prepared for you? Have you not seen any of them before? The foppish playboys looked at each other. Chai Lingwu, who had already vomited all the beer and barbecue he had eaten, raised his head and wiped the stain on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and glared at Li Wangyu. Beat him up. Chai Lingwu screamed and charged straight at Li Wangyu. Qing Chimo, Fang Yai and the rest didn't hesitate. They all rolled up their sleeves and followed Chai Lingwu. Li Wangyu saw that the situation wasn't good. He turned and wanted to run, but how could he run? He was grabbed by Fang Yai and pressed down by the group of foppish playboys. Including the lame Niu Jingping, the 10 foppish playboys all piled on top of Li Wangyu in a human pyramid. They let him see what was really called adding men on top of men. The 3 Qing brothers, Fang Yi and the Yuqi twins, were all burly men. Being pressed down by the foppish playboys, Li Wangyu almost vomited his dinner from last night. I was wrong. Little brother was really wrong. Brothers, please spare me. Heroes, please spare me. Li Wangyu struggled under the pile of people and weakly begged for mercy. Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, as well as the servant girls, didn't go up to help. They just stood on the side and watched the show. The foppish playboys trampled on Li Wangyu for a long time before they stood up and pulled Li Wangyu up. Looking at Li Wangyu again, his hair was messy like a chicken's nest. His clothes were untidy and dirty. He was in a very sorry state. Li Wangyu glared at Niu Wu, who was watching the show with folded arms. Naturally, he was angry that Niu Wu didn't save him. Niu Wu, on the other hand, simply turned his head and pretended that he didn't see his Lungjuan's resentful gaze. According to the rules of Jianghu, those who prank others will be pranked by others. You can't blame others. After Li Wangyu sent the crossdressers away, he once again called the house's musicians to play and dance to liven things up. After wiping away the psychological shadow of the foppish playboys, the balcony once again became lively. Today's gathering could be considered Li Wangyu's bachelor farewell party. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have the custom of a bachelor farewell party, using wine to get the groom drunk was a fine tradition of Wuxia. Moreover, the foppish playboys had been greatly provoked by Li Wangyu today, so they wouldn't easily let him go. Cup after cup of wine was forced down Li Wangyu's nose by the foppish playboys. After a while, Li Wangyu was so drunk that he slid under the table like a pile of mud. Ching Chumo and the others laughed and let him go. They called the hot servant girls to help him back to bed. Li Wangyu was in a daze as Aphrodite and Perrin helped him to the bed and fell asleep. Tomorrow, he was going to marry his beautiful boss. After living 2 lives, Li Wangyu was finally going to start a family, get married, and have children. Old Long's Reader Chat Group, Q Group 1035064474, Fatty Long's Dragon's Gate Formation, welcome to hurt each other. Chapter 986. Time flew by. Li Wangyu, who had been in the western region for 4 years, finally returned to Chang'an City. When he hurried back to Dingzhou village with Niu Wu and the others, his beautiful superior had already led everyone in the mansion to welcome him at the village entrance. Li Wangyu did not expect that his wife, Su Changqing, was holding a 2-year-old baby in her arms. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Changqing smiled and walked forward with the baby in her arms. Wangyu, you're finally back. Come and see your son. Since he was born, you haven't seen him as his father. Son. Li Wangyu was tongue-tied. Su Changqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, your son is already 2 years old. Look at how much he looks like you. He's so cute. 2 years old, my son. Li Wangyu's head was a little dizzy. He counted with his fingers. He had been in charge of the Western expedition for 4 years. Since he went to the Western region, he had not returned to Chang'an, nor had he seen his wife. But the child in front of him was already 2 years old. Li Wangyu unconsciously thought of an anecdote in The Legacy of the Heavenly Treasure of the First Yuan Dynasty. Yang Guozhong was sent to Jianghu. His wife missed him so much that she fell ill. She suddenly became pregnant with Yang Guozhong in her dream and gave birth to a boy named Yang Guozhong. When Yang Guozhong returned, his wife recounted what happened in her dream. Yang Guozhong said, "This husband and wife miss each other so much." Everyone laughed at that time. Yang Guifei's elder brother, Yang Guozhong, had been an official for many years. His wife, Pei Rou, gave birth to a son for him. She even said that she missed Yang Guozhong too much. In her dream, she had sex with Yang Guozhong and got pregnant. Yang Guozhong actually believed his wife's words and treated the baby as his own flesh and blood. He even named him Yang Guozhong. It was needless to say how Yang Guozhong was mocked by the common people. Li Wangyu was not Yang Guozhong. After he figured out the meaning of this matter, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. But before he could say anything, a series of shouts sounded in his ears, and his body began to shake violently. Lang Jun, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. If you continue sleeping, you'll miss the time. Li Wangyu suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had been dreaming. For years later, he would return home and have a son. That was just a ridiculous dream. Li Wangyu exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead, allowing Aphrodite and Perrin to help him up from the bed. How could he have such a horrible dream? Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver when he recalled the events in his dream. Dreams are all opposite, all opposite. He kept comforting himself in his heart. To say that Su Changqing would make him a cuckold, even if he transmigrated again, Li Wangyu wouldn't believe it. But why would he have such a ridiculous dream on the night before the wedding? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Before he could figure out the meaning of his ridiculous dream, Aphrodite and Perrin had already led a group of maidservants to help him wash up and dress up. Perrin was busy wiping Li Wangyu's face with a hot towel while scolding her. Langjun. Langjun, Sister Aphrodite, and I have been calling you for a long time before you woke up. Today is your big day with Sister Changqing. Langjun, how could you drink so much last night? Fortunately, you didn't pick up the bride until evening, otherwise you would have missed the time. Li Wangyu had indeed been heavily drunk by Ching Chimo and his group of playboys last night. Now that he was woken up, he still felt his mouth dry and his temples throbbing. After secretly cursing Ching Chimo and his group of bastards, Li Wangyu asked, Perrin, what time is it? It's almost noon. It's already 9:15. Li Wangyu almost wanted to go back to sleep when he heard that it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. In the Tang dynasty, picking up the bride didn't require one to leave early in the morning. Picking up the bride at dusk was the custom of the Tang dynasty. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. Obviously, Li Wangyu still had a lot of time. Perrin hurriedly grabbed Li Wangyu and said, Langjun, hurry up. The old housekeeper is already very anxious. He's waiting for you to worship the ancestors. Li Wangyu was speechless. He knew that Perrin was right, so he could only get up and let her and the maidservants help him freshen up and change his clothes. According to the custom of the Tang dynasty, before picking up the bride, one must first worship the ancestors and inform them of the marriage. After worshipping the ancestors, he would set off with Si Xiang to pick up the bride. The ceremony of worshipping the ancestors had always been cumbersome and time-consuming. After freshening up and changing into a brand new red wedding dress, Li Wangyu helplessly followed the old housekeeper Li Hang's instructions. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, burning incense and worshipping the ancestors. It wasn't until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the old housekeeper Li Hang finally let go of his Langjun. Only then did the playboys lazily walk out of the room, yawning. Their lazy appearance made Li Wangyu's teeth itch again. Although they had previously proposed various conditions to Li Wangyu, they were actually just joking with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was going to get married, so they were more than willing to be Si Xiang's bridesmaids. If Li Wangyu dared to find someone else to be Si Xiang's bridesmaids, Ching Chimo and the others would probably turn hostile. As for the matter of going to the western regions to eat sand, although they had just learned about it, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the playboys. But after careful consideration, the hedonistic sons became eager to give it a try. Chang'an was admittedly a land of warmth and gentleness, but the playboys were not people who would just eat and wait for death. The Tangs were obsessed with killing the enemy, serving the country, and building their career. This could be seen from the more than 2,000 frontier poems in the complete Tang poem. Therefore, the playboys like Ching Chimo felt their blood boil when they thought of leading an army and trampling the enemy. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties, the long march of thousands of miles has not ended. But with General Long Qingfei here, he will not let the horse pass the Yin Mountains. Li Wangyu copied Wang Chongling's Leaving the Frontier poem, which had been silently recited by the playboys countless times. How could they, the sons of dukes, not be eager to build their career? Inheriting their father's title was just sitting and eating. In the Tang dynasty, titles could be inherited, but the inheritor was usually one rank lower than the original. For example, Du Ruhui was the Duke of Lai. After his death, his eldest son, Du Gushi, inherited his title, but had to be one rank lower to become a duke. Moreover, among the 3 Qing brothers, only Ching Chimo could inherit the title of Duke of Lu. Ching Chuliang and Ching Chubi did not have this qualification. Most of the other playboys also had the same problem. The Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, and Du He were all like this. Therefore, if the playboys wanted to be bestowed a title, they had to earn their own merits. Under such circumstances, how could the playboys really refuse to go to the western regions to eat sand? Therefore, the so-called revenge on Li Wangyu was just a harmless joke. After lunch, everyone prepared to set off for Chang'an to pick up the bride. Tonight's wedding required a big banquet. If they were to pick up the bride back to Dingzhou village, it would be inconvenient for so many guests. Today's wedding was to be held in Chang'an City, in Li Wangyou's house in Kaihua Square. Therefore, the wedding procession was unusually large. In addition to the foppish lords who were prime ministers, the old butler Li Heng also led a group of maids, cooks, and dancers in the mansion. Hundreds of people set off together to Chang'an City to escort the bride. As soon as the wedding procession left the residence, Li Wangyu suddenly pulled on the reins of his horse. After greeting everyone, he turned his horse around and galloped back to his castle with Perrin and Aphrodite in tow. This made the playboys a little confused. They did not understand what was wrong with this guy. Chapter 987. Li Wangyou's departure was sudden, but his return wasn't slow either. When he returned to the wedding procession, the wastrel's eyes were wide open. Li Wangyu, who had always been thin and weak, seemed to have grown muscles in an instant at this moment. His body couldn't help but gain weight. Even the originally loose red groom's robe on his body was bulging. Cheng Chimo couldn't help but go up and pat Li Wangyou's shoulder, but his eyes immediately widened. Zio, you're too treacherous. How did you think of such a shameless thing? Cheng Chimo's words stunned the wastrels, who didn't understand why this fellow would say such a thing. When the crowd went up and touched Li Wangyou's body, they couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Zio, it's really the first time since the beginning of time that you went to the wedding procession like this. Damn it, why didn't I think of this move? Zio, you're shameless too. But I like it, haha. Shameless, too shameless. Bah, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Zio, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and prepare a set of armor for your brother. Chai Lingwu laughed. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes and gave Chai Lingwu the middle finger to show his disdain. He had hurried back to the residence just now to ask Perrin and Avro to find the Saint Seiya armor and put it on him under the groom's robe. The reason why he had to wear armor when he went to the wedding procession was naturally not because he was afraid of assassination, but because in the Tang dynasty's wedding procession customs, there was a very evil custom of choosing a son-in-law. Even though he was marrying a princess today, the wedding procession process was more or less similar to that of the common folk. Choosing a son-in-law, urging the bride to dress, sitting in a saddle, setting up a wild goose, covering the knees, going around the carriage, and blocking the carriage were all wedding customs of the Tang dynasty. Choosing a son-in-law, also known as playing with a son-in-law, was when the bride's relatives took the son-in-law down a notch. The groom and the bridesmaids would be teased and made difficult by the bride's relatives, and they would be served with wooden sticks. They had to be taught a lesson with a stick before they could proceed to the next stage. Su Changqing was a time traveler. Although she had no relatives in the Tang dynasty, since Pai Lupi had conferred her the title of Princess Yanling, the people in the palace were considered her relatives. In addition, the group of professional women that Su Changqing had personally brought out had set off early to Taiji Palace to support Su Changqing. Even Niu Yong and Niu Wu's daughter-in-law stood on the bride's side today. Therefore, Li Wangyu was very clear that if he wanted to pick up the bride today, he would have to be taught a lesson with a stick. Although those sticks were wrapped in a thick cotton cloth and could not hurt people, they were still very strong. But with so many sticks raining down on him, even if he didn't get hurt, it would still hurt. A few years ago, during the mass wedding of the palace maids, Li Wangyu just hid on the side to watch the fun and did not take the killing stick. But today, he was getting married, so he couldn't hide on the side, right? Therefore, Li Wangyu was very shameless. He simply put on the armor under the auspicious clothes, wanting to use the armor to block the sticks of the female army. The playboys despised Li Wangyu's sneakiness, but at the same time, they did not forget to ask Li Wangyu for armor to protect themselves. Everyone followed Li Wangyu and put on the armor under their clothes. After dressing up, everyone laughed and went on the road again, heading towards Chang'an City. At this time, in the main hall of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City, Su Changqing had already changed into the wedding clothes under the service of the palace maids. She was kneeling in the main hall anxiously, waiting for Li Wangyu's arrival. Empress Zhangsun led a 2- or 3-year-old boy into the main hall and sat opposite Su Changqing with a smile. Qianke greets Masteress. The child said in a childish voice and bowed to Su Changqing. He was Pai Lupi's last eldest son, the future third emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. Li Ji was now 3 years old. Although he had not formally learned from Li Wangyu, he had kowtowed to Li Wangyu under the witness of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to call Su Changqing Masteress. Su Changqing smiled and reached out to pull Li Ji into her arms. She had always liked children, so whether it was Chang'e, Wu Meinyang, or Li Ji, they were all very close to her. Has Qianke been obedient recently? Masteress, Qianke has always been very obedient. Su Changqing deliberately teased Li Ji, really? But I heard that Qianke has been very naughty recently. Qianke is really obedient. If Masteress doesn't believe it, you can ask Mother. Mother, Qianke is very obedient, right? Li Ji was afraid that Su Changqing would not believe it, so he quickly pulled his mother to testify for him. Empress Zhangsun and Su Changqing could not help laughing. The two teased Li Ji for a while, and then Empress Zhangsun asked the palace maid to take Li Ji to play. Empress Zhangsun reached out to help Su Changqing tidy up her hair that was messed up by Li Ji. Then she stared at Su Changqing for a long time and said with a chuckle, "Changqing, you won't blame me, will you?" Su Changqing naturally understood the meaning of Empress Zhangsun's words. If it were not for Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun's interference between her and Li Wangyu would have gotten married 2 years ago after he cut off his decline. It was impossible to say that Su Changqing had no complaints in her heart. But she could also understand why Empress Zhangsun would do this. Although she and Li Wangyu were in love, the two of them only traveled through the Tang dynasty and did not wander on an isolated island. The surrounding social environment forced them to compromise on many things. Empress Zhangsun wanted to marry her daughter to Li Wangyu. Although this kind of thing was incredible in the eyes of later generations, it was quite normal in the eyes of the Tangs. Su Changqing slowly shook her head and smiled at Empress Zhangsun. "Aunt, what are you talking about? How can I blame you? Aunt and His Majesty have always treated this little girl well. This little girl does not dare to have any complaints." Her words were also sincere. Except for interfering with her marriage with Li Wangyu, Empress Zhangsun was really good to her. Now that she and Li Wangyu were about to get married, the previous grudge against Empress Zhangsun in her heart naturally disappeared. Empress Zhangsun could see that Su Changqing's words were really sincere, so she was relieved. She turned to look at Li Ji, who was playing hide-and-seek with the palace maids, and then turned to Su Changqing and said with a smile, "Changqing, I see that you like children very much. He is the only son in Zio's family, and there are not many people. After you and Zio get married, you should hurry up and have a few more children." Although Su Changqing was smart and capable, she also became shy when talking about this topic. She just nodded silently. However, Su Changqing's heart also flashed a trace of haze because of this. She and Li Wangyu had already broken through the last window paper. But after so many years, there was still no sign of pregnancy. They did not take any contraceptive measures. After all, there was no small umbrella to use in the Tang dynasty. Previously, she could still comfort herself with the fact that they were not married, but now that she heard Empress Zhangsun's words, she couldn't help but secretly guess in her heart. Could it be that she and Li Wangyu were unable to have children because of time travel? It wasn't just Su Changqing who guessed this. At this moment, Li Wangyu, who was on horseback and listening to the playful banter of the wastrels, was also secretly pondering the meaning of his previous nonsensical dream. "Son." Li Wangyu's face suddenly changed. As if he and Su Changqing had a telepathic connection, the two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Could it be that because of time travel, he or Changqing were unable to have children? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu was almost ready to turn the horse around and run back to Xianwei village behind Dingzhou village to find Sun Simiao to treat him. Damn, it can't be that outrageous, right? Could it be that he really couldn't have children in this life? Author's note: this old dragon is very dedicated to his work. Come and praise me. Chapter 988. Li Wangyu was no longer in the mood to play around with the foppish playboys due to the nightmares he had in the morning. All along the way, he was pondering whether or not he could have a son. Not only was Su Changqi not pregnant, but neither was Aphrodite's stomach. This made Li Wangyu even more certain that something was wrong with his body. It seemed that he could only seek out the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, to diagnose what was wrong with his body. If even Sun Simiao could not do anything, then he was done for. At this thought, Li Wangyu could not help but feel vexed. It was only when the wedding procession entered the illustrious Virtue Gate that Li Wangyu rubbed his face hard and suppressed his worries. He did not want to think about these things anymore. He had also thought it through. It was not a big deal if he did not have a son. There were many Dink families in the future, but weren't they still living well? It was also good that no brats would disturb him and Su Changqing. Although Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's wedding was rushed, everyone in Chang'an knew about it. Naturally, the gossip-loving people of Chang'an could not miss the liveliness of Fufeng's wedding. Both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue were already crowded with people who wanted to watch the show. Even the trees by the roadside were occupied by people. The two counties of Chang'an had already sent out a large number of yamen runners to maintain order. When the wedding procession entered Chang'an City, the city was instantly filled with all sorts of blessings and cheers. May the Duke live a long life together and have a son soon. May the Duke and Princess Yanling grow old together. May the Duke's marriage last forever. Li Wangyu was wearing a bright red auspicious robe and riding on the horse that Pai Lupi had lost to him. He was all smiles as he cupped his hands in thanks to the people around him. There were 10 fully loaded four-wheeled carriages in the wedding procession. The old butler, Li Heng, was also smiling until his face was full of wrinkles. He didn't even need Li Wangyu's instructions as he nimbly climbed onto a carriage. He grabbed a large amount of copper coins from the bamboo basket in the carriage and threw them towards the crowd on the side of the road. These carriages were filled with shiny yellow copper coins. So many commoners came to join in the fun. Naturally, it wasn't just for gossip. It was an unwritten rule for rich families to spread the good news when they fetched the bride. It was to share joy with the people and also to get a good omen. With Li Wangyu's wealth, he naturally did not lack this bit of copper coins. Li Heng acted on his own initiative and prepared 10 whole carts of brand new copper coins for splashing. Even so, Li Heng was still nagging along the way. Time was too tight, and they had prepared too few copper coins. After all, the copper coins used for the wedding banknotes were all newly cast Kai Yuan Tong Bao. After 2 or 3 days, Li Heng had only obtained so many copper coins. Li Wangyu could only shake his head and smile bitterly at his smug butler and let him do as he pleased. The Lai Hot's troops, maids, and servants all followed the old butler, Li Heng. They continuously grabbed handfuls of copper coins from the bamboo baskets on the carriages and threw them towards the crowd. Vermilion Bird Avenue became more and more lively. The wedding procession threw copper coins along the way. The crowd's cheers for the wedding banknotes and their congratulations to Li Wangyu resounded through the sky. When they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, Li Wangyu's facial muscles were stiff from smiling. But when everyone saw the situation in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, everyone, including the group of rich playboys, couldn't help but curse in their hearts. The old butler, Li Heng's face twitched a few times. He suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Lang Jun, this old slave will return to the Kai Hua Square to prepare for the evening banquet. Please forgive me. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't give Li Wangyu a chance to speak. He led the group of maids and servants in the residence and turned to leave. Li Wangyu glared at the back of Li Heng's fleeing figure. He was extremely disdainful of this disloyal old butler. Ching Chimo swallowed his saliva. Zio, I suddenly remembered that there is still soup on the stove in the residence's kitchen. I have to go back. Li Wangyu didn't wait for Ching Chimo to finish speaking. He gave him a death stare, forcing Ching Chimo to swallow the rest of his words. Fang Yai and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of battle could kill. In front of everyone's eyes, the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City opened wide. From the Vermilion Bird Gate to the distant Taiji Palace's Gate of Heaven, it was a distance of over 2 li. At this moment, on both sides of the imperial city's main road, several thousand palace maids stood in a dense crowd. They all held wooden clubs in their hands, laughing and giggling at Li Wangyu and the other debauches. Chai Lingwu reached out to touch the armor beneath his clothes. He muttered, "Zio, tell your brothers the truth. What kind of enmity do you have with His Imperial Majesty? To use several thousand palace maids as a son-in-law, I'm afraid that you'll be beaten to death." Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected that Pai Lupi would actually create such a large spectacle. In reality, Li Wangyu and the other debauches had wrongly accused Pai Lupi. This matter was truly not arranged by Pai Lupi. As the eldest princess, Princess Changle was very gentle and considerate. She had always been well-liked in the palace. Pai Lupi intended to betroth Princess Changle to Li Wangyu. Everyone in the palace knew of this. Naturally, these female officials and palace maids also knew of this. However, who would have thought that before Princess Changle could marry Li Wangyu, the Commandery Duke of Fufeng would first marry Princess Yanling? This naturally caused all of the female officials and palace maids to be dissatisfied. Although Su Chongqing had been conferred the title of Princess Yanling, compared to Princess Changle, who had grown up in the palace maids were naturally closer to Changle. Originally, Empress Zhongsun had planned to find several dozen palace maids as a token of goodwill. However, she did not take this matter seriously, directly handing it over to the female officials to make the arrangements. As for the female official in charge of this matter, she had gathered several thousand palace maids. Armed with clubs, they stood guard within the imperial city, intending to teach Li Wangyu, this heartless man, a lesson and vent Princess Changle's anger. Naturally, Li Wangyu and the others did not know the reason behind this. However, just thinking about being beaten and running across this 1,000-meter-long road made their scalps feel numb. It was no wonder that Li Heng, upon seeing such a formation, would turn and run. With his old arms and legs, how could he endure these clubs? At this time, it was best to flee as quickly as possible. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, ran without any sense of loyalty. However, the debauches could not run. With a bitter face, Fang Yai asked, "Zio, why don't we come back another day to pick up the bride?" Brothers. Li Wangyu could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. What did he mean by coming back another day to pick up the bride? Was this something a human would say? Brothers, we are about to go to the western regions to conquer the barbarians. We do not fear the sharp swords of the barbarians. How can we fear the flowery fists and impractical footwork of this army of women? Let's go. Brothers, charge with me. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and jumped off his horse. With a strange cry, he covered his head with both hands and charged forward. The debauches looked at each other helplessly. They could only follow Li Wangyu's example and cover their heads with their hands as they charged toward the Gate of Heaven influence. The palace maids only wanted to tease Li Wangyu and the others. Naturally, they would not hit them for real. No matter what, Li Wangyu was the prefectural Duke of Fufeng and His Majesty's nephew. They did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, when the palace maids' clubs landed lightly on Li Wangyu and the others' bodies, they made soft clanging sounds. A clever palace maid noticed something fishy about Li Wangyu and the others and immediately shouted, "Sisters, they are wearing armor under their clothes." The prefectural Duke of Fufeng was here to pick up the bride, but he dared to cheat. This made the palace maids, who were already dissatisfied, so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Therefore, the wooden clubs that were originally raised high and gently lowered began to be forceful. Instantly, Li Wangyu and the debauches wailed and howled miserably. In yesterday's chapter, I was muddle-headed and wrote Li Ji's nickname, Jinu, as Qing Quebec Wahahaha, very embarrassing. Please forgive me. Old Long has already received his retribution. It was rare for him to be more diligent yesterday. Not only did he watch the second night, he even went out to exercise at night. After competing with his son to see who could jump the furthest, he tragically sprained his old waist. Retribution, this is a lesson. As expected, one cannot be too diligent. Yes, this must be the case. Chapter 989. Even though Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were wearing armor, the places that the armor could not protect were still sore from the thousands of palace maids' attacks. Everyone covered their heads and ran for their lives. After running for more than 2 miles, they finally escaped the encirclement of the thousands of palace maids. Looking at everyone, their clothes were in a mess and their hair was in a mess. They looked miserable. When Li Wangyu and the other wastrels ran to the gate of Sky Bearing, before they could catch their breath, they heard a burst of laughter coming from the palace gate. Wahahaha, Ziyu, why are you in such a sorry state? A group of weak little girls beat you up like this, it's really shameful. Heh heh, he must have fallen into the land of tenderness and fallen for the honey trap. Jingda, the old man's words are reasonable. Wahahaha. Your Majesty is still the best. You only used a few palace maids to make the men of Fufeng County run like rats. Your Majesty, these bastards actually wore armor under their wedding robes when they came to escort the bride. They are too cunning. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were stunned. When they looked up, they saw a few people standing on top of the gate of Sky Bearing. They were pointing at Li Wangyu and the other wastrels and laughing. It was none other than Pai Lupi, who was led by Qing Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, and the rest of the wastrels. Although it was not arranged by Li Er, this matter could not be hidden from Mitua, who was the head of the provincial palace, who was the imperial chamberlain. After receiving Mituo's report, Li Er laughed heartily. Not only did he not step forward to stop the female officials and palace maids from taking revenge, he even excitedly called Sheng Yao Jin and the others to run up to the Gate of Heaven Influence to watch the show. Previously, when Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were surrounded and attacked by the thousands of palace maids, Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the rest were very happy to see it. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were so angry that their noses were almost crooked, but they could not vent their anger. Other people were all swindlers, but Qing Yao Jin, Yuchi Jingda, this group of old ruffians, were very fond of swindlers. The more unlucky Qing Chimo was, the happier Qing Yao Jin and the others laughed. Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about this group of evil bosses other than secretly cursing them in his heart. Little nephew greets uncle, greets all uncles. Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Looking at the closed Gate of Heaven Influence, he knew that Pai Lupi and the others were up to something again. As expected, Pai Lupi laughed from above the palace gates. Zio, you should recite a make-up poem. Zhen will say this first. This poem must be composed by you, no one else can do it for you. If this make-up urging poem is not done well, the Gate of Heaven Influence will not open today. Pai Lupi's words immediately gave Li Wangyu a headache. He naturally knew that today's wedding ceremony required a make-up urging poem, but among the Tang and Song poems that he had memorized, how could there be a make-up urging poem? On the eve of the wedding, the congratulatory poet would compose a poem to urge the bride to dress and make up. There were too few good works. If he had to compose a poem himself, that would really be asking for his life. Li Wangyu originally planned to have Wei Shuyu, do go, and the others help him compose a poem and just fool them. Now that Pai Lupi had interfered and insisted that he compose a poem, and it had to be a good one, this was asking for his life. Uncle, little nephew's mood is not at peace today, and I really don't have the heart to compose a poem. How about little nephew ask Shuyu and the others to do it for me, is that okay? Pai Lupi immediately shook his head, no. Zio, don't be lazy. Zhen has not heard you compose a poem for a long time. Today's opportunity is rare, how can I let you go? Li Wangyu was in a predicament. Compose your sister's make-up urging poem? Can't he just use a limerick? As a world-renowned little immortal of poetry, if he could not compose a make-up urging poem, this would probably be the most explosive news in Chang and city tomorrow, and even in the entire Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, the forehead of the habitual plagiarist was sweating like beans. He racked his brains to recall the poems he had memorized to see if there were any suitable verses that could be used to make up the number. Just as Li Wangyu was about to be driven to despair by Pai Lupi, a few female officials rushed to the Gate of Heaven Influence. Even outside the palace gate, Li Wangyu could hear the loud voices of Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others. What? Is this true? Did you summon Lu Fengyu to confirm? This is a serious matter, you can't joke about it. Pai Lupi's voice came, and Li Wangyu could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Today was his and Su Changqing's big day. Could it be that there was a noble in the palace who was sick? If that was the case, then he was really unlucky. Before Li Wangyu could figure out the meaning of Pai Lupi's words, he heard Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice again. Bastard, if this is true, then it's really a coincidence. Your Majesty, this is a joyous occasion. Joyous occasion? Li Wangyu's heart, which had just been raised, could not help but fall back down. Since Pai Lupi ordered people to summon Lu Shenwei, the imperial physician of the Xiangyao Bureau, and Qing Yaojin said that it was a joyous occasion, could it be that a noble in the palace was pregnant? Li Wangyu was still thinking about these messy things when he heard Pai Lupi's orders from above the palace gate. Quickly open the gate of heaven influence and let Zio in. Today is really a double blessing. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but feel happy. This relationship was good. It seemed that he did not need to make that make-up poem anymore. He had managed to get away with it. The gate of heaven influence of the Taiji Palace opened. After Li Wangyu and the other silk pants entered the palace gate, they immediately bowed to Pai Lupi. Congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, uncle. Pai Lupi was slightly taken aback. Zio, what do you mean by this? Where did this emperor's happiness come from? Li Wangyu was confused by Pai Lupi's reaction. He could not help but say, it's not uncle? Could it be His Majesty the Emperor Emeritus? I wonder which noble in the palace is pregnant. Pai Lupi only reacted after a while. He was so angry that he went forward and slapped Li Wangyu on the back of his head. What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard? What kind of nonsense is this? It's you little bastard, who is going to be a father. Me? Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. Uncle, don't scare your nephew. How could your nephew? He subconsciously wanted to deny it. How could he be the father of Pai Lupi's child if a noble in the Taiji Palace was pregnant? What did the women in the harem have to do with him? If someone was pregnant, how could he be blamed for it? Wasn't Pai Lupi trying to frame him for causing chaos in the harem? His head would be chopped off. It was a good thing that Pai Lupi did not know what Li Wangyu was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely turn today's happy occasion into a funeral. After that, Li Wangyu suddenly came to a realization. F***ck, there was indeed a woman in the harem today. Wasn't Su Changqing in the main hall of the harem, waiting for him to marry her? Could it be that Su Changqing was pregnant? Li Wangyu instantly became ecstatic. Uncle, is Changqing is pregnant? Pai Lupi rolled his eyes at him. You're not too stupid. That's right, just now the female official came to report that Princess Yanling suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. Your aunt hurriedly called Lu Fengyu to treat her. I have already asked the female official. Lu Fengyu checked her pulse and confirmed that Princess Yanling is pregnant. She is already 2 months pregnant. Really? Uncle, you're not lying to me? I am going to be a father. Li Wangyu was so excited that he was incoherent. Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. That's right, this is absolutely true. For Princess Yanling's sake, I will spare you today. Quickly go to the main hall. Li Wangyu did not say anything and did not bother to greet everyone. He turned and ran to the main hall. There was only one thought in his mind. Sure enough, Mengdu was the opposite. Chapter 990. Su Changqing didn't expect that she would suddenly feel nauseous and retch while talking with Empress Zhongsun. This naturally scared Empress Zhongsun and she quickly ordered someone to summon Lu Shenwei. When Lu Shenwei hurried to Li Main Hall and checked Su Changqing's pulse, he smiled. Congratulations, Princess Yanling. Congratulations, Princess Yanling. You are not sick. You are pregnant. You are pregnant. His words stunned Empress Jiangxun and Su Changqing. Shortly after, Empress Jiangxuan's face was filled with joy. Lu Fengyu, is this true? Empress, there is absolutely no mistake. This official is certain that Princess Yanling is pregnant and has been pregnant for more than 2 months. Su Changqing was completely dumbfounded. Previously, she had been inwardly depressed, suspecting that she and Li Wangyu couldn't have children. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Her period didn't come last month, but because her body didn't have any reaction, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just an occasional disorder. Only today did she discover that she was pregnant when she showed signs of pregnancy. Brother Shenwei, you really diagnosed it clearly? Su Changqing covered his mouth with his hand in disbelief. Of course it's not wrong. If Princess doesn't believe me, you can ask my master to diagnose you again after you return to Zhou village. Lu Shenwei twirled his beard and smiled. Su Changqing quickly nodded. I believe. Of course I believe. Brother Shenwei, don't misunderstand. I just. She was momentarily speechless. In her excitement, hot tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Empress Jiangxun knew that she was emotional and hurriedly comforted her. Changqing, this is a happy occasion. Don't cry. You are a married woman today. You should be smiling. Moreover, a woman is pregnant. She wouldn't dare to be so emotional. What if she hurts the child? Hearing this, Su Changqing hurriedly reached out to wipe his tears in a flurry. Then, he smiled through his tears and nodded repeatedly to thank Empress Jiangxun. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were born in the Tang dynasty. If it were the Ming and Qing dynasties, people like them who got pregnant before marriage would probably be drowned in a pig cage. However, in the Tang dynasty, the people were open-minded and did not value women's chastity before marriage. It was even common for women to lose their chastity and remarry. Like Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, the Tangs would not find it shameful. They would only regard it as a matter of elegance. Therefore, Empress Jiangxun was not surprised by Su Changqing's pregnancy. After confirming that Su Changqing was really pregnant, Empress Jiangxun hurriedly ordered the female official to report to Pai Lupi. In Li Wangyu's line, his father, Li Zhou, had passed away long ago. Li Wangyu was Li Zhou's only son. For the Tangs, carrying on the family line and spreading the family name was the most important thing. Now that Li Wangyu was about to have a child, it meant that Li Zhou's line would have an heir. Pai Lupi originally did not like Li Zhou very much. However, because of Li Wangyu, he no longer had any ill feelings towards Li Zhou. He even posthumously gave Li Zhou the title of head of the Department of Ceremonial Ceremonies, bestowed the posthumous title of Zhen, and sent people to repair Li Zhou's grave. As Pai Lupi's nephew, Li Wangyu could have an heir. This was also a big matter for the royal family. Even though Li Zhou's and Li Wangyu's names had not yet been re-entered into the imperial register by the imperial clan temple. However, in the hearts of Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxun, Li Wangyu was a member of the Li Tang imperial clan. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, whether it was Empress Jiangxun or Pai Lupi, when they learned that Su Changqing was pregnant, their first reaction was to be overjoyed. Seeing Li Wangyu's back as he madly ran away, Pai Lupi jokingly scolded, but then he frowned. Su Changqing was pregnant with Li Wangyu's heir. This was naturally a good thing, but it was also a problem that was neither too big nor too small. Pai Lupi understood his nephew very well. He knew that he was a very emotional person. In addition, Li Wangyu valued Lady Su very much. Now that Lady Su was pregnant, this guy might not be willing to go to the western regions. The 150,000 troops of the Western Punitive Expedition were still stationed in Jianghu, waiting for the imperial court to send a new general manager. If Li Wangyu did not want to do it, then it would really be a headache for Pai Lupi. After Cheng Yaojin laughed, he also thought of this matter. Your Majesty, now that Princess Yanling is pregnant, I'm afraid that Zio will not be willing to go to the western regions. Pai Lupi nodded and sighed, that's right, I also thought of this matter. Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. He shook his head. Forget it. No matter what, today is Zio's big day. We'll discuss this matter after he gets married. Qing Yaojin and the others could only silently nod and no longer discuss this matter. After Li Wangyu ran madly to Li Main Hall, he did not wait for the palace maids to inform him. He wanted to rush into the hall, but he almost collided with Empress Zhangsun. Zio, you're going to be a father. Why are you still so impatient? Empress Zhangsun stretched out a slender finger and lightly tapped Li Wangyu's head as she scolded him jokingly. Li Wangyu did not have his usual quick-wittedness. He only grinned foolishly. Yes, Aunt is right. Hee, Auntie, is Changqing doing well? Empress Zhangsun rolled her eyes at him. Changqing is inside. You should go in. Don't be so careless. Be careful not to hurt the child. Yes, I understand. After getting Empress Zhangsun's permission, Li Wangyu immediately ran into the hall. Not to mention how happy Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were, and how helpless Li Wangyu was. In short, the bustling wedding was simplified because of Su Changqing's pregnancy. The wedding process of sitting in the saddle, dipping the goose, covering the knees, going around the carriage, and blocking the carriage was just a formality. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun had Li Wangyu carefully help Su Changqing onto the carriage, which could be considered to have completed the bridal escort process. After the bridal escort carriage arrived at Kaihua Square Lai Hot, the old housekeeper Li Heng and the others were wild with joy when they learned that their mistress was pregnant. It was lively again. And on this day of the wedding banquet, Li Wangyu was unsurprisingly drunk by a group of guests who came to congratulate him again. After Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's wedding, it was lively for 2 days. Li Wangyu slowly recovered from his ecstasy. And the first thing that Li Wangyu thought of was the same as Pai Lupi's guess. This guy didn't want to go to the western regions anymore. Su Changqing was now 2 months pregnant. In other words, in 8 months, he would be a father. At this time, asking him to abandon his wife and child and run to the western regions was simply asking for his life. From Chang'an to the western regions, even on a fast horse, it would take 2 months, not to mention that the army moved even slower. In other words, as long as Li Wangyu took over the position of general manager of the Western Punitive Expedition Army, not only would he not be able to see the birth of his child, but it could even be said that when he came back, the child would be old enough to eat soy sauce. But the matter of him being the general manager of the Western Punitive Expedition Army had already been issued an imperial edict. It was a matter that was set in stone. If Li Wangyu disobeyed the order and didn't go, then he would be beheaded. Even if Pai Lupi couldn't bear to behead him, it was impossible for him not to punish him. Li Wangyu was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. On the 3rd day of the wedding, Li Wangyu was secretly pondering about what perfect excuse he should find to dodge this matter. Just then, the old housekeeper Li Heng gently knocked on the door of the study room. Lang Jun, there is a guest. Chapter 991. Li Wangyu was so upset that he was not in the mood to receive guests. He replied impatiently, "Is it Qing Chumo and the others? Tell them that I am not feeling well today and cannot receive guests. Tell them to go back." Li Heng also knew what his Lang Jun was worried about. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Lang Jun, it is Duke Yu who is here to visit." Yu Shinan? If Yu Shinan was looking for him, he should have sent someone to invite him to Yu Shinan's residence in Chang'an. This was the proper etiquette he should have as a junior. This was not a holiday. Why would Yu Shinan come all the way to Dingzhou village? Li Wangyu was dazed for a moment before he understood Yu Shinan's intentions. It must be that Pai Lupi knew what he was thinking and was afraid that he would play some tricks and refuse to go to the western regions. Therefore, he asked Yu Shinan to persuade him. Li Wangyu could not help but smile bitterly. Yu Shinan was his teacher and friend. He was also an old man whom he respected greatly. If Yu Shinan had asked, he would not have been able to refuse. But since Yu Shinan had come, there was no reason for him to avoid meeting him. Li Wangyu sighed and stood up helplessly. "I will go and welcome Duke Yu." After inviting Yu Shinan into the living room and ordering the servants to serve tea and snacks, Yu Shinan looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. "Zio, why do you look so sad? Did this old man take the liberty to come and disturb Zio? Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. What are you saying, Duke Yu? Don't laugh at me. How can you not know why I am worried? I didn't expect that Zio would have such sentiments for love. Sure enough, His Majesty was right. With your weary personality, it must be because of Princess Yanling's pregnancy that you are unwilling to take up the post of General Manager of the Western Punitive Expedition. Am I wrong? Li Wangyu nodded silently. He really did not want to go to the Western regions at this time. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tangs, wives and concubines were not that important. It was even more impossible for him to give up his official position just because his wife was pregnant. Li Wangyu's way of thinking was indeed somewhat deviant. But for Li Wangyu, it was too irresponsible of him to not be by his wife's side when she was pregnant, even when his child was born. Moreover, this era was different from the later generations. A woman giving birth to a child was tantamount to crossing the gates of hell. Even in the imperial family, with the care of the famous doctors in the Xiangyao Bureau, there were still many concubines who died from dystocia. Under such circumstances, how could he be at ease? Even if Su Changqing gave birth successfully, he didn't want to miss his child's growth. These were two completely different worldviews, yet it was difficult to explain to Yu Shinan. Yu Shinan stroked his beard and smiled. Zio, you should know what it means to put personal interests aside for the greater good. Yu the Great conquered the flood 3 times but did not enter the house. Zhuge Kongming gave his all until he died. They are all role models for our generation. The old man took a sip of tea and continued, Ziyu, you are only 20 years old, but His Majesty will not look down on you because of your age. Do you know how important it is to be the general manager of the Western Expedition Army? His Majesty is willing to entrust 150,000 soldiers to you, so how can you put personal interests aside for the greater good? Men are used for those who understand them, women are groomed for those who love them. His Majesty treats me like a national scholar, so I should repay His Majesty like a national scholar. Yu Shinan's eloquence was naturally good. His words left Li Wangyu speechless. Although he didn't agree with Yu Shinan's principles, he couldn't ignore Yu Shinan's words because he was in the Tang dynasty. Master Yu, I understand all these principles, but I am worried about my wife and child. Li Wangyu stuttered as he explained. Zio, you can rest assured. His Majesty has already said that he will send more female officials to take care of Princess Yanling. Lu Fengyu will also stay here to take care of the princess. In addition, Sun Daozhang is nearby. What do you have to worry about? Li Wangyu was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Yu Shinan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to speak and continued, His Majesty has already said that if you are fast enough, Zio. After the Western Expedition Army destroys Gaochang, His Majesty will allow you to return to Chang and temporarily to visit Princess Yanling and your son. What do you think? Zio, what do you have to worry about? His Majesty has been very kind to you. Li Wangyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Master Yu, is this true? If I destroy Gaochang, His Majesty will allow me to return to Chang'an? Of course. Do you think this old man will deceive you? Good. Since it's like that, I'll leave 7 days from now. Li Wangyu calculated silently in his heart, and then he stopped hesitating and nodded in agreement. He had calculated that destroying Gaochang would be as easy as blowing off dust. As long as the Tang army arrived, Gaochang would have no choice but to surrender. The distance from Jingzhou to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. If the army marched quickly, it would take 3 to 4 months. At most, he would have to work a little harder and then rush back to Chang'an. It would only take a little more than a month. He should be able to return before Su Changqing gave birth. Seeing Li Wangyu nod in agreement, Yu Shinan was also very happy. As long as Li Wangyu was willing to go to the western regions, everyone would be happy. After Yu Shinan left, Li Wangyu went to look for Su Changqing. Filled with guilt, he told Su Changqing about Yu Shinan's visit and his promise to go to the western regions. Changqing, I'm sorry. I didn't discuss this with you before agreeing to Yu Shinan's request. But Su Changqing didn't wait for Li Wangyu to finish. He reached out a slender finger and gently pressed it on his lips. Wangyu, you don't need to explain. I understand. Su Changqing shrunk her slender body into Li Wangyu's embrace and pulled his arm around her. She closed her beautiful eyes and leaned her head on Li Wangyu's chest, quietly listening to Li Wangyu's strong heartbeat. After a long time, Su Changqing slowly opened her mouth and said, Wangyu, you and I are husband and wife. There's no need to say sorry. I know that you promised Li Shimen to go to the western regions for me, for our unborn child. As long as you come back safe and sound, that's my greatest wish. Wangyu, promise me that you won't be impulsive for me and our child. We'll wait for you at home. In an instant, Li Wangyu's nose suddenly turned sour and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. He hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. They just stood there in an embrace. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Li Wangyu only felt that his throat was blocked by many, many words, but he didn't know how to say them. After a long time, Li Wangyu, like an injured wolf, began to sing, south of the southern mountains, in a hoarse voice, you're in the southern sun, snow swirling. I'm in the northern cold night, spring all year round. South of the southern mountains, the northern autumn is sad. South of the southern mountains, there are piles of grain. South of the southern winds, north of the northern sea. North of the northern sea, there are tombstones. Old Dragon listened to the south of the southern mountains. After writing this chapter, I feel like I'm torturing the single dog. Forget it, I'm going to find a wife. Chapter 992. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu tidied up his mood and rushed to Chang and Duke Lu's residence. It wasn't that Li Wangyu had masochistic tendencies and wanted to find excitement. He braced himself to explore the dragon's pool and tiger's den, for only one purpose, and that was to ask Qing Yaojin for advice on how to be a military chief. Although the old hooligan's character wasn't very good, his ability to lead an army and fight was excellent. Among the generals of the Tang dynasty, Qing Yaojin was one of the top. Otherwise, Pai Lupi wouldn't have listed him as one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. Although in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Qing Yaojin was described as a reckless general who only knew 3 axes, but in reality, Qing Yaojin was a very shrewd person. Whoever treated him as a reckless man would be an idiot. Li Wangyu was just a fan of the army in the future. How could he know anything about arranging troops and how to lead an army to war? Pai Lupi forced him to take the position of the Western Expedition Army's military chief. He could only make a last-minute effort and run to the old hooligan to ask for advice. After all, he was the military chief. If all military affairs were handed over to Niu Jinda, Shui Wanjun, and the other deputy chiefs, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. When Qing Yaojin heard that Li Wangyu actually took the initiative to ask for a beating, he couldn't help but laugh. Wahahaha, Ziyu actually took the initiative to come, that's rare. Since you're here today, don't think about leaving. Come, prepare the banquet. Li Wangyu saw that the old hooligan was about to flip out again and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Uncle Qing, this nephew came to visit Uncle Qing today to ask for advice on military matters. Let's forget about this wine. When this nephew returns from the western regions, this nephew will accompany Uncle Qing to drink until we're drunk, okay? Qing Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. Scoundrel, what does drinking wine have to do with you asking for advice? Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Finished speaking, the old hooligan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to object. He directly grabbed Li Wangyu and strode toward the central room. Li Wangyu immediately regretted it. Damn, if he wanted to ask about military matters, wouldn't it be better for him to look for Li Jing? Wasn't it better to look for Qin Xiong? Why did he have to run over to Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan? Not waiting for Li Wangyu to finish regretting, the person had already been pushed to the central room of Duke Lu Mansion by Qing Yaojin. As for the maidservants of the Qing residence, they quickly served up the food and wine. Li Wangyu looked at the tables that were filled with food and wine. He wanted to ask Qing Yaojin how the cooks and maids in his mansion were trained. If there was a Guinness Book of World Records in the Tang dynasty, this speed of serving food and wine would definitely be the first. Li Wangyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the tall glass of sorghum wine in front of him. Uncle Cheng, your nephew has brought you a new type of wine today. Please give it a try. In fact, Li Wangyu had already predicted the old hooligan's reaction. Therefore, in order not to be stuffed into a puddle of mud, he specially brought 2 large barrels of beer with him. Oh. But what kind of beer is that? A few days ago, Chumo and the others had already told me that the beer was very bland, but it was cool and refreshing. Since you have the heart to bring it here, then let me try it. Qing Yaojin loved wine. When he heard that Li Wangyu had brought a new type of wine, he naturally did not mind tasting it. Li Wangyu quickly ordered people to bring the barrels of beer into the central room. He personally poured a cup full of beer for Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin took the glass of beer and gulped it down like a cow. He poured the iced beer into his mouth and burped with satisfaction. What kind of beer is this? It's good to quench thirst. Qing Yaojin smacked his lips and signaled Li Wangyu to fill his cup again. Li Wangyu took advantage of the time to pour the wine for Qing Yaojin to quickly speak of his intentions. Uncle Qing, you have to help your nephew. Whether or not your nephew can rush back to Chang, and before my family's madam gives birth depends on Uncle Cheng's guidance. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed loudly. Zio, I always thought that you knew everything above the heavens and below the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also have a time when you were timid. You brat, do you think that the army is going on an outing? You actually expect to lead 150,000 troops from Jianghu to the western regions in 3 months. Isn't this just a dream? Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned. He did not understand what Qing Yaojin meant. The distance from Jianghu to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. There was no mistake. Although Li Wangyu had never come into contact with the army, he was more or less clear that the ancient armies of Wuxia would march about 30 to 40 kilometers a day. In other words, it would only take about 2 months to complete the journey of over 4,000 miles. He estimated that 3 months was already a lot of time. Why did Qing Yaojin say that he was dreaming? Please enlighten me, Uncle Cheng. Zio, you brat, do you know what the concept of 150,000 troops is? Let me explain it to you like this. If the 150,000 troops set off in formation, the vanguard would have already reached the destination and started to set up camp, but the rear would have yet to leave the camp. Do you understand? Moreover, the speed of the army's march is based on the speed of the supply wagons. If the army marches for 8 hours a day, with the speed of the supply wagons, they would at most travel 40 to 50 li a day. Moreover, if there is a storm and the army is unable to move, they can only stay in the camp. After marching for many days, the army also needs to rest. Things like this are quite normal. Therefore, it is impossible for the 150,000 troops to rush to Gaochang without at least half a year. Qing Yaojin's words immediately made Li Wangyu dizzy. As a military fanatic, he knew that Qing Yaojin was not bluffing him. In the past, the 800,000-strong army of the former Qin was said to have broken the flow by casting the whip. In the end, the vanguard was completely defeated, and the rear was still on the way. This was the wooden barrel principle. The marching speed of the army had to be consistent with the slowest unit in the army. However, Li Wangyu thought that the speed of the logistics of the army should not be so slow. Li Wangyu asked in confusion, Uncle Cheng, ever since I created the 4-wheeled carriages, the speed of the logistics has not been slow. Not to mention 200 li a day, even 100 li a day is not a problem. Qing Yaojin raised his head and drank another large cup of beer. He glared at him and said, Nonsense. Do you think those 4-wheeled carriages of yours can enter the desert? When Li Wangyu heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. He had indeed forgotten that after the army passed Dunhuang County, they would enter the vast desert. The Ting'er Desert was the 4th largest desert in China. It was more than 160 kilometers wide, and the 4-wheeled carriages would not be able to enter it. The Tang dynasty had already established a trade center in Dunhuang County. Large quantities of goods were transported to Dunhuang County by 4-wheeled carriages. This greatly reduced the transportation distance of the Silk Road caravans. However, from Dunhuang County to the western region, the caravans had to change to camel caravans to continue forward. It was the same for the army. To supply the 150,000 troops with supplies, they had to use a large number of camel caravans to meet the needs of the army. As a result, the Tang army's marching speed would not be fast. Moreover, to pass through the desert, the Tang army had to bring sufficient water in addition to provisions and supplies. Under the guidance of a guide, they could pass through the desert. After Li Wangyu understood this point, he could not help but sit down dejectedly. If that was the case, how could he rush back to Cheng in half a year? Chapter 993. Qing Yaojin happily chugged down a cup of cold beer, and after letting out another loud burp, he was very satisfied. He then looked at Li Wangyu, who had a conflicted expression on his face, and gave him another heavy blow. "Zio, you brat, you probably haven't calculated how much grain is needed to supply an army of 150,000 soldiers, right? Let this old man put it this way, not mentioning the equipment, armor, tents, flags, and drums, just the grain alone is an astronomical figure. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty set out, they bring 5 days' worth of rations and rely on the rest of the supplies. Each soldier eats 2 liters of rice a day, and for an army of 150,000 soldiers, just this alone requires 3,000 dan of grain. If we calculate that each carriage can carry 30 dan, we need 100 carriages to supply the army for 1 day. Luckily, the Tang dynasty doesn't lack horses and mules, and we also have you to make these carriages. Otherwise, even if His Majesty wanted to attack Gao Changhua, it would be difficult to do so. Just maintaining the army's rations is already a huge problem. But even so, if the army wants to pass through the desert, they still need to use camels, mules, and horses. A camel can carry 3 dan, and a horse can carry 5 dan. Zio, you brat, calculate how many animals are needed to supply the army? And with so many animals, how much horse feed and millet will be needed? Have you calculated it? Also, how much did we lose during the transportation of these rations? Qing Yaojin's words left Li Wangyu even more speechless. He really didn't know about this, but when he did, he was given a fright. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi only ordered Ho Junji to attack the western regions in the 13th year of Zhengguan. In truth, it was because of the logistical difficulties. Li Wangyu also didn't know that in the 13th year of Zhengguan, the army of 150,000 that attacked the western regions only had 70 to 80,000 soldiers. The rest were in charge of logistics. But things were different now. At the very least, after Li Wangyu made the horseshoes, the Tang dynasty's warhorses and horse-drawn horses had rapidly declined. As a result, almost everyone in the army of 150,000 rode horses. Even the infantrymen relied on their horses to travel. They would only dismount to fight on the battlefield. The movement speed of the army could be increased by a lot because of this. However, due to the wooden barrel theory, they would still be dragged down by the resources. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder must move first. This was a necessary condition for a large army to march to war. Li Wangyu was very depressed by Qing Yaojin's words. He couldn't help but grab the wine cup and gulp down a big mouthful of wine. He thought that Pai Lupi had found his conscience. However, he did not expect that this unscrupulous Uncle Tsong would actually dig such a big hole for him, and he actually foolishly jumped into it. Li Wangyu might not understand military matters, but how could Pai Lupi not know? Pai Lupi was well aware of how long it would take for an army of 150,000 to reach Gaochang. Even so, Pai Lupi still pretended to ask Yu Shinan to tell him that after destroying Gaochang, he could return to Cheng for a visit. Bah, this old man is really bad. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't even need Qing Yaojin to persuade him to drink. He drank 1 cup after another to drown his sorrows. Qing Yaojin did not try to persuade Li Wangyu. For an old hooligan, not hitting someone when they were down was already very kind. Zio, don't be so anxious. It's not a big deal for a woman to give birth. Look at me, my wife has given birth to so many children for me, but I've never been as nervous as you. Qing Yaojin drank big mouthfuls of wine as he made fun of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this old hooligan. Qing Yaojin pointed at a plate of food that the maidservant had just brought over and said, "Come, Zio, try the bacon made by the chef in my residence. It's perfect to go with wine. I'm not bragging, but there's no place in Cheng, and that makes better bacon than the one in my residence. Even the food bureau in His Majesty's palace can't compare." Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's eyes light up. Bacon? Then, he suddenly slapped his head. He had been muddle-headed recently. How could he have forgotten about the military rations? The military rations of the Tang dynasty mainly consisted of various kinds of millet and livestock. These unprocessed millet and livestock were not only difficult to transport, but also not easy to eat. Due to the problems of transportation and productivity, ordinary soldiers could at most guarantee staple foods like millet. As for non-staple foods, they could only eat soy sauce and pickles. In fact, since ancient times, Wuxia also had military rations that were easy to carry around. For example, the rations that the Han army brought were called chow. The so-called chow was fried rice noodles. After the 5 grains were fried, they were crushed so that they could be carried. It was equivalent to the fried rice and fried noodles of the modern era. When eating, one would grab a handful and put it into one's mouth and send it underwater. Soy sauce, salted fish, salted meat, and various kinds of pickles were the salt that the soldiers needed every day. There were also fast food, such as rice balls and noodles. However, in most cases, the military still cooked millet into rice or porridge to eat. The range of military rations in the modern era was very wide. Li Wangyu had invented an air pump for his hemispherical experiment and could use vacuum packaging to preserve food. After cooking the food, it could be sealed in bamboo tubes or earthen jars to preserve it for a long time. In addition, foods such as luncheon meat and instant noodles were not difficult to make. Li Wangyu could even learn from Qi Jiguang's military rations, light biscuits. These military rations could not only be made in Chang'an, but they could also be made from local materials for the Western Expedition Army. Making millet and livestock directly into military rations that were easy to store and transport could greatly reduce the amount of grain transported. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu almost wanted to get up and leave. He wanted to return to Zhou village to discuss with Su Changqing and immediately start the production of military rations. Anyways, no matter what, Li Wangyu needed to think of a way to reduce the pressure on the logistics of the army. Only then could he increase the speed of the army so that he could rush back to Cheng, and within 8 months. However, it was not enough to just make military rations that were easy to store. If the army wanted to pass through the Ting'er Desert, they had to give up on the 4-wheeled carriages and change to camel teams and horses. From Dunhuang Prefecture to Gaochang Country, there were still 2,000 miles. If they only relied on camel teams, it would slow down the speed of the army. When Li Wangyu traveled in the modern era, he had also ridden camels in the desert. Although camels had good stamina, their speed was not much different from an adult walking. If they relied on camel teams to transport supplies and slowly walked 2,000 miles to Gaochang Country, it would be too late. Li Wangyu definitely could not rush back to Cheng, and before his beautiful boss gave birth. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu felt even more anxious. He secretly wondered if there was a way to let 4-wheeled carriages pass through the desert. Li Wangyu naturally understood that 4-wheeled carriages could not pass through the desert because the wheels were too narrow and the pressure was too high. The solution was simple, and that was to widen the wheels to increase the surface area of the wheels and reduce the pressure. However, there was no rubber in the Tang dynasty, much less rubber tires. If he used wood to make such a wide wheel, just the weight alone would make it impossible for horses to drag it, let alone pass through the desert. As for tracks, that was even more out of the question. The technical difficulty was even more complicated than rubber tires, and it was not something Li Wangyu could do. Moreover, with the weight of iron tracks, even horses and camels would not be able to pull them. The Ting'er Desert had become a stumbling block. Chapter 994. Li Wangyu thought about it, but he could not think of a way to get the 4-wheeled carriage through the desert. Actually, the best way was to get rubber out of it. However, rubber trees were far away in South America, so where would the Tang dynasty find them? Of course, apart from the rubber trees in South America, China also had a plant that could replace rubber, and that was rubber grass. The rubber grass that originated in Xinjiang could also be used to extract rubber. Li Wangyu remembered that the rubber grass in the future could be used to extract 70 kilograms of rubber per mu. On the other hand, the rubber trees could only extract 80 kilograms per mu. However, the rubber grass was far away in the western regions, and distant water could not quench the present thirst. Furthermore, Li Wangyu did not know how to extract rubber from the rubber grass. Now that the army was about to set off, where would he find the time to experiment? On the other hand, after he led the army to conquer the western regions and establish the Anxi Protectorate, he should order people to plant rubber grass. Even if the production was low, as long as he could get rubber out of it, it would be worth it. However, it was useless to talk about all this now. It would not be of any help to him in getting the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Seeing Li Wangyu frown, Qing Yaojin laughed even more happily. Zio, don't let your thoughts run wild. Just lead the army to conquer the western regions. If you want women, just bring your concubine. If not, there are plenty of beautiful women in the western regions. A real man shouldn't be so bashful over a woman. Li Wangyu was so angry that he had nothing to say. Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, should be caught and drowned in a pig cage. However, since things had already reached this point, even if he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Even after returning to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu did not dare to tell Su Chongqing about his conversation with Qing Yaojin. If Su Chongqing knew that he could not return to Chang'an in 8 months, how disappointed and upset would he be? Although his beautiful boss was only 2 months pregnant, Li Wangyu didn't dare to take the risk and make her sad because of him. Li Wangyu only had Niao Wu select a few quick-witted troops from the manor and teach them how to make vacuum-packed food, luncheon meat, instant noodles, and other things. He then had them set out in advance, bringing along the command of his military chief, and quickly rushing to Jingzhou. He had the Western Punitive Expedition Army immediately begin preparing military rations according to the methods he taught them. As for the subsequent production of military rations, Li Wangyu taught it to Yan Liben and asked him to pass it on to the Ministry of War. In the later stages of the Western expedition, all the rations and supplies needed to be replaced with these military rations. The reason why Li Wangyu didn't report such an important matter to Pai Lupi directly was because he was angry. He was angry that Pai Lupi had deliberately set him up. He was angry that Pai Lupi had caused him to not be able to accompany Su Chongqing. Therefore, Pai Lupi had deliberately ordered someone to pass on a message, but he had avoided meeting Pai Lupi. However, how could Pai Lupi not pay attention to such an important matter? After the Ministry of War produced a batch of military rations according to Li Wangyu's method, they immediately presented it to Pai Lupi. After tasting these delicacies, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. On the same day, he led a group of dukes to Dingzhou village. Even though Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable with the arrival of Pai Lupi, he could only obediently go out of the manor to welcome him. Your subject Li Wangyu, prefectural Duke of Fufeng, greets your majesty. This fellow was also angry and didn't even refer to himself as nephew. He followed the etiquette of a subject greeting the king and greeted Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi looked at him in surprise, but immediately understood Li Wangyu's intentions. Huh, are you angry with me? Your subject doesn't dare. Don't dare. Pai Lupi suddenly knocked Li Wangyu's head with a chestnut. I don't see how you don't dare. You still dare to give me that look. Do you believe that I will immediately order people to send you to Li Main Hall and let the Empress teach you a lesson? Li Wangyu's expression became even more bitter when he heard this, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Your Majesty. Oh, no, uncle, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to admit defeat, it's best to admit defeat for safety. If Empress Jiangsun was long-winded, it would be quite torturous. Li Wangyu would rather go to the prison of the censorate than listen to Empress Jiangsun's long-winded nagging. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Lead the way to your castle's balcony. Today, I also want to eat skewers and drink iced beer. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, as expected, this group of foppish young masters had big mouths. He guessed that the whole Chang and city knew about eating skewers and drinking iced beer, right? In fact, his guess was not wrong at all. There were even some clever merchants in Chang and city who had already learned how to barbecue skewers, and many restaurants had launched barbecue dishes. Other than beer that no one knew how to brew and could not be supplied for a while, barbecue quickly became popular in Chang and city, and had even begun to spread to the surrounding provinces and counties. Qing Yaojin was even more big-mouthed. When he heard this, he immediately laughed and said proudly, "Your Majesty, a few days ago, you came to my residence and brought me a few barrels of beer. Although the beer is bland, it's quite refreshing to drink after being chilled. Your Majesty and all the officials should drink a few more cups today." His words were full of smugness. Obviously, he was showing off that Pai Lupi, Yuchi Jingda, and the others didn't drink beer. Li Wangyu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Damn, the beer that was sent to Duke Lu's residence should have been poured out and fed to the dogs. Wasn't this blatantly trying to make him look bad? As expected, when Pai Lupi heard Qing Yaojin's words, his face immediately became unhappy. "Ziyu, why didn't you send me some beer into the palace?" "Why? Don't you have any idea in your heart? If you didn't force me to eat sand in the western region, would I not send you beer?" Li Wangyu was rolling his eyes in his heart, but he could only show an expression of fear and trepidation. "Uncle, you've wronged me. This beer has just been brewed not long ago. I have to find someone to try it first and see if I'll have any hysteria after drinking it. Uncle's health is more important. How can I casually offer you beer?" Ziyu's words are reasonable. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard this. He turned his head and glanced at Qing Yaojin, who was showing off. "Some old man's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. It's best to use him to test the beer." The group of dukes who didn't get to drink the beer also laughed. Each of them began to use words to ridicule Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan. Qing Yaojin, who was just proud of himself, was so angry that his face immediately turned black. "Ziyu, you brat, come over here. Today, I'll have a good time with you." Qing Yaojin rubbed his fists and looked at Li Wangyu, ready to take action to vent his anger. Li Wangyu naturally had long been prepared for this old hooligan to flip out. He quickly hid behind Pai Lupi, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. After laughing and joking, the little bit of awkwardness between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi dissipated. Li Wangyu invited everyone to the castle's balcony to take a seat and ordered people to bring barbecue and iced beer. Everyone ate and drank until they were drunk. Only then did Pai Lupi bring up the matter of the army rations again. Chapter 995. "Zio, I have personally tasted the military rations that you ordered your men to produce. If it can really be preserved for a long time like you said, the combat strength of the Tang dynasty's cavalry will increase by 30%. I will remember all of these merits. When the Western Expedition Army returns victorious, I will not be stingy with your rewards." Pai Lupi's words were not exaggerated at all. Whether or not the soldiers could eat well would actually affect their combat strength. There were many examples in history of winning wars because of improved food. It was not that Pai Lupi was unwilling to provide better rations for the army. It was just that he was limited by the transportation capacity and how to cook them on the battlefield. In fact, ever since Li Wangyu accidentally discovered the high-yield potato crop and popularized it throughout the Tang dynasty, food was no longer the main factor that restricted the logistics of the Tang army. Transportation, storage, and cooking were the key factors. The production methods that Li Wangyu came up with perfectly solved the logistical problems of the army. For example, rice that was steamed with corn, potatoes, and bacon could be sealed in a clay jar and vacuumed. It could be easily stored for about a month. Luncheon meat was just a mixture of pork, seasoning, and starch, and then steaming it in a pot. After vacuuming it, it was quite convenient to eat it. Moreover, after Pai Lupi and the other dukes tasted the luncheon meat, they were full of praise and felt that it was a rare delicacy. The fact that military rations could be made so delicious and could be stored for a long time was a huge surprise to the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty. As for instant noodles, it was even simpler. After rolling out the noodles, they were steamed in a pot and then deep-fried until they were thoroughly fried. Although Li Wangyu could not come up with the various flavors of instant noodles, even the plain boiled noodles were enough for Pai Lupi and the other dukes to their heart's content. After tasting the military rations for the first time, Pai Lupi and the other dukes could not believe that such delicious food was actually meant for the army. More importantly, the cost of producing these rations was not high. Pai Lupi had even ordered the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate that because the new military rations were easier to transport and store, if the loss of millet and livestock was included, after the army changed to the new military rations, the amount of food consumed would be even less than the original millet. Eating better and spending less money, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. He immediately rushed to Dingzhou village and praised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu secretly pursed his lips. In his opinion, no reward was as good as letting him go home and accompany his wife. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that his words were useless. Now, Pai Lupi would definitely not let him go. Therefore, in response to Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu only smiled and did not say anything. Pai Lupi raised his beer cup and drank it in one gulp. He glanced at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, are you complaining about me?" "I wouldn't dare." "Humph, even if you don't say it, I know. You bastard, you have no future at all. You only revolve around a woman every day." Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily and continued, "Actually, I am not lying to you. It is not difficult for the army to reach Gaochang in 3 to 4 months." Pai Lupi's words stunned Li Wangyu. Then, he was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Uncle, don't lie to me. I asked Uncle Cheng if it is more than 2,000 li from Dunhuang County to Gaochang. The army relies on camel caravans to transport supplies and it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Ha, Zio, you are really stupid. Let me ask you, can't you use 4-wheeled carriages to transport? It can travel 200 li in a day. In less than 10 days, the army can travel 2,000 li. What's so difficult about that?" Li Wangyu stammered, but 4-wheeled carriages can't pass through the desert." Pai Lupi laughed even more happily, but he purposely didn't answer to whet Li Wangyu's appetite. This time, not only was Li Wangyu dumbfounded, but the group of dukes and bigwigs, including Qing Yaojin, were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand the meaning behind Pai Lupi's words. Yuqi Jingda and the others all thought that Qing Yaojin's words were correct. From Jingzhou to Dunhuang County, the army could rely on 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies and supplies. But after that, they could only rely on camel caravans. This was definitely not wrong. Why would Pai Lupi still vow to let Li Wangyu continue to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies and supplies? Li Wangyu was even more anxious. He repeatedly bowed to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, I am wrong. I am stupid, please enlighten me." He really couldn't think of a way to let the carriages pass through the desert. He even made a special trip to Shi City to find a few merchants who had been using the Silk Road for a long time to ask them about a solution. After a series of inquiries and understanding, Li Wangyu even gave up on the idea of using carriages to transport supplies and supplies. This was because he had thought too simply. In the future, when Li Wangyu was traveling in the desert, he had taken a desert car and surfed the sand dunes. It was very exciting. Thus, he thought that as long as he could come up with rubber tires or some other alternative method, he could let the carriages pass through the Ting'er Desert. But this was not the case. When the camel caravan passed through the desert, they didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to follow the winding paths of the various sand dunes. Traveling in this way was first and foremost for safety. The weather in the desert was unpredictable, and sandstorms could appear at any time. Once a sandstorm appeared, the caravan would have to face the wind and have the camels sit down to avoid the wind. If they walked at the bottom of the sand dunes, they would be buried by the sand dunes if they weren't careful. In this way, even if there were rubber tires, the carriages couldn't be used. Camels couldn't pull the carriages, so it was simply unrealistic to walk at the top of the sand dunes. It was precisely after he understood this point that Li Wangyu completely gave up. Now that Pai Lupi said that he had a way, Li Wangyu was naturally surprised and happy. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's attitude and even a little proud. His nephew had given him too many surprises. His wit was almost demonic, and it often made Pai Lupi doubt his own intelligence. Now that he could finally beat Li Wangyu for once, there was no need to explain the pride in Pai Lupi's heart. He coughed lightly and said slowly, "Zio, let me ask you. Is it easy to build the four-wheeled carriage?" Li Wangyu was stunned again, as if he had thought of something. "Uncle, other than the wheels, beams, and steering mechanism of the carriage, the other parts are not difficult." The skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty also made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. The four-wheeled carriages of today were no longer the simple carriages that Carpenter Liu had built to deal with the task of transporting grain in the spring. Right now, the main beam and steering mechanism of the carriage were made from metal by the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Work Supervisor after many experiments. The changes brought about by this were that the four-wheeled carriage could carry more weight, and the steering was easier and smoother. As for the other parts of the carriage, a normal carriage used to transport goods was simple, and it was basically made of wood. Pai Lupi laughed when he heard this. "If that's the case, Zio, why can't you dismantle the carriages in Dunhuang County and reassemble them after the army passes through the desert?" Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu completely petrified. Damn, why didn't he think of such a simple logic before? Chapter 996. Pai Lupi's words left Li Wangyu speechless. It was such a simple principle, yet he had completely ignored it. His brain was at a dead end, and he kept thinking about how to make the four-wheeled carriage travel in the desert. He was not the only one. No one, including Cheng Yaojin and the others, had thought of such a simple method. Since carriages could not travel through the desert, they could use camel caravans to transport resources. The Tingir Desert was only 200 li wide, so the camel caravans did not travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to travel along the sand dunes and oases. Even so, if everything went smoothly, it would take at most half a month for the camel caravans to pass through the desert. It would not take up too much of the army's time. The main components of a four-wheeled carriage were the wheels, axles, and steering mechanism. These could be dismantled and transported across the desert by camel caravans. After passing through the desert, the craftsmen in the army would cut down trees and make a new four-wheeled carriage. It wouldn't be much of a hassle. In this way, the logistics of the Western Expedition Army would be easily ensured. After the military rations were produced, the four-wheeled carriages would transport them to Dunhuang Prefecture, taking 10 days. They would then be transported to the other side of the desert by camel caravans before the four-wheeled carriages took over. Under the fastest circumstances, a batch of resources could be transported from Chang and to the various countries in the western regions in 30 days. Even if there were storms and sandstorms along the way, it would take at least 2 months. Li Wangyu could even imagine how much benefit this transportation route would bring to the Tang dynasty after the army conquered the western regions and established the Anxi Protectorate. The caravans traveling the Silk Road could all transport their goods in this way, greatly reducing the cost and time. And the Great Tang would benefit immeasurably from this. Even without the economic benefits, the connection between the western regions and the Central Plains would be closer after this communication line was opened. In history, Pai Lupi established the Anxi Protectorate in the 14th year of Zhengguan, bringing the western regions under the rule of the central government. He set up farms, collected taxes, and stationed troops, declaring the sovereignty of the Tang dynasty. But that was all. The Tang dynasty ruled the western region for no more than 100 years. It wasn't until the Qing dynasty that the western region was reintegrated into the territory of China. The fundamental reason was that the relationship between the western region and the central government was too distant, making it difficult for them to maintain their rule. Once the Western Punitive Expedition Army opened up this line of communication, the western regions would become one with the Central Plains. The Great Tang's rule over the western regions would no longer be as short-lived as it had been in history, vanishing without a trace. Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi's imagination was simply genius. Qingyao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes also flattered Pai Lupi's genius ideas for quite a while. After Li Wangyu understood all of this, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Uncle is really talented and wise. This nephew admires you greatly. This nephew will order someone to pass on the message and have the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau make early preparations." Pai Lupi snorted proudly and said, "There's no need. This emperor has already ordered the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau to make the parts for 1,000 carriages. I've already ordered people to send them to Dunhuang County in advance." Li Wangyu finally understood that Pai Lupi had already thought of a solution. It was just that he wanted to make him suffer because of his bad taste. However, even if he was played by Pai Lupi didn't fool him. As a result, it would be very easy for him to go back and forth to Chang, and within 8 months after conquering Gaochang. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Thank you, uncle. This nephew is grateful to the point of shedding tears. This nephew was very willful in the past. Uncle, please be magnanimous and forgive this one. That's enough. From now on, it's more important to concentrate on your work. Don't throw a tantrum anymore. You're going to be a father soon, and you're also a county duke. You can't be so reckless. If this emperor doesn't force you to go to the western regions, I'm afraid that I don't know when you'll be willing to take out the new military rations." Yes. You're right, uncle. Pai Lupi had solved a huge problem for him. Now, no matter what Pai Lupi lectured him, Li Wangyu could only listen obediently. Pai Lupi was very pleased with himself after teaching Li Wangyu a lesson. Only then did he let him go. Li Wangyu set aside his worries and continued to flatter Pai Lupi with the other dukes. This emperor of the ages laughed heartily and downed cup after cup of beer like it was water. After Pai Lupi and the other dukes had their fill, Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh of relief as they were carefully escorted back to Chang and by the guards. Several days later, it was finally time for them to set off. Li Wangyu put on the glittering silver armor with the help of Aphrodite and Perrin. At the moment of departure, he hugged Su Changqing tightly, who was already in tears, and gently stroked her hair. He whispered in Su Changqing's ear, "Changqing, wait for me at home." Su Changqing rubbed her teary eyes and only clutched Li Wangyu's clothes tightly while nodding desperately. In fact, if it were in the past, the two of them wouldn't be so sad as if they were about to part forever. It was just that Su Changqing was coincidentally pregnant, and the strong woman in the past had melted into tenderness. After appeasing his beautiful superior with great difficulty, he repeatedly instructed the old steward Li Hang and Perrin to take good care of her. Only then did Li Wangyu reluctantly get on the imperial horse that Pai Lupi had given him. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, Li Wangyu didn't dare to look back and directly urged the horse to gallop out of the mansion. Miao Wu immediately led a group of Lai Hot troops and urged their horses to follow closely behind. Perrin and all the maidservants in the mansion all bowed respectfully. "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Niu Yong was unable to accompany Li Wangyu on an expedition because of the disability of his arm, so he remained in the mansion and led the remaining troops to guard the Li family's home. At this moment, he raised his only arm and beat a war drum, making a majestic sound that shook the heavens as he marched for his Langjun. Outside Lai Hot, the villagers of Dingzhou village had already gathered on both sides of the village road under the leadership of the old village chief. When they saw Li Wangyu appear with the crowd, they all bowed down. "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." "We hope that the Duke will plow the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Li Wangyu only felt a lump in his throat, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only salute the villagers with cupped fists and urged his horse to leave. He didn't go directly to Jingzhou, but had to go to Chang'an first. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty went to war and returned in triumph, the ceremony would be held outside the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city. When Li Wangyu led the troops to Chang'an, a group of foppish young masters were already waiting outside the gate of Mingda in military attire. When they saw Li Wangyu appear, even the foppish young masters who usually didn't behave properly knelt on one knee in front of Li Wangyu. They then hit their chest armor with their right fist and saluted Li Wangyu properly. From today onwards, they were all Li Wanyo's subordinates, and the ceremony couldn't be ignored. After the ceremony, the foppish young masters got on their horses and surrounded Li Wangyu. They rode their horses up the Vermilion Bird Avenue and toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. The two sides of the Gate of Heaven influence in the imperial city were already filled with valiant imperial guards in bright armor and fluttering flags. These 2,000 or so Yi Shao cavalry were ordered by Li Wuxia to guard Li Wangyo's left and right. They were the officers and soldiers who followed him to the western region. After 3 cannon shots, the Gate of Heaven influence opened. Pai Lupi, who was also dressed in military attire, rode out of the palace. Li Wangyu immediately got off his horse and led the foppish young masters and the soldiers to bow 3 times and kneel 9 times. When the army went to war, there was a strict ceremony. Worship the heavens, worship the earth, worship the temple, worship the god of war. Chapter 997. Even the officials of the aristocratic families who had always been at odds with Li Wangyu did not dare to neglect the ceremony of the army's departure. As the saying goes, the important affairs of the country were in the worship of the army. No one dared to joke about the departure of the army. Tai Chongqing Wang Ying's expression was solemn as he prayed to the heavens. Sima, lead the people with the flag, line up in the battle array, like Chen in battle. Chase by the field, there is Si Biao Luo, pledge to the people. Drum, encircle, fire, sacrifice the birds. Pai Lupi solemnly handed the fish talisman to Li Wangyu in the music of the drums. Before the Jin dynasty, most of the talismans used to mobilize troops were tiger talismans, but the Sui dynasty changed to scale talismans. In the Tang dynasty, in order to avoid the name of Li Yuan's father, Li Hu, they changed the tiger talisman to fish talisman and rabbit talisman. Later, there was the turtle talisman, and even the northern Song dynasty used the ox talisman as a talisman. It was not until the southern Song dynasty that the tiger talisman was changed again in order to restore the prestige of the emperor. Li Wangyu knelt on one knee and took the golden fish talisman with both hands, but he felt that it was extremely heavy. From then on, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers were in his hands. Let's go. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi again, turned around and got on Sasha Luzi, and led the way to the Vermilion Bird Gate. The foppish lords and 2,000 Yi Shao cavalry also got on their horses and followed closely behind. When the rumbling of the horses' hooves resounded through the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the people cheered loudly. In the eyes of the Tangs, the cavalry of the Tang dynasty was invincible. The people cheered as if this was not an army going out to war, but a triumphant return. Zio, if we can't return with full strength, we won't have the face to come back and see our elders in Jiangdong. Cheng Chima waved to the people on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue in a showy manner, and urged his horse to go to Li Wangyu's side and whispered. Before Li Wangyu said anything, Fang Yai disdainfully replied, Brother Chimo, your worries are groundless. Those weaklings from the western regions could drown the 150,000-strong army with just a spit of saliva from each of them. Trying to resist the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. That's right, that's the logic. What UAI said makes sense. The Silk Pants joined in the commotion. In their opinion, the expedition to the west was a bit bitter, but it was purely a gold-plated journey. There was no risk at all. Li Wangyu shook his head. Brothers, you must not underestimate the enemy. The military strength of the countries of the western regions is not worth mentioning, but brothers, don't forget why His Majesty sent out an army of 150,000 soldiers. Chai Lingwu thought for a moment and frowned. Zio, are you talking about the Turks? Li Wangyu nodded. That's right. The reason why His Majesty dispatched the 15 great armies to the western regions was to guard against the Turks. He wasn't exaggerating. In history, Pai Lupi sent Ho Junji to lead an army of 150,000 to attack Gaochang to intimidate the Turks. Although the Eastern Turks were destroyed by the Tang dynasty and Shili Khan was captured, the Western Turks were divided and their strength was greatly reduced. However, the Turks in the north were an enemy that the Tang dynasty had to guard against. At the end of the Tang dynasty, there were as many as 67 times when the Turks attacked the Central Plains. Under such circumstances, it wasn't surprising that Pai Lupi and the officials in the imperial court treated the Turks as their number one enemy. Even though Li Wangyu had given the map to Pai Lupi, the Turks were still the enemy that the Tang dynasty had to guard against. Li Wangyu was actually a little worried that the Turks would come to cause trouble when the Western Expedition Army attacked the western regions. Although in history, the 14th year of Zhenguan's invasion of Gaochang went smoothly, it was now the 5th year of Zhenguan's reign. Who could guarantee that the Turks wouldn't cause any trouble? Although he was anxious to flatten Gaochang and return to Chang'an to accompany his wife, he couldn't be careless since he had taken on such a heavy responsibility. If the cavalry of the Tang dynasty were to suffer heavy casualties because of him, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. After instructing the wastrels to not let down their guard, the 2,000 men galloped toward the northwest. The distance between Chang'an and Jianghu was only 500 miles. Li Wangyu and the others also had the new military rations with them, so they didn't need any heavy supplies. Thus, they were able to travel at lightning speed and arrive at Jianghu in just 3 days. Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun had already received the news and left the city 30 miles early to welcome Li Wangyu and the others. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little terrified. Although the two of them were now deputy chiefs in name, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun were both his elders. Niu Jinda, his legitimate son Niu Jingping, Li Wangyu, and the other wastrels were all brothers. Niu Jinda only had one legitimate son, but because of his foot injury, there was basically no possibility for him to develop an official career. In the future, he could only inherit Niu Jinda's title and muddle along. Therefore, Niu Jinda could see very clearly that if his son wanted to live a good life after his death, the key would be Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Since Li Wangyu had appeared out of nowhere, and in just a few years, he had risen from a commoner to a duke who had founded a country. Niu Jinda and those who knew Li Wangyu admired him even more. In Niu Jinda's opinion, if it weren't for Li Wangyu being so young, he should at least be the founding duke based on his achievements. Although Xue Wanjun wasn't familiar with Li Wangyu, he also understood Li Wangyu's ability and status. To Xue Wanjun, Li Wangyu was more important as the crown prince's teacher and the emperor's nephew. But no matter what, neither Niu Jinda nor Xue Wanjun put on the airs of an elder in front of Li Wangyu. Instead, they truly treated themselves as his subordinates. After seeing Li Wangyu, Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun immediately bowed and cupped their fists in greeting. This startled Li Wangyu so much that he immediately jumped off his horse and supported the two. Uncle Niu, General Xue, please don't be so courteous. I really don't deserve this. Niu Jinda laughed loudly and said, "This is not like Chang'an City. The army has its own rules. General Manager, please don't be so courteous. Just give us your orders." Uncle Niu, you are too courteous. You also know that I was forced by the emperor to be the marching general manager. I had no choice. But when it comes to marching and fighting, it is the first time for me to get involved. Therefore, if there is anything wrong with me, please feel free to point it out. Li Wangyu's attitude was very humble. He wasn't the kind of person who had his eyes on the top of his head. He knew what his strengths and weaknesses were. When it came to marching and fighting, he was a layman. Even if he was the marching general manager, it was better for him not to get involved. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. This was also the management method that his beautiful superior had taught him before he left. In Su Changqing's opinion, managing the 150,000 people of the Western Expedition Army was no different from managing a large company. Even if Li Wangyu didn't understand anything as chairman, as long as he used the right person, there was nothing to worry about. For Li Wangyu, the simplest thing was to delegate power. He could leave all military matters to Niu Jinda and Xue Wanjun. Moreover, an army of 150,000 couldn't possibly march all at once. It had to be divided into the vanguard, the center, and the rear, all of them working together. When the time came, Xue Wanjun would lead the vanguard, Niu Jinda would oversee the center, and Li Wangyu would lead the rear to slowly hold the line. In history, before Ho Junji's army had even arrived, Xue Wanjun's vanguard had already scared King Gaochang to death and attacked Gaochang. After Li Wangyu's army arrived at Jing province and rested for a day, the army of 150,000 finally set out for the western regions. Chapter 998. The journey from Jianghu to Dunhuang Prefecture was more than 3,000 miles. The 150,000 West Expedition Army traveled smoothly and arrived at Dunhuang Prefecture in just over a month. The army traveled within the Tang dynasty and set up camp along the way. With the help of the various prefectures, there was naturally no trouble. However, after setting off from Dunhuang Prefecture and heading west, the army did not have any more convenience. This long journey had tormented Li Wangyu and the group of wastrels. Even though Li Wangyu was used to riding a horse, the bumpy ride on the back of a horse for over a month made him complain incessantly. Unlike him and Su Chongqing, who left home to travel to the center of Shu, they went sightseeing and did not rush. Naturally, it was not as tiring. As for the army, there was a fixed number of miles they traveled and how long they set up camp each day. Although all the soldiers, including Niu Jinda, Shui Wanjun, and the group of wastrels were full of praise for the new military rations, Li Wangyu definitely did not like to eat them. Who would want to eat instant noodles, luncheon meat, rice balls, and other military rations every day? Over the past month, Li Wangyu felt nauseous whenever he saw the new military rations. He hated himself very much. Why did he have to invent such disgusting food? Thinking about how he still had to eat those damn military rations for a long time, Li Wangyu felt that his life was gloomy. Every day, he did not eat well or sleep well. Plus, he was worried about his pregnant wife at home. Li Wangyu had a hard time over the past month. He even suspected that when he returned to Chang and from the western region, his legs would become bow-legged because of the long period of riding a horse. Niu Wu had tried to persuade him to sit in the carriage many times, but Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and rejected Niu Wu's good intentions due to his identity as the general manager of the army. Actually, he was thinking too much. With his current status, not to mention sitting in a carriage, even if he had a few concubines by his side, no one would dare to say anything. This time, when Li Wangyu left for the western regions, Su Chongqing originally wanted Avro to follow Li Wangyu and take care of his daily needs. However, in the end, Li Wangyu still gritted his teeth and rejected this tempting proposal. After all, Huaxia's tradition since ancient times was that there were no women in the military. No matter if it was the women of the soldiers, concubines, or maidservants, they were all forbidden from entering the military. Li Wangyu didn't want to break this military discipline, so he could only politely decline Su Chongqing's good intentions. Of course, it was not absolute that there were no women in the army. There was a very special type of woman in the army, known as the camp prostitute. During the spring and autumn warring states period, the king of Yu, Go Jian, had to endure hardships. In order to raise the morale of the army, he found many young widows to comfort the soldiers and raise their morale. During the time of Emperor Wu of Han, the wars were long and drawn out. In order to stabilize the morale of the soldiers and raise their morale, they set up camp prostitutes to treat the soldiers who did not have a wife. During the Tang and Song dynasties, prostitutes were even more popular. Not only Huaxia, but many armies in the ancient world were also like this. The Holy Roman Empire, Napoleon's expeditionary army, etc., all had a certain number of prostitutes following them. These prostitutes were mostly pitiful people. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he was also furious. However, he was temporarily powerless to change this matter. He could only order the officers in charge of logistics to treat the prostitutes well and not let them be abused. When the army arrived in Dunhuang Prefecture, Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief. He eagerly ordered the army to rest for half a month in Dunhuang Prefecture. This was not only because Li Wangyu wanted to slack off, but it was also to let the West conquering army get used to the desert environment and climate. This was also the decision that Li Wangyu made after discussing with Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun. Different from the future, with the current transportation conditions of the Tang dynasty, one's horizons and experiences were limited. Out of the 150,000 West conquering army, the number of people who had personally seen the desert could be counted on one hand. Even Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, these two old generals, had never come into contact with the desert before. To the West conquering army, the danger of attacking the countries of the western regions was not worth mentioning compared to the desert. Be it quicksand, sandstorms, disorientation, lack of water, to the army, they were all fatal threats. Furthermore, the sand dunes in the desert were not static. As such, even the most experienced guides did not dare to guarantee that the army could safely pass through the desert. Every year, there were many merchant groups that went missing in the desert. In the future, Li Wangyu had actually come to Dunhuang to travel. He had also ridden camels in the desert and played with desert cars. However, that was it. He had only been at the edge of the desert and experienced the charm of the desert. As for the desert, he was also unfamiliar with it. Even his experience and knowledge from the future could not provide much help for the West conquering army to pass through the desert. Without satellite navigation and communication equipment, if they wanted to pass through the desert, they could only rely on camels and guides that were familiar with the desert. Therefore, the two old generals, Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, in order to ensure that the army could pass through the desert smoothly, ordered the soldiers to enter the desert under the guidance of the guides every day and undergo training. The group of wastrels was even more unfamiliar with the desert. This was the first time they had seen such a boundless desert. All of them were like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grand View Garden, making a fuss about nothing. Zio, this is the desert? Damn it, I can't see the end of it. There is nothing but sand. Cheng Chumo stood on the city wall of Dunhuang County and looked at the undulating sand dunes outside the city. He exclaimed in disbelief. Li Wangyu pushed the sunglasses on his nose and smiled. Brothers, you may not know, but the desert in front of us is more than 300 miles wide. After passing through this desert, we will arrive at the western region. Hiss. The wastrels could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fang Yai looked up at the dazzling sun and murmured, I heard that Chief Niu and Chief Shui have ordered the soldiers to enter the desert. They leave early and return late, so they can only travel 10 to 20 miles a day. Doesn't that mean that it will take at least half a month for the army to pass through the desert? There is not even a tree to be seen in the desert. If we walk 300 miles in the desert, won't we die from the sun? Cheng Chumo and the others nodded silently. When they looked at the desert in front of them again, they felt a little annoyed. The iron armor on their bodies was hot to the touch after being exposed to the sun for a while. Furthermore, the climate in Dunhuang County was dry, so the amount of water they drank every day was much more than usual. However, once the army entered the desert, they would be short of water and could only rely on the camel caravans to maintain their lives. Just thinking about it made these wastrels who had not suffered much feel uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu heard the complaints of the wastrels, he suddenly remembered something. Chapter 999. Just as Fang Yai had complained, the hot weather of the desert and the intense sunlight was a big problem, but it was not hard to solve. First was the glaring sunlight. Although Li Wangyu had invented glass, with the low efficiency of handmade glass, he did not have the ability to give sunglasses to the 150,000 Western expedition soldiers. However, this was not difficult. He only needed to prepare black gauze and let the soldiers cover their eyes with a thin layer of gauze to effectively block the sunlight. As for the problem of sunscreen, he could only learn from the Arabs. Using white linen to make headscarves not only blocked the sun, but also the wind and sand. Li Wangyu noted down these two matters and prepared to look for Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, the two old generals, to prepare the black veils and headscarves for the soldiers. This would more or less solve some of the problems. However, the most important thing was the problem of the water that the army needed to enter the desert. Li Wangyu could not do anything about this. Other than letting the camel caravans bring more water, Li Wangyu could not do anything else to make water appear out of thin air. As a result, a very important problem became apparent. The number of camels that were prepared for the army was far from enough. In order to cooperate with the Western Expedition Army, Dunhuang Prefecture had already prepared 20 to 30,000 camels under the orders of Pai Lupi, as well as hundreds of experienced guides. One camel could carry 3 stones of goods. For the army to march for a day, they needed 1,000 camels to supply the supplies. 20,000 camels could only meet the food needs of the 150,000 soldiers for 20 days. However, as a result, Li Wangyu did some simple calculations and was shocked to find that if the camel caravans needed to carry the parts of the four-wheeled carriages, as well as enough water, various supplies, and horse materials, it seemed that the remaining 10,000 camels were not enough to support the needs of the 150,000 soldiers. The only way was to reduce the amount of water they could carry. However, if the army were to lose their way and miss the few oases in the desert, it would be a disaster for them. After thinking about this point, Li Wangyu did not have the time to continue arguing with the rich kids. He hurriedly ran to find Niu Jinda to discuss this matter. Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, the two old generals, fell silent after hearing Li Wangyu's words. The two of them had been leading troops for many years and had experienced countless battles. However, they had never come into contact with the desert, and did not know what to pay attention to when marching in the desert. Niu Jinda sighed and said, "Head chief, if it is as you say, this is a big problem. Now, it was impossible to recruit more camel caravans. His Majesty and the officials of the court have already done their best to recruit these caravans for the army." Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun were very stubborn and insisted on calling Li Wangyu by his official position, which made him very uncomfortable. However, since the two old generals insisted on doing so, he could only accept helplessly. Li Wangyu nodded. He knew that Niu Jinda was not bad. With the national strength of the Tang dynasty, although it was not impossible to recruit more camels, it would take time. It was not possible to recruit tens of thousands of camels in a short time. Shui Wanjun pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't we reduce the amount of water? I have asked the guides. There are many oases in the desert with water sources that can supply the army." Li Wangyu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not right. If we lose our way and can't find the oases, won't we be trapped in a hopeless situation?" He wasn't trying to frighten them. In an era without satellite navigation, getting lost was a very normal thing. When Li Guang went to the North Desert to attack the Xiongnu people, he almost missed the opportunity because he got lost. Moreover, the sand dunes in the desert could change their positions or even move due to the wind. Even those oases could be buried by sandstorms. It would be too dangerous to entrust the drinking water of the 150,000 soldiers to the oases in the desert. Moreover, even if the oases in the desert had water sources, the scale of the water source was limited. It would be very difficult to supply 150,000 people with drinking water. Shui Wanjun and Niu Jinda looked at each other and nodded silently. They knew that Li Wangyu was right. The three of them were silent for a while. Li Wangyu made up his mind and said, "Uncle Niu, Chief Manager Shui, it seems like we can only split up. Chief Manager Shui will lead 20,000 vanguard troops and 10,000 supply troops. I will lead 30,000 troops and another 20,000 supply troops. The remaining 30,000 troops and the supply troops will stay in Dunhuang County. After we cross the desert, the camel caravan will return. Uncle Niu will lead the rest of the army to cross the desert." The 150,000 Western Expedition Army only had 80,000 actual combat soldiers. The other 70,000 were supply troops, medical soldiers, and craftsmen in charge of logistics. He and Shui Wanjun only led 80,000 troops. The camel caravan would be enough to supply the army and there would not be any problems. Niu Jinda nodded and then shook his head. Chief Manager's suggestion of splitting up makes sense. I also agree. However, Chief Manager, please stay in Dunhuang County and lead the rear army. Chief Manager, please be at ease. With Chief Manager Shui and me, there will not be any problems. Li Wangyu had to admit that Niu Jinda's suggestion was too tempting. If they could stay in Dunhuang County, it would naturally be better than going to the desert to eat sand. However, temptation was just temptation. Li Wangyu could only grit his teeth and reject Niu Jinda's good intentions. As the chief manager of the Western Expedition Army, if he stayed in Dunhuang County and did not advance, it would be too embarrassing. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. Uncle Niu, let me lead the army. With the strength of the Western region countries, by the time I cross the desert, Chief Manager Shui might have already flattened Gaochang. When Niu Jinda heard him say that, he felt that it made sense. Whether it was Li Wangyu, Niu Jinda, or Shui Wanjun, the Western Region expedition was more like an armed march. With the strength of the Tang army, flattening the Western Region was not difficult. Li Wangyu would not be so foolish to think that he could return to Chang'an after taking down Gaochang. Attacking Gaochang was just an excuse for the Tang dynasty to conquer the Western Region. After Gaochang was conquered by the Tang army, the army would definitely go around conquering Yutian, Chutsi, Wusan, and the other countries until they established the Anxi Protectorate. As for the excuse of conquering the Western Region countries, it was not a big deal. Just like the story of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit, I told you not to wear a hat, was also a good excuse. In short, the weak were prey to the strong. Li Wangyu did not feel that there was anything wrong with using such a preposterous excuse to destroy the Western Region countries. After all, from a certain point of view, bringing the Western Region under the rule of the Tang dynasty was not necessarily a bad thing for the people of the Western Region countries. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was not a saint, so he did not have any psychological burden. He only wanted the army to quickly pass through the Teng'er Desert and conquer Gaochang. With Gaochang as the center, he would take down a large enough piece of land and establish a perfect supply line before returning to Chang'an. After the three of them finished their discussion, Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun went to make preparations. A few days later, the Western Expedition Army that had rested enough started to move out toward the vast desert. Chapter 1000. Fang Yai shook the almost empty water sack in his hand and poured the last bit of water into his thirsty mouth. He then hung the water sack back on the camel's back while cursing. Motherf *Ker, the sun in this desert is really too poisonous. Zio, how long did the guide say it would take to reach the next oasis? Li Wangyu was also dispirited by the sun. He replied weakly, "What's the hurry? We'll reach this evening. Brother Yai, just bear with it. There's a fixed amount of water." "That's right. We can't spoil this bastard. He's already drunk 2 sacks of water today. Zio, don't give this bastard any more water. It'll be better if he dies of thirst." Haha. Chai Lingwu immediately added insult to injury. If it was in the past, Fang Yai would have pounced on Chai Lingwu and wrestled with him. However, at this moment, even someone as valiant as Fang Yai could only point his middle finger at Chai Lingwu to show his disdain. Li Wangyu looked back at the army that stretched for dozens of miles and then looked up at the scorching sun above his head. The weather in this desert was too hot. He and the group of wastrels were actually fine. After entering the desert, they had already changed their camels. However, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty could only dismount and walk. They pulled their beloved horses and trudged through the desert with great difficulty. There was nothing they could do about it. The feet of the horses were too small. Although they could barely walk in the desert, if they carried the soldiers on their backs, their stamina would be depleted too quickly. Therefore, in the desert, other than the flat areas or the edge of the desert, the horses of the army could not be ridden. Instead, the soldiers needed to take care of them. The journey of hundreds of miles in the desert almost required the soldiers to walk with their feet. One could imagine how hard it was. The only thing that made Li Wangyu feel fortunate was that they did not encounter any bad weather along the way. Although it was a bit tiring, there was no danger. The 30,000 vanguard led by Shui Wanjun had already set off 5 days in advance. By the time Li Wangyu led the army through the desert, Shui Wanjun and his army would have probably reached Gaochang. At present, the army had already traveled for 5 to 6 days in the desert. Both men and horses were exhausted and urgently needed to rest. Fortunately, the dozens of guides who cooperated with the army were very familiar with the Teng'er Desert. They were very sure that the army could reach a lake around evening today. They could rest there for a short while and replenish their fresh water. As the 4th largest desert in Wuxia, the Teng'er Desert was quite rich in water resources. Moon Lake and Swan Lake were famous lakes in the Teng'er Desert. However, most of the lakes were grass lakes with no clear water. Only a small portion of the lakes had accumulated water, enough to supply the army with drinking water. Sure enough, the guides were very reliable. Before sunset, the army successfully arrived at an oasis in the desert. In the oasis, there was a small lake with an area of several hectares. However, the sight of it made the soldiers so excited that they were unable to control themselves. Some of the more impatient ones even took off their clothes and were about to jump into the lake. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants arrived in time and stopped those soldiers. What kind of joke was this? Asking these soldiers who were as dirty as mud monkeys to take a bath in the lake, would they still be able to drink the water? Li Wangyu would rather die of thirst than drink the bath water of a group of rough men. Although the commander of the 50,000 soldiers was Li Wangyu, in reality, Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun had already arranged various matters. Whether it was marching or setting up camp, the generals would handle it. Li Wangyu did not need to worry about it. After the army set up camp around the lake, Li Wangyu's mood became much better. Around the lake was a rare desert meadow due to the existence of a water source. The area was quite large, about a few hectares. At this moment, the warhorses in the army were all released and allowed to move around in the meadow to look for food. Li Wangyu's heart ached for his horse, Sasha Luzi, so he asked Niu Wu to bring it over for him. He was prepared to take it for a walk. Lang Jun, why don't you rest? Leave Sasha Luzi to me, Niu Wu advised. No need. After riding a camel for a day, I want to stretch my muscles and bones. Li Wangyu shook his head and rejected Niu Wu's good intentions. Although the previous month of riding a camel was torturous, after riding a camel for a few days, Li Wangyu felt that riding a horse was much more comfortable. People who had not ridden a camel before would not be able to feel the bumpiness of the camel. It was as if there was a spring under its butt, constantly shaking up and down. There was no need to talk about that kind of uncomfortable feeling. Seeing his Lang Jun say this, Niu Wu did not try to persuade him anymore. He smiled and handed Sasha Luzi's reins to him. Although Sasha Luzi was won by Li Wangyu from Pai Lupi, he still cherished this horse. As one of the famous 6 horses of Zhao Ling, Sasha Luzi understood human nature. Towards Li Wangyu, his successor, he was also very obedient. After seeing Li Wangyu, Sasha Luzi excitedly snorted and rubbed its head against Li Wangyu's body. It seemed to know that Li Wangyu was going to ride it for a ride. Its 4 hooves constantly kicked the sand under its feet, seeming to be impatient. Evidently, the continuous walking in the soft sand these days had made Sasha Luzi very uncomfortable. Li Wangyu could feel Sasha Luzi's mood. He laughed and mounted the horse. Niu Wu, tell the prefectural troops not to follow me. I'll just run around the meadow and come back. Niu Wu nodded and did not object. This meadow was already occupied by 50,000 Tang soldiers. There were also Tang soldiers patrolling the surrounding sand dunes. There was no need to worry about any threat. After Li Wangyu rode Sasha Luzi out of the camp, his legs lightly clamped on Sasha Luzi's stomach. The horse immediately understood his intentions. Sasha Luzi let out a neigh and shot out like lightning. The large meadow allowed Sasha Luzi, who had been holding back for several days, to run quite freely. Li Wangyu felt the wind blow past his ears. Gusts of cool wind hit his face, making him feel very comfortable. He could not help but let out a loud roar. The horse under him ran even faster. 1 man and 1 horse ran on the meadow for about an hour. Only then did Sasha Luzi, who was covered in sweat, slow down. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west. Li Wangyu looked at the orange sunset on the horizon. He could not help but feel moved. He urged the horse to go to the sand dunes beside the meadow. He wanted to see the beautiful scene of smoke rising from the desert and the setting sun on the long river. Although there were sunsets like this every day for the past few days, he who ate sand every day did not have the mood to appreciate any beautiful scenery. Today, it was rare for the army to find such a beautiful meadow. They were also prepared to rest for a day. They were not in a hurry to travel. Only now did Li Wangyu have the mood to enjoy the scenery. He led Sasha Luzi and spent more than 10 minutes climbing the sand dunes beside the meadow. The Tang dynasty sergeants patrolling the sand dunes bowed to Li Wangyu when they saw him. No need to be polite. You go patrol. I will return to the camp after watching the sunset. Don't worry. Li Wangyu refused the sergeant's protection with a smile and waved his hand to indicate that they did not need to care about him. The sunset in the desert was the loneliness. What was the meaning of being surrounded by a group of people? Li Wangyu, who looked slightly hipster, stood on the top of the sand dunes and gently stroked Sasha Luzi's soft mane beside him. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful sunset, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be something strange in the sky. Li Wangyu was a little surprised. He looked carefully. After a while, he suddenly realized what the strange thing in the sky was. Li Wangyu did not have time to care about Sasha Luzi. He directly jumped on the horse and urged it to rush down the sand dunes. He kept calling out to the nearby Tang dynasty sergeants. Run! Return to the camp! Return to the camp! Sandstorm! It's a sandstorm! Unknowingly, 1,000 chapters have passed. Chapter 1001. Half a month later, a few fast horses rushed into Jianghu, covered in dust and exhaustion. They were messengers sent by Niu Jinda. They rushed 800 miles and exhausted several post horses. They changed horses all the way back to Jianghu and from Dunhuang County in just a few days. The messengers did not disturb others and went straight to Taiji Palace. They handed over the waist token of the Deputy General Manager of the Western Expedition Army and asked to see Pai Lupi. However, they brought a shocking piece of bad news. The General Manager of the Western Expedition Army, Li Wangyu, Commander Duke of Fufeng, was attacked by a sandstorm when he led the army through the desert. His whereabouts were unknown. The army of 50,000 had searched the desert for several days and still did not find any trace of him. In a panic, they could only send people back to Dunhuang County to report to Niu Jinda. When Niu Jinda heard about this, he was also shocked and could not control himself. Li Wangyu had disappeared without a trace for several days because of the sandstorm, and in an environment like the desert. This made Niu Jinda feel a chill that shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. Although he had seen the power of a sandstorm with his own eyes, he knew that under such circumstances, the situation was not optimistic. The desert was not like other environments. If no trace of Li Wangyu was found for 5 or 6 days, even if he was not buried by the sand, he would have died of hunger and thirst. If something happened to Li Wangyu, Commander Duke of Fufeng, it would cause a huge earthquake in the court. His identity was too important and too sensitive. However, at this point, no matter how terrified Niu Jinda was, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sent people 800 miles away to report to Jianghu. Fortunately, he also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to spread it. He only repeatedly told the messengers to keep it a secret and not let anyone know except to report it to His Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall of Taiji Palace, several tired messengers covered in dust knelt in the hall with their heads close to the ground. They did not dare to look directly at the furious Pai Lupi. Bastard, bastard. What kind of bullshit news is this? How dare he, Niu Jinda, spout such nonsense in front of me? I will order people to chop off his head. How did Zio die? How could he go missing? He was the Dao ancestor's personal disciple. How could a mere sandstorm do anything to him? Men, drag these bastards out and beat them to death for lying about the military intelligence. The furious Pai Lupi did not believe the news brought by the messenger at all. He immediately ordered his men to drag them out and beat them to death. Mitua, who was serving beside Li Er, was also extremely shocked, but he still had some rationality, and immediately advised, everyone, let's invite Minister Fong and the others into the palace to discuss. The County Duke of Langyi probably wouldn't. Shut up. Even you want to deceive the emperor? How could Pai Lupi listen to these words at this moment? In a fit of rage, he reached out and slapped Mitua. Get out, all of you. Get out. I don't want to see you. Mitua covered his face and did not dare to say anything. He hurriedly ordered the palace maids and the trembling messengers to leave the Sweet Dew Hall. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand to summon a few eunuchs, asking them to immediately invite Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the others into the palace. He also ordered people to arrange for the few messengers who were still in a state of panic to rest. If Li Wangyu really died in the desert, Chang'an city would really be in chaos. Looking at the palace maids hurriedly leaving, Mi Tuo could not help but sigh. After Fang Xianling and the others entered the palace, they still did not know what had happened. After Mi Tuo whispered what had happened, the three leaders of the imperial court all trembled. Mi Tuo, is this true? How could this be possible? Zio had 50,000 soldiers to protect him. How could this happen? Fang Xianling was so agitated that even his beard was trembling. Mi Tuo heaved a long sigh as well. According to County Duke Langyi's message, the army had set up camp in an oasis in the desert that day. County Duke Fufeng was in a good mood, so he rode His Majesty's horse, Sasha Luzi, to walk it. However, a sandstorm suddenly came without warning. Before Commander Duke Fufeng could return to the camp, he was swallowed by the sandstorm and disappeared. The 50,000 soldiers had been camping in the oasis and searching for Commander Duke Fufeng. However, after searching for 5 or 6 days, they still could not find him. I'm afraid that Commander Duke Fufeng. He did not finish his words, but everyone immediately understood what he meant. Everything pointed to disaster. Gao Shilian was also shocked. How could this happen? What is His Majesty's attitude now? Mi Tuo smiled bitterly. His Majesty does not want to believe this and is furious. Just now, he almost ordered the messengers to be beaten to death. I took the initiative to invite the 3 ministers here so that you can comfort His Majesty. After all of you know the relationship between His Majesty and Commander Duke Fufeng. Sigh, 2 days ago, I heard His Majesty saying that when Commander Duke Fufeng wins and returns to the court, he will let him marry Princess Royal. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. His Majesty and Zio have a deep relationship. This will be hard to accept. Minister Fang, Minister Gao, I think we should go and see His Majesty first. Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other and nodded silently. They asked Mi Tuo to go into the hall and report. Mi Tuo left in a hurry. Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other speechlessly. No one noticed that Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes revealed a subtle smile. Not long later, Fang Xianling and the other 2 who were waiting outside the Sweet Dew Hall heard Pai Lupi's angry roar from inside the hall. Let them go back. I will not see anyone. Mi Tuo, order the cavalry division to go to Dunhuang County and find out the truth. Find out who is behind this. Whoever dares to spread lies, I will not let them go easily. Fang Xianling smiled bitterly and turned to look at Gao Shilian and Zhang Sun Wuji. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. Your Majesty, please calm down. We know that Your Majesty is worried about Zio's safety. In my opinion, Zio is not an unlucky person. Moreover, he is the direct disciple of Dao Zhu. How could an accident happen to him? Perhaps Zio has already been rescued by Dao Zhu. However, I heard that a day in heaven is a year on earth. If Zio is summoned by Dao Zhu, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to return in time. Now that the 150,000 troops are leaderless, Your Majesty should make plans early. Fang Xianling was indeed the big shot who understood Pai Lupi the most. After he finished speaking, the Sweet Dew Hall suddenly became quiet. After a long while, Pai Lupi's voice came from inside the hall. Mi Tuo, invite Minister Fang and the others in. Fang Xianling and the other 2 were led into the hall by Mi Tuo. After they greeted Pai Lupi, they noticed that the hall was in a mess. Obviously, when Pai Lupi was angry, he vented his anger on the furnishings in the hall. Fang Xianling pretended not to see this and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, please take care of your body. Zio should be fine. Yuan Tiangang is good at reading faces. He is also familiar with Zio. Your Majesty, why don't you summon Yuan Tiangang and ask him about Zio's situation? Pai Lupi was overjoyed. Minister Fang is right. How could I forget about Yuan Tiangang? Mi Tuo, immediately summon Yuan Tiangang into the palace. Mi Tuo did not dare to delay. He ran out of the Sweet Dew Hall and asked the servants to pass on the order. I need 30 chapters of water to cross the desert and 300 chapters of water to conquer the West. Wahahaha, you are dumbfounded. How can I let you guess my thoughts? Chapter 1002. After the heavenly grand ritual, Yuan Tiangang was left by Pai Lupi in Chang and City and became Pai Lupi's think tank for consultation. Informed by the chamberlain that Pai Lupi summoned him, Yuan Tiangang didn't dare to delay and immediately went to Taiji Palace. When he heard that Li Wangyu was missing in the desert and his life was unknown, he was also shocked. Yuan Tiangang, tell me, how is Zio's life? Pai Lupi couldn't wait to ask. Fang Xianling, who was beside him, secretly winked at Yuan Tiangang when Pai Lupi didn't notice, indicating that he should say something nice and not let Pai Lupi worry too much. Fang Xuanling's previous words were just to comfort Pai Lupi. In Fang Xuanling's opinion, she also felt that Li Wangyu's life was unpredictable. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, I have indeed seen Commander Duke Fufeng's face. Judging from his face, Commander Duke Fufeng is a man of great fortune, and he doesn't look like he will die young. I'm absolutely sure about this. Pai Lupi was overjoyed. Yuan Tiangang, you mean that Zio is fine? Well, Yuan Tiangang couldn't guarantee Pai Lupi. Although he was good at reading faces, he was only a man, not a god. He didn't dare to say anything about Li Wangyu's current situation. Your Majesty, I dare not say anything about Commander Duke Fufeng's current situation. But in my opinion, Commander Duke Fufeng should be a good man, and he should be fine. Yuan Tiangang could only answer ambiguously. However, Li Er believed his words and nodded. That's right. I also think that Zio should be fine. This scoundrel brat might be the same as last time, using an excuse to slack off. Me Tua, you personally lead the cavalry department to Dunhuang Commandery and find out for me. If that scoundrel Ziyu is really slacking off and finds an excuse to run away again, then capture him and bring him back for us. If you can't find him this time, you don't have to go back to Cheng and City. Do you hear me? Me Tua groaned inwardly, but he could only obediently kneel down and accept the order. Fang Xianling looked at Mido sympathetically and said to Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, the most important thing now is how to deal with the Western Expedition Army. If Ziyu is not found in a short time, the 150,000 troops will be like a group of dragons without a leader. Your Majesty, please make a decision as soon as possible. Pai Lupi frowned slightly and hesitated. Pai Lupi couldn't help but mutter to himself after the Western Punitive Expedition Army had lost 2 grand managers in succession. Could it be that this expedition to the west was really inauspicious? Ho Junji had been inexplicably burned to death by Luo Yi's son, and not even his bones remained. His most trusted nephew, Li Wangyu, had also encountered a sandstorm. Until now, there had been no news of him, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Should the expedition to the west continue? Not only was Pai Lupi hesitating, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were also hesitant. Zhang Sun Wuji directly said, Your Majesty, why don't we postpone the expedition to the west? Losing 2 grand managers in succession is really inauspicious, and it might be a warning from the heavens. Why don't we temporarily recall the army, and when the time is right, we can move the troops and reconquer the countries of the west? Pai Lupi didn't say anything. He slowly walked to the map that Li Wangyu had given him and looked at it carefully. This map had always been hung in the Sweet Dew Hall, and Pai Lupi would look at it for a long time every day to construct his Tang dynasty map in his heart. There was a long period of silence in the hall. Just as Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to persuade him again, Pai Lupi spoke. No. The countries of the west must be conquered. This is the plan that Ziyu painstakingly offered to me, so how can I give up halfway? I don't believe that the heavens will stop me from conquering the west. Men, summon Lu Guogong into the palace. Pai Lupi quickly made up his mind and summoned Sheng Yaojin into the palace. It was obvious that he was prepared to use Sheng Yaojin as the 3rd grand manager to continue the expedition to the west. Seeing that Pai Lupi had made his decision, Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian looked at each other and didn't say anything to dissuade him. Zhang Sun Wuji was a little disappointed, but he also kept his mouth shut. However, there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. After Qing Yaojin was summoned into the palace, he heard that something happened to Li Wangyu. Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, he immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I will go to Dunhuang now and bring that brat Ziyu back in one piece." "Jijia, are you really willing to take over the position of Grand Manager?" Pai Lupi asked. Although he had the intention to let Qing Yaojin take over the Western Punitive Expedition Army, no matter what, the experience of the previous two Western Punitive Expedition generals and Zhang Sun Wuji's words made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable. He was also worried that something would happen to Qing Yaojin after he took over. Qing Yaojin didn't hesitate and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Whether it is for public or private reasons, I should make a trip to the West. Speaking of which, it was my fault previously. If it wasn't for us old fellows not being willing to go to the West, how could it be Ziyu's turn?" Pai Lupi patted Qing Yaojin's shoulder silently and didn't say anything else. Thus, the matter of Qing Yaojin taking over the position of head supervisor of the Western Expedition Army was settled. "Your Majesty, please keep my trip to Dunhuang a secret for now and don't spread it." Qing Yaojin suddenly thought of something and said to Pai Lupi. "Oh. Why is that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Princess Yanling is now several months pregnant? If something happens to Ziyu and she hears about it, I'm afraid, no matter what, that is Ziyu's flesh and blood." Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, was actually a fine person. If anyone really treated him as a boor, that person would be a fool. For him to have a good ending, he naturally had great wisdom. His words reminded Pai Lupi and the others. That was indeed the case. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the child in Su Changqing's stomach would be Li Wangyu's bloodline. If Su Changqing was too emotional and hurt the child in her stomach, that would be a huge sin. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others exchanged glances and nodded their heads silently. Jijia's words make sense. We have to hide this matter from Yanling. At least before Ziyu's Qilin son is born, we can't let him know about this. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone discussed the matter of the Western expedition before Qing Yaojin left the palace and returned to his residence. He packed his bags and prepared to rush to Dunhuang Prefecture. Not mentioning how Qing Yaojin would rush to Dunhuang Prefecture to clean up the mess left by the Western Expedition Army, Zhang Sun Wuji returned to his residence after leaving the palace and ordered someone to call his eldest son, Zhang Sun Chong. "Chong, if you have time, go to the palace more often to visit your aunt. Also, get closer to Changle." Zhang Sun Chong didn't understand and asked, "Father, why do you say so?" "It's natural for me to visit my aunt, but Changle has already been betrothed to Li Zio. Even if I'm her cousin, it's still inconvenient, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji twirled his beard and smiled, "That was then and this is now. You just have to listen to me." Zhang Sun Chong asked, "Father, did something happen? I originally planned to ask His Majesty to marry Changle as your wife. But I didn't expect that His Majesty would betroth Changle to Li Zio before I even said anything. I also miscalculated back then. I didn't expect Li Zhou to give birth to such an amazing son. In just a few years, this kid has skyrocketed and gained His Majesty's trust. In the long run, I'm afraid our Zhangsun clan will really be suppressed by others. Fortunately, Li Zio is like his father, a short-lived ghost." Haha. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but twirl his beard and laugh. Zhang Sun Chong was stunned and quickly asked, "Father, why do you say so? Did something happen to Li Zio?" "Yes." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded his head proudly. Obviously, he had already treated Li Wangyu as a dead man. Chapter 1003. Zhang Sun Wuji had always been a person with strong ambitions. However, he also understood that he did not have the ability to shake Li Tang's empire. Therefore, Zhang Sun Wuji had always been very careful in hiding his intentions in front of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi indeed regarded Zhang Sun Wuji highly. Zhang Sun Wuji was ranked first among the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. In history, Pai Lupi had even married his eldest daughter, Princess Tranquil, to Zhang Sun Wuji's eldest son, Zhang Sun Chong. His favoritism towards Zhang Sun Wuji had already reached the extreme. However, it was clear that Zhang Sun Wuji was not satisfied with being a powerful relative. After Li Qingxian was involved in a rebellion and was deposed, Zhang Sun Wuji realized that there was a glimmer of hope for him to seize power. Therefore, although they were both his blood-related nephew, Zhang Sun Wuji did not choose to support Li Tai, who was already an adult and known for his intelligence. Instead, he chose Li Ji, who was only 15 years old. At that time, Pai Lupi had once considered passing the throne to Li Tai. However, under Zhang Sun Wuji's persuasion, he ultimately chose Li Ji. The reason why Zhang Sun Wuji chose to support Li Ji was naturally because Li Ji's abilities were mediocre and even somewhat cowardly. In Zhang Sun Wuji's opinion, it would be easier for him to control and seize power if such a nephew ascended the throne. However, no matter how much Zhang Sun Wuji calculated, he did not expect Li Ji to marry an extremely powerful wife. In the end, Zhang Sun Wuji was unable to defeat Wu Meinyang. He died and his reputation was shattered. His relatives were exiled to Lingnan. Although Zhang Sun Wuji did not have such ambitions, he still felt a deep fear and unease towards Li Wangyou's rapid rise. He was different from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. All of his power originated from Pai Lupi. As a result, Zhang Sun Wuji, who was originally close to Li Wangyou, became increasingly dissatisfied when Li Wangyou's nobility rank became higher and he became closer to Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the others. When Li Wangyou's grievous news arrived, Zhang Sun Wuji was secretly delighted. He felt that a stumbling block had disappeared just like that. Therefore, when he returned to the mansion, he immediately instigated his son, Zhang Sun Chong, to steal Li Wangyou's wife. There was no need to talk about Zhang Sun Wuji's despicable acts. Time flew by like a white horse, and 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was early summer in the 5th month of the 6th year of Zhenguan. In these 8 months, many things had happened. After Qing Yaojin rushed to Dunhuang County to take over the Western Expedition Army, he immediately led the rear army into the desert to meet up with the 50,000 soldiers who were still in the desert oasis searching for Li Wangyou. Together with the hundreds of elite cavalry led by Mito, the 120,000 soldiers searched the desert for dozens of days. They almost razed the surrounding sand dunes to the ground, but they still couldn't find any trace of Li Wangyou. Helplessly, Qing Yaojin could only leave behind 10,000 soldiers to meet Tuo while he led the army to the west. With the demon king Qing Yaojin taking action, in addition to the Tang army's valiant fighting strength, there was naturally no suspense in the west expedition. When the Tang army appeared outside of Gaochang city, just like in history, the Gaochang king was scared to death, and his successor directly opened the city gates and surrendered. After the Tang army took down Gaochang city without bloodshed, they used Gaochang as the center and sent Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun to attack everywhere. They continuously took down Xiuzi and other countries, and a large piece of land in the west region was included in the Tang dynasty's territory. However, the victory of the West expedition did not make Pai Lupi feel excited or happy. There was still no news of Li Wangyou. Mi Tuo had almost turned the desert upside down, but he still couldn't find any trace of Li Wangyou. Now, even Pai Lupi had silently accepted this fact in his heart. He felt that Li Wangyou should have died in the sandstorm. It was also because of this that Pai Lupi felt even more guilty and blamed himself for sending Li Wangyou to the west region. He also paid more attention to the unborn child in Su Changqing's womb. In Lai Hot, Pai Lupi had already sent countless female officials, palace maids, and palace midwives to take care of Su Changqing's labor. Even Lu Shenwei, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, was sent to Dingzhou village. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were also summoned to the palace by Pai Lupi. He revealed to them that Li Wangyou might have died, and ordered them to take care of Su Changqing without the slightest mistake. That child was Li Wangyou's last bloodline in the world. It could be said that with Sun Simiao, Zhang Baozong, and Lu Shenwei's care, this degree of importance was even greater than when Empress Zhangsun gave birth. Su Changqing was an incomparably intelligent woman. Ever since Pai Lupi sent so many palace maids to her residence, as well as Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei's attitudes, she vaguely had some bad guesses. In addition, Li Wangyu had been away for several months, but he hadn't sent back a single letter. There wasn't the slightest bit of news, which made her feel even more uneasy. However, Su Changqing didn't say anything. She also didn't ask about Li Wangyu's whereabouts. She only stood on the castle's balcony every day, gazing into the distance with a sorrowful expression. Today, Su Changqing once again came to the balcony. Her hands gently stroked her swollen belly as she softly muttered to herself, "Darling, your father might have returned to that world." Humph, he actually didn't bring mommy and darling. Next time you see daddy, darling, you must teach him a lesson for mommy. Elder sister, why did you come out again? Old immortal son already said that elder sister will give birth in these 2 days. Why are you still running around? What if the injured person has a child? Aphrodite and Perrin's figures appeared behind Su Changqing as 2 beautiful figures appeared behind him. Su Changqing reluctantly revealed a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Old immortal son also said that appropriate exercise is good for the child. Elder sister Mrs. Lang Jun again, doesn't she? Perrin gently supported Su Changqing and pouted. Lang Jun is really too much. He's been in the western regions for 8 months and didn't even send a letter back. Humph, he even said that he would definitely return within 8 months. Su Changqing reached out to stroke Perrin's hair and smiled. Alright, don't blame him. Wang Yu might be entangled with something. Avro also held Su Changqing's arm and smiled. That's right. The western regions is so far away from Chang'an. It took me an entire year to come to Chang'an with the caravan. Perrin, don't blame Lang Jun. Humph, both of you are speaking up for Lang Jun. I can't argue with you. Perrin smiled and stuck out her tongue. Elder sister, let's go back. Su Changqing nodded and looked up at the western regions again. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly clutched her belly and let out a soft cry. Avro and Perrin were startled. Elder sister, what's wrong? But the child kicked you again. A few drops of sweat rolled down Su Changqing's pretty face. She slowly shook her head. The amniotic fluid seems to have broken. Maybe the child is about to be born. These words shocked the 2 girls. After a long while, they let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly called for the palace maids. They carefully helped Su Changqing back to her room and ordered someone to immediately invite Sun Simiao and the others over. Sun Simiao and the others hurried over. After a round of diagnosis, the midwife in the palace also checked Su Changqing's body. Quick, immediately report to the palace that Princess Yanling is about to give birth. The news was immediately sent back to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxuan's imperial carriage, under the protection of a large group of imperial guards, quickly brought Chang'el, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the others to Dingzhou village Lai Hot. Is it a boy or a girl? Chapter 1004. The news that Su Changqing was about to give birth to a child soon spread throughout half of Chang'an. Including Yu Shinan, Gao Shilian, and Fang Xianling, who were all Li Wangyu's close elders, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, these Li Wangyu's disciples, as well as Yuqi Jingda, these dukes and big shots who had always been on good terms with Li Wangyu. They also quickly set out, spurring their horses to follow behind Li Heir's imperial carriages, rushing towards Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu's possible and death could be hidden from the people in Lai Hot, but it could not be hidden from the officials and generals in the court. Almost everyone knew that the child who was about to be born today might be Li Wangyu's posthumous child and would inherit Li Wangyu's title in the future. When Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxun led everyone to Lai Hot, Su Changqing had already been sent to the delivery room by the midwives. The palace maids kept sending towels, hot water, and other utensils into the delivery room. The old butler Li Heng and Niu Yong were anxiously pacing back and forth outside. Seeing Pai Lupi and the others appear, Li Heng and Niu Yong were about to go forward and greet Pai Lupi, but Pai Lupi waved his hand and said, "Don't be so formal." Li Heng, how is Yanling now? Your Majesty, old immortal son and Lu Fengyu have already diagnosed that the wife's body is fine and should be able to give birth smoothly. The midwives in the palace are assisting the wife. In the Tang mansions, the mistress and the young lady were all called wife by the servants. This form of address made Li Wangyu feel like he was being taken advantage of. Empress Jiangsun immediately said, "I'll go and see Changqing." Changle also pulled her mother's sleeve and said, "Mother, I also want to see sister." When Changle first met Li Wangyu, she was only a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. Now, 5 or 6 years had passed, and the little girl had grown into a young and beautiful girl. Li Wangyu traveled to the Tang dynasty and had a good appearance. He was very handsome and was not inferior to those young men in the later world. In addition, he shamelessly copied a lot of works, which made him even more charming. Even if Li Wangyu was not the Duke of Fufeng, he could still be called the national idol in the Tang dynasty and was the dream lover of countless girls. Changle was at the age of love. How could she not be attracted to Li Wangyu? As a result, her feelings for Li Wangyu had long changed from respect and worship to love and longing. She also avoided seeing Li Wangyu, her teacher, and Changle side. To Li wife's to be a wife. The little girl became shy and avoided to be a teacher. But in Changle's heart, she had already regarded Li Wangyu as her future husband. Back then, Li Wangyu had refused the marriage and even went as far as to be punished by Li Er. He had gone to Huayin County to become the county magistrate. This had made Changle depressed for a long time. She often hid in the palace and cried secretly. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi was so angry with Li Wangyu. His precious little cotton-padded jacket was actually crying because of this bastard Li Wangyu. He really deserved to die. Pai Lupi was an emperor, but first of all, he was a father. His good cabbage was despised by a pig. It was really annoying. Fortunately, in order to marry Su Changqing, Li Wangyu finally agreed to marry Changle, which satisfied Pai Lupi a lot. Changle was looking forward to Li Wangyu's grand wedding and joining the Lai Hot after he returned victorious from the western regions. Therefore, Changle had already changed her way of addressing Su Changqing as sister. She had already regarded herself as a member of the Lai Hot. But who would have thought that the heavens didn't fulfill people's wishes? Li Wangyu actually died in the desert. This made Pai Lupi feel sad. He also felt that he couldn't face his eldest daughter. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun still didn't know about Li Wangyu's accident from Changle. They didn't know how to tell her this cruel truth. Changle's words made Empress Jiangsun hesitate for a moment. But she still nodded and agreed. She took her daughter's hand and went to the delivery room. In the delivery room, Su Changqing had already turned pale because of the prenatal pain. Her forehead was full of bean-sized sweat. Her long hair was wet and scattered on her forehead. Seeing her like this, Changle hurriedly went up. She carefully took the warm towel from Perrin's hand and carefully wiped Su Changqing. "Sister, is it hard to give birth? Is it very painful? Just bear with it. I heard from my mother that it will be fine after the baby is born." Su Changqing reluctantly gave Changle a smile. "Changle, I'm fine." Changle slightly twisted the corner of her clothes. But Changle is a little afraid of pain. Will Changle be like this in the future? Without waiting for others to speak, Changle seemed to have made up her mind. "But if it's for my husband, Changle is not afraid of pain." Her words made Su Changqing and Empress Jiangsun's faces turn dark at the same time. Neither of them spoke, nor were they in the mood to make fun of the little girl. Empress Jiangsun hesitated for a moment. After comforting Su Changqing with a few words, she took Changle out of the delivery room. Her eldest daughter was still looking forward to the future. As a mother, she felt more and more uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. Empress Jiangsun couldn't help thinking of what her brother said to her in the palace these days. Perhaps, for Changle's good, it was time to arrange a new marriage for her. Zhang Sunchong, as her nephew, seemed to be a good choice. While Empress Jiangsun was thinking absent-mindedly, Su Changqing's painful cry came from the delivery room, interrupting her thoughts. Pai Lupi and others also became nervous at this time. In the Tang dynasty, women giving birth was really like breaking through the gates of hell, and they couldn't be careless. Even Sun Simiao, just in case, had prepared an operating room in Lai Hot early. If Su Chongqing had a difficult birth, they might have to do another cesarean section. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and other disciples, as well as Li Heng, Niu Yong, and others, were so nervous that they almost held their breaths. Fortunately, it didn't take long before a baby's loud cry came from the delivery room, which eased the tension of everyone a little. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Commandery Princess Yanling gave birth to a little girl successfully. Both mother and daughter are safe." Immediately, a female official in the palace hurried out to report the good news. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and immediately felt a sense of loss. A girl couldn't inherit Li Wangyou's title of nobility. Pai Lupi shook his head. When he was about to let the chamberlain read the decree, he heard a baby's cry again from the delivery room. 2 babies? Twins? Immediately, a female official rushed out again. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Commandery Princess Yanling gave birth to another Prince Xiaolang. They are twins, twins of a dragon and a phoenix. Both mother and child are safe." This news shocked everyone. Old butler Li Heng's knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground. "Li family ancestors bless us, old master bless us, Lang Jun has a descendant. Lang Jun has a descendant." Ma Zhou and the rest of the disciples were overjoyed. Their master's lineage wouldn't be broken. This was almost the best news they had heard in 8 months. Good, good. Yan Ling has worked hard. Pass my decree. Commandery Princess Fufeng, Li Wangyu, has worked hard and made great contributions to the country. He should return to the imperial family. Pai Lupi was so happy that he didn't even bother to let the chamberlain read the decree. He directly announced it in front of everyone. When old butler Li Heng heard that his Lang Jun could return to the imperial family, he was so excited that he almost had a stroke. He immediately knelt down again and kowtowed to Pai Lupi 3 times and 9 times. "Old slave thanks Your Majesty on behalf of Lang Jun." Before Li Heng could finish, Pai Lupi's next sentence almost made the old man faint. "Commandery Princess Fufeng, Li Wangyu, will be conferred the title of Prince of Qin. His eldest son will be conferred the title of Commandery Prince of Fufeng, and his eldest daughter will be conferred the title of Commandery Princess of Fufeng." Once this was said, everyone was shocked. What a genius. Not only did he guess that they are twins, but he also guessed that they are siblings. Amazing. Chapter 1005. King of Qin. Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were about to dissuade him, but they immediately shut their mouths again. Obviously, this title was Pai Lupi's compensation to Li Wangyu. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, Fang Xianling and the others did not want to cause more trouble and make Pai Lupi unhappy. For them, it was not unacceptable that Li Wangyu would be conferred the title of King of Qin. This was a posthumous title given by Pai Lupi to Li Wangyu. It was a sad honor. But King of Qin was not an ordinary prince. Before Pai Lupi's rebellion at the Xuanwu Gate, his title was King of Qin. King of Qin represented the state of Qin during the spring and autumn and warring states period. The titles of Qin, Jin, Qi, and Chu were the most honorable. And King of Qin represented Pai Lupi. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, except for Pai Lupi, no one else was conferred the title of King of Qin. Now that Pai Lupi had given the title of King of Qin to Li Wangyu, it could be said to be a sad honor to the extreme. Pai Lupi chose to announce Li Wangyou's posthumous title in public because he did not intend to continue hiding Li Wangyou's death. As for Li Wangyou's posthumous children, the 2 newborn children were conferred the title of King of Qin. In the eyes of the public, it was not a big deal. If Li Wangyu was conferred the title of prince, it was reasonable for his son to inherit the title of King of Qin. After the old housekeeper Li Heng's surprise, he immediately realized that Pai Lupi had used the word posthumous title. Posthumous title meant posthumous title and posthumous honor. It meant to add a title to the deceased. Your Majesty, could it be that you are mistaken? My Lang Jun, how could he be conferred the title of King of Qin? Li Heng's face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. His kneeling body began to tremble uncontrollably. Niu Yong and the others also understood Pai Lupi's words. They were all shocked, speechless. Changle's face was full of disbelief. Father, what are you talking about? What posthumous title? Li Lang, what happened to him? Empress Zhongsun sighed and reached out to hold her daughter. Changle, I'll explain it to you later. Mother, tell me clearly, what's going on? What's wrong with my husband? Changle was unwilling to listen to Empress Zhongsun. She pulled her and kept asking in a panic. Empress Zhongsun had no choice but to tell her daughter in a low voice about how Li Wangyu had encountered a sandstorm in the desert a few months ago. After hearing Empress Zhongsun's narration, Changle's body shook and she almost fainted. No, this is impossible. Mother, you must be lying to me. How did Li Lang die? It can't be. Mother, you're lying to me, right? Empress Zhongsun knew that her daughter had long been deeply in love with Li Wangyu. It was hard for her to accept this cruel reality. She didn't argue with Changle and just pulled her into her arms. The next second, Changle let out a heart-wrenching cry. In the delivery room, Su Changqing, who had just given birth to the twins, had a haggard look on his face. However, there was a smile on his face as he turned to look at the twins being taken care of by Perrin and Afro. However, Pai Lupi's words about conferring the title of Li Wangyu and Changle's cries traveled unreservedly into the delivery room. Su Changqing's pretty face, which was already pale from the delivery, instantly turned as white as a sheet. Perrin and Avro froze on the spot. They couldn't understand why such bad news would come on such a joyous day. After Su Changqing gave birth, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the title of Li Wangyu in public. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, this was very unkind, as he had no qualms about Su Changqing's feelings as Li Wangyu's wife. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was His Majesty bestowing honor upon Li Wangyu. In particular, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the titles of princesses and princesses to Li Wangyu's two posthumous children. This made Fang Xianling and the others feel that Pai Lupi was deeply attached to Li Wangyu. However, Su Changqing's body had yet to recover from the pain of childbirth when she heard such bad news. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't withstand the shock and directly fainted, causing Perrin and Avro to cry out in alarm. Fortunately, Sun Simiao and the others had been in the residence all this time and were well prepared. They immediately treated Su Changqing, allowing Su Changqing to slowly wake up again. After waking up again, Su Changqing showed the strong side of a strong woman. She stretched out her hand to summon Pei Lan and ordered, "Let Li Heng go and express his gratitude to His Majesty. Then, close the door and see the guests out. From today onwards, the Fufeng Commandery Duke's mansion will not accept any guests." Perrin didn't correct her mistake. Whether it was the Duke of Qin's residence or the Duke of Fufeng's residence, it was no longer important. If Li Wangyu really wasn't around, what difference would it make to them? The Duke of Qin's residence also closed its doors from this day onwards. Apart from Ma Zhou and the others, Su Changqing refused to see anyone else. Su Changqing also handed over Lai Hat's businesses in Cheng and city to her female army to manage. She shut herself in and focused on raising her children. After the death of Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng, who had been posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Qin, his posthumous children being conferred the titles of Duke of Fufeng and Princess of Fufeng naturally caused a great deal of discussion and uproar in Cheng and city. After confirming that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Jing clan of Xinjiang, and the other aristocratic families were just short of congratulating each other. These aristocratic families had suffered too many losses because of Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi posthumously conferred the title of Duke on Li Wangyu, Zhang Sun Chong also ran to Taiji Palace more frequently. Since Li Wangyu had died, the marriage between Changle and Li Wangyu naturally came to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji had already prepared to formally propose marriage to Pai Lupi and his sister Empress Zhang Sun, hoping that Zhang Sun Chong would marry Changle. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun discussed in private and also felt that this marriage was not bad. In history, Changle married Zhang Sun Chong in the 7th year of Zhengguan. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun did not expect that when they tactfully proposed this marriage to Changle, Changle vehemently opposed it. Father, mother, what are you talking about? I am the princess consort of Qin. It was father who bestowed this marriage to Li Wangyu. How can you let me marry cousin? Changle, don't be ridiculous. Zio is no longer in this world. How can you marry him? No, I don't care. In this life, I am a member of the Duke of Qin's residence. In death, I am a ghost of the Duke of Qin's residence. Father, mother, please grant me my wish. I would rather die than marry someone else. Nonsense. How can you mess around with the important matter of marriage? Pai Lupi angrily slammed the table and reprimanded Changle while blowing his beard and glaring at her. Changle, who was always gentle and sweet, did not say a word. She directly knelt in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun, but her expression was resolute. If father and mother insist on forcing me, then I would rather leave home and become a nun. Changle stubbornly straightened her neck. You. Pai Lupi was so angry that he was speechless for a long time. He stood up and flung his robe. Good, good. If you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for not taking into account our father-daughter relationship. Servants, take Changle back to the palace and guard her strictly. Don't let her take a step out of the palace. Empress Jiangsun saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly mediated. Erlang, Changle is still young. Don't blame her. Alas, in fact, you can't blame Changle. Who would have thought that Zio would have such an unlucky life? Hearing Empress Jiangsun mention Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi could not help but feel his heart soften. He sighed deeply and sat back down. Changle, don't blame me for being cruel. I am doing this for your own good. If it were not for Zio. Alas, how could I dissuade you? You also know how much effort I and your mother put in to make that boy agree to marry you. Changle bowed down gracefully. Father, mother, please forgive me for being unfilial. Li Lang had also been ordered by his father to go on an expedition to the western regions. That was why he had fallen in the desert. Under such circumstances, if I marry someone else, where will Li Lang's reputation be? Where will the royal family's reputation be? Father and mother, please forgive your daughter's willfulness. I will not marry anyone except Li Lang in this life. I would rather keep chastity for Li Lang and never regret it. Father and mother, please grant my wish. Changle's words moved Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun a little. Hurry up. You say it's too fast. You want me to write a few chapters after giving birth. If I write slowly, you say I am too weak. I am too difficult. Why do you all ask where Li Wangyu went? Don't worry, it's definitely not a melodramatic plot like transmigrating back to the modern world or cultivating divine skills. However, some people have already guessed most of it. In addition, it is said that twins are unlucky in ancient times. That's just a rumor. Twin births of God and Bear, auspicious and radiant, is a praise for twins. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji's first wife, Wang clan, is a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. His brother, Wang Shi, also married Princess Qingyang. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there is also a drinking game, Daughters Are Happy, and their first child is a pair of twins. This shows that twins are definitely auspicious. Old Long will not make it up. In addition, names. What are the names of the twins? Useless naming. Chapter 1006. Pai Lupi wasn't a heartless person. He also felt guilty about Li Wangyu's death. That was why he conferred Li Wangyu the title of Prince of Qin and conferred the titles of Prince and Princess of Qin as compensation. Pai Lupi's heart softened when he heard his most beloved daughter cry like this. Among his many children, he loved Changle the most. Even as early as the 5th year of Zhengguan, after Li Wangyu agreed to marry Changle, he began to prepare a dowry for Changle. The scale was several times that of Pai Lupi's sister, Princess Yongjia. For this reason, Wei Zheng even wrote a memorial to ridicule Pai Lupi with the story of Emperor Ming of Han. However, Pai Lupi didn't care how Wei Zheng, the sheep nose, stomped his feet. he still did his own thing and prepared a large amount of dowry for Tranquil. It was also because he cared too much for Tranquil that he wanted to find another husband for Tranquil and find a new husband. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Jiangsun, making such a choice was a normal decision for parents. However, Tranquil's resolute words made Pai Lupi reconsider Tranquil's opinion. As a mother, Empress Jiangsun naturally disagreed with Tranquil's words. Tranquil, do you want to be a widow for Zio for the rest of your life? Have no children and be alone for the rest of your life? No, I won't agree with you doing this. Mother, how can I have no children? Qin Wangfei just gave birth to a pair of dragon phoenix twins, aren't they my children? Nonsense. How can that be the same? After Pai Lupi calmed down, it was Empress Jiangsun's turn to be anxious. She glared at Tranquil. I won't agree with you doing this. Maid Guanyin, I think Tranquil's words are reasonable. Sigh, now that Zio just passed away, it's really inappropriate for us to rush Tranquil to remarry. Pai Lupi pondered and persuaded Empress Jiangsun, if Tranquil is willing to remarry, then let her. Erlang. How can this be? Empress Jiangsun's face suddenly became quite ugly. She never would have thought that her husband would actually allow their daughter to jump into the fire pit. Maid Guanyin, don't be impatient. Let me finish. Pai Lupi indicated for Empress Jiangsun to calm down. Tranquil, if you want to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion, that's not impossible. However, you have to wait for 3 years. 3 years later, I will let Yan Ling come forward and represent the Duke of Qin's manor in our separation. At that time, your father and mother will choose a good man for you. Are you willing? Pai Lupi's idea was also very simple. Just as Tranquil had said, Li Wangyo's body had not yet turned cold, and he had broken off the engagement. What he had done was indeed a disgrace to the royal family. In this case, it was better to let Tranquil marry into the Lai Hot. After 3 years, Tranquil would be remarried to another man. In this way, he would be able to preserve the reputation of Li Wangyu and the imperial family, and would not delay his daughter's life. In any case, the emperor's daughter did not have to worry about marriage. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, it was nothing new for a woman to remarry after a divorce. 3 years later, Tranquil would only be 15 years old. It would be a good age for marriage. In Pai Lupi's opinion, his daughter was currently grieving over Li Wangyo's sudden death. Her feelings were at their deepest. To let her marry Zhang Sun Chong at this time was indeed forcing her against her will. It was better to wait for 3 years. As time passed, his daughter's passionate feelings would naturally fade. At that time, he could let Tranquil remarry. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Empress Jiangsun immediately understood her husband's intentions. She couldn't help but nod to herself. She felt that this method was really good. All right. If Tranquil can agree to this condition, then I will agree to let you marry into the Duke of Qin's manor. Tranquil also understood the meaning in Pai Lupi's words. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed. However, Tranquil had other thoughts in her mind. In her opinion, as long as she married into Lai Hot, whether or not she would divorce 3 years later was uncertain. Pai Lupi, Tranquil, and Tranquil each harbored their own thoughts. Just like this, the marriage was decided. When Su Changqing learned of this matter, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her husband, Li Wangyu, had perished in the desert. While the entire family was in mourning, Pai Lupi actually wanted Tranquil to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor and have her take her husband's place. What was this? A ghost marriage? To Su Changqing, this matter was incomparably absurd. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. Moreover, even if Tranquil were to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor, she would still have to divorce 3 years later. This was child's play. Even though Li Wangyu was no longer present, Su Changqing was unwilling to be toyed with by the imperial family. Naturally, he rejected this absurd matter. However, after Su Changqing's rejection, Princess Tranquil personally made a trip to Dingzhou village and complained tearfully to Su Changqing, using her true feelings to move him. As a result, Su Changqing simply clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement to this marriage. What Su Changqing did not expect was that as soon as Tranquil left, Perrin and Aphrodite both knelt before him, imploring Su Changqing to take them in place of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu had been posthumously conferred the title of Empress of Qin by Pai Lupi. As an imperial prince, apart from his official wife, he could also take in 2 children and 10 concubines. Regardless of whether they were children or concubines, they would only be concubines with ranks. Children were of the 5th rank, while concubines were of the 6th rank. After news of Li Wangyu's death spread, Su Changqing had originally planned to find a good family for Perrin to marry into. Seeing her so insistent, he could only helplessly nod in agreement, agreeing to take in concubines in place of Li Wangyu, taking Perrin and Aphrodite as children of the Prince of Qin. The news that the Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu's imperial consort, Princess Yanling, was going to take Princess Tranquil as another Qin Wangfei in place of her husband caused everyone in Chang'an, from the noble families to the common people, to be stupefied. Bystanders were fine. At most, they would comment on the lack of etiquette. None of them were blind enough to jump out and make irresponsible remarks about this matter. Only Zhangsun Wuji and Zhangsun Chong were so infuriated that they were about to die. Because of this, Zhangsun Wuji fell gravely ill and took a leave of absence. After recuperating at home for several months, he finally recovered. While Zhangsun Wuji was infuriated to the point of being bedridden, Pai Lupi had his most beloved daughter of the first wife, Princess Tranquil, marry into the Prince of Qin's household in a grand fashion, becoming Li Wangyu's second imperial consort. After the hubbub, the Prince of Qin's household once again closed its doors to guests. A group of widows and orphans closed their doors, ignoring worldly affairs and refusing to see any guests. However, not long after, Li Wangyu's foreign disciple, the Prince of Persia, Balusi, came to bid farewell to his master's wife, Su Changqing. He had studied abroad in the Tang dynasty for several years. Originally, he had no intention of returning to Persia. However, after Li Wangyu's death, Balusi was deeply saddened. After taking care of Li Wangyu's funeral, he had no intention of continuing to stay in Chang'an. After bidding farewell to his master's wife and reluctantly bidding farewell to Ma Zhou and his other friends, everyone sent Balusi off at Ba Bridge. The capital of the Sassanid dynasty of Persia was located at Ardashir by the Red Sea, which was later known as Firuzabad in Iran. It was very far away from Chang'an. Balusi's group traveled lightly on horseback. However, they still traveled for half a year before finally arriving at their hometown. After learning that his son had returned from studying abroad, the Persian monarch, Yazdegerd III, was overjoyed. He personally went out of the city to welcome Balusi. "My dear child, the gods bless you. You have finally returned safely from the distant east." Yazdegerd III hugged Balusi, whom he had not seen in a long time. Balusi's elder brother, Arohan, also tightly hugged his brother. After a few words of reminiscence, Yazdegerd III pulled his son onto his horse, preparing to return to the castle. "Balusi, come. Ride my horse." Arohan asked his servant to bring his horse over. "Look, this is a precious horse that I recently got. It also comes from the east." Balusi smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to reject his elder brother's kindness, his expression froze in the next second. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Saw Luzi. God above, it is Saw Luzi. Chapter 1007. As Pai Lupi's favorite mount, Sasha Luzi's appearance was naturally quite handsome and unique. The purple swallow leaps, the bone-tongued divine steed, the spirit of the 3 rivers, the might of the 8 formations, this was Li Er's praise for Sasha Luzi. A pure purple steed was extremely rare. On the other hand, Aloran, Belo's brother, had someone bring over a fine horse that was completely purple in color and did not have a single strand of other hair. Aluo dared to swear with his own eyes that the purple horse in front of him was definitely the mount of his master, Li Wangyu of the Tang dynasty, Sasha Luzi. There was a very conspicuous scar on Sasha Luzi's chest. It was an arrow wound that Pai Lupi had received when he rode Sasha Luzi into battle. Aluo had been learning from Li Wangyu, so naturally, he was quite familiar with Sasha Luzi. Sure enough, when he called out Sasha Luzi's name in Han Chinese, Sasha Luzi, the psychic horse, also recognized him. It snorted intimately, stretched out its big head, and rubbed against Pelos's body. "Big brother, where did you get this fine horse?" After that, Barrows pulled Arlaham over and asked in a hurry. Aluo's voice was trembling because he was too nervous. In Chang'an City, everyone thought that his master, Li Wangyu, had been buried in the desert. When Li Wangyu had the accident, he rode Sasha Luzi out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he encountered a sandstorm and disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. It had been a year and a half since Li Wangyu's accident. If Sasha Luzi was safe and sound, but mysteriously appeared thousands of miles away in Persia, then did that mean that his master, Li Wangyu, was not killed? Aluo and Yazdegard III were shocked by Aluo's reaction. They did not understand what he meant. "What do you mean, Aluo? Do you know my horse?" Aluo asked, puzzled. "Brother, yes, I know this horse. It's called Sasha Luzi. Quick, tell me, where did you get this horse from? This is very important, no, very important." Aurora scratched his head in confusion. "I spent a lot of silver coins to buy this horse from a caravan a few months ago." Berlussi quickly asked, "Is the caravan still in the city?" "Of course, the owner of the caravan is a citizen of Elam." Arahan nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Elan was the name of the Persian Sassanid dynasty. Barrows pulled Arlaham over and said, "Brother, take me to the owner of the caravan." Yazdegard III was bewildered by his son's reaction. "What happened, Barrows? Is there something wrong with this horse?" Facing his father's question, although Berlussi was extremely anxious, he could only patiently explain, "Father, this horse is called Saliuzi. It was originally the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Later, His Majesty bestowed it to my master, His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty." "What?" Yazdegard III and Arlaham exclaimed at the same time and turned to look at Saliuzi in disbelief. "This horse is the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty? Which prince of the Tang dynasty is the Duke of Qin? He's your master? Then why would this fine horse appear in my Elan?" Yazdegard III and Arlaham were confused at this moment. Barrows's words made them even more confused. Barrows could only roughly explain the cause and effect of this matter to his father and brother. His Highness Duke of Qin led 150,000 troops into the desert and was unexpectedly attacked by a sandstorm. My master's whereabouts were unknown because of this, and everyone thought that he had fallen. But his mount appeared in Elan and was bought by brother. This means that my master may not have fallen in the desert. That's why I'm anxious to ask the owner of the caravan where he got Saliuzi." After hearing Barrows's explanation, Yazdegard III was also anxious. He also felt respect and admiration for the great Tang, a great power in the east. Otherwise, he would not have sent envoys to the Tang dynasty several times, and even sent his son Barrows to the Tang dynasty to study. In history, when the Sassanid dynasty was invaded by the Arabs, Yazdegard III had asked the Great Tang for help 4 times in the 12th, 13th, 21st, and 22nd years. But because the Tang dynasty was too far away from Persia, Pailupi could only reject the request. Although it was now the 6th year of Jianghu, the 2 golden ages of the Persian Sassanid dynasty had passed. Because of the constant war with the Eastern Romans, the Persians had suffered greatly, and their economy had declined. The Arabs' hooves had already appeared at the southern border of the Sassanid dynasty. Yazdegard III was already worried about the situation of the Sassanid dynasty. Asking for help from the Tang dynasty in the east was already in Yazdegard III's mind. If he could use this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Tang dynasty's Prince Qin, it would naturally be very beneficial for him to establish a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Yazdegard III immediately ordered Arohan, "This is no small matter. Arohan, immediately take Barrows to find the owner of the caravan. Make sure he tells us the origin of Saliuzi." Arohan also understood the importance of this matter and immediately nodded. He ordered Barrows to get on the horse and led dozens of soldiers to gallop into the city. The owner of the caravan who sold the horse to Arohan was also a rich man in the Sassanid dynasty. Unlike the Tang dynasty, the Persians did not focus on agriculture and ignored commerce, so his family had a lot of influence in the Sassanid dynasty. However, Arohan had received his father's order and did not care about the status of the owner. He directly led a group of Persian soldiers into the merchant's residence. That merchant had originally been hesitant to answer Arohan and Barrow's question directly. He only said that the horse was bought by the caravan from the western region and that he did not know its origin. It was not until Barrows was so angry that he pulled out a scimitar from the waist of the accompanying Persian soldiers and placed the shiny steel blade on the merchant's neck that the merchant was forced to tell the truth. After learning why Saliusi ended up in Persia, Belus was so angry that he kicked the merchant to the ground and hurriedly returned to the palace to find his father, Yazdegerd III. Father, please immediately send a messenger to Chang and to inform the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This matter cannot be delayed. I will immediately lead people to the western region to seek help from Lu Guogong of the Tang dynasty. Barrows did not care that he had just returned to his hometown and prepared to set off again. The distance from Ardashir in Persia to Gaochang was 7,000 to 8,000 miles. Moreover, there were no well-equipped relay stations along the way like in the Tang dynasty. No matter how fast they traveled, it would still take a month or two to get there. Barrows was worried about Li Wanyo's safety, so he did not care about his own fatigue. Yazdegerd III hugged his son and said, "My child, go. The gods will protect you and your master." Barrows knelt down on one knee and said goodbye to his father. Then, he led the people that Yazdegerd III had prepared for him and mounted Saliusi. They set off again toward the east. Amnesia? That's impossible. This old dragon is not writing a drama about Xiong Yao's bitter love. Amnesia my ass. What system, cultivation, time travel, all of that is impossible. Chapter 1008. In human history, during the Cold Weapons era, the record holder for the fastest speed was the Mongol cavalry during Genghis Khan's era. The Mongol cavalry could maintain an average speed of 90 to 95 kilometers a day. When Huatsubing and Wei Qing chased the Xiongnu, they could reach 80 to 100 kilometers a day. As for the record holder, it was the Eight Banners cavalry who set a record of 180 kilometers a day during the Shun rule of the Qing dynasty. As for Belusi's group, they were all like the Mongol cavalry, each of them being given 3 horses. Under Belusi's constant urging, they traveled day and night toward the east. 7,000 to 8,000 miles took Belusi just a month to reach Gaochang city. His speed was comparable to the Mongol cavalry. Qing Yaojin naturally recognized Belusi. When he learned that Li Wanyo's disciple, the Persia Prince Belusi, wanted to meet him, he was a little stunned. When Qing Yaojin ordered his men to bring in Belusi, who was so thin that he was almost out of shape after a month of hard work, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Belusi, how did you end up like this? Why didn't you stay in Chang'an City? Why did you come to Gaochang City?" Qing Yaojin did not know that Belusi had returned to Persia, so he asked. "Duke, half a year ago, I said goodbye to His Majesty and Master's wife and returned to Persia," Belusi explained. "Then why did you come to Gaochang City instead of Persia?" Qing Yaojin did not understand. Belusi did not explain, directly ordering people to bring Sasha Luzi in. "Duke, look at this horse." Due to rushing for 7,000 to 8,000 miles, even a horse like Sasha Luzi was so tired that its fur was not as bright. However, Qing Yaojin was able to recognize it right away. The old hooligan jumped up like he had seen a ghost. "Isn't this Sasha Luzi?" "Belusi, tell me, where did you find Sasha Luzi?" "Since Sasha Luzi is still alive, then is Zio okay? Where is he now?" Belusi smiled bitterly. "Duke, this is the reason why I rushed from Persia to Gaochang City. After I returned to my homeland, I accidentally discovered that someone had sold Saliusi to my homeland. Moreover, it just so happened that it was sold to my elder brother. It was a long story, so Belusi did not keep Qing Yaojin in suspense. He told Qing Yaojin everything that he knew, spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that back in the city of Ardashir, the Persian merchant was forced to reveal the truth as he had no other choice. Shaluzi was indeed brought back from the western regions by his caravan. However, it wasn't purchased through any proper channels. It was stolen goods. Due to the enormous profits from trade between the East and the West, the Silk Road of the Western regions had attracted countless caravans, transporting all sorts of precious goods and treasures back and forth. From a certain point of view, the Silk Road could be called the Golden Road, and the caravans were like flowing rivers of gold. Such a huge amount of wealth attracted not only many merchant groups, but also many bandits. Other than the challenges of nature such as sandstorms, quicksand, and lack of water, the biggest enemies of the caravans were the various bandits and desert robbers of the western regions. These bandits and desert robbers would often choose to ambush caravans that were resting at night, killing and robbing. They were very vicious. However, no matter how vicious the bandits and desert robbers were, the gold, silver, and jewels they robbed could not be eaten or drunk. Therefore, these bandits and desert robbers of the western regions all had their own channels to dispose of their stolen goods. They would hand over the gold, silver, jewels, and precious porcelain to the caravans that colluded with them. The caravans would then sell these stolen goods and exchange them for the weapons, equipment, food, wine, and even women that the bandits and desert robbers needed. The Persian merchant who sold Sasha Luzi to Arohan and his caravan were engaged in such activities. According to him, Sasha Luzi had been acquired by his caravan from a group of desert bandits named Black Sand, who were entrenched in the desert. Because the desert robbers mostly used camels as their mounts, even if Sasha Luzi was a rare horse, it was not very useful to the desert robbers. Therefore, it was handed over to the caravan for them to dispose of the stolen goods. The owner of the caravan would never have thought that after more than 10 years of colluding with the desert robbers to dispose of their stolen goods, he would be overthrown because of a horse. He also did not expect that Prince Belus would recognize the horse from the east 7 to 8,000 miles away from the western regions, not to mention how regretful the owner of the caravan was and how Yazdegerd III would punish him. After hearing Belus' words, Qing Yaojin's mouth was so wide open that his fist could be stuffed in. Damn it, Sasha Luzi actually fell into the hands of the desert robbers? Is Zio also in the hands of the desert robbers? Belus shook his head. I don't know about this. That merchant also did not know the whereabouts of Master. He only received the stolen goods from the desert robbers. As for the origin of the stolen goods, they did not care at all. However, I suspect that Master lost his way because of the sandstorm and was accidentally captured by the desert robbers. Sasha Luzi was handed over to the caravan to dispose of their stolen goods, and Master might still be imprisoned in the desert robbers' lair. Duke, I rushed here from my homeland to ask you to immediately send troops to attack the desert robbers' lair and rescue Master. He rushed to Gaochang in such a hurry because he was worried that something would happen if he delayed. In fact, Belus also did not know whether Li Wangyu was still alive or not. With the way the desert robbers did things, they did not have the habit of leaving people alive. Moreover, it had been 15 to 16 months since Li Wangyu went missing. Even if Li Wangyu was still alive, he must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Belus was secretly anxious. Qing Yaojin's face was fierce as if he was about to devour someone. He roared angrily, "Where is the lair of the Black Sand desert robbers? Belus, do you know where it is?" Belus nodded. That merchant did tell me. It is said that it is in the desert, in an oasis called Swan Lake. That is the lair of the desert robbers. He reached out and took out a roll of parchment. Duke, this is the map I asked the merchant to draw. This is Swan Lake. Qing Yaojin snatched the parchment and looked at it carefully. He could not help but curse, damn it, they actually hid so far away. No wonder the army of more than 100,000 couldn't find them after searching for so long. The Ting'er Desert was the fourth largest desert in Wuxia. It was nearly 500 miles long from north to south and 300 miles wide from east to west. The Swan Lake on the map was 200 to 300 miles away from the place where Li Wangyu was killed. It was already in the territory of the Shui-Intua Khanate in the north of the desert. The army searched everywhere in the desert, but they only searched about 100 miles around the starting point. They did not expect Sasha Luzi to run so far away to the desert robbers' lair. Qing Yaojin immediately ordered people to call a few guides and asked them to identify the specific location of the desert robbers' lair on the map. The guide said that they were not familiar with the location marked on the map and could only try to lead the army forward. This was actually very normal. In an era without satellite navigation, even the most experienced guides were only familiar with a few routes across the desert. In the vast desert, there were forbidden areas for life everywhere. In addition, the desert robbers were rampant. It was normal for these guides not to know the specific route. Qing Yaojin saw that the guides were also not able to determine the specific location of the desert robbers' lair and could not help but feel a little annoyed. Damn it, I don't care so much. Send someone to deliver the news back to Chang and at once. I will personally take a trip there. I don't believe that those damn desert robbers can rebel. Qing Yaojin was worried about Li Wangyo's safety. After handing over the affairs of the western region to Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, he personally led 10,000 cavalry and returned to the desert, preparing to attack the desert robbers' lair and rescue Li Wangyu. Chapter 1009. Ever since Li Wangyo's accident, Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops that followed Li Wangyu, Qing Chumo and the other playboys, as well as Mi Tuo and the others who came from Chang'an, led 10,000 Tang soldiers and stayed in the oasis. Everyone's mood was different. Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops did not want to return to Chang'an because they felt guilty and regretful. As Li Wangyo's troops, they were unable to protect their Langjun. This made Niu Wu and the others feel ashamed to return to Chang'an and see Su Changqing. Therefore, even though they were sure that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops still searched the desert every day in vain. Rather than saying that Niu Wu and the others were searching for Li Wangyu, it was better to say that they were exiling themselves. Qing Chumo and the other playboys were sad because of their brotherly love and planned to pay respects to Li Wangyu at the place where he died. When the army returned from the western region, they were ready to leave. In comparison, the most depressed person was Mi Tuo. Pai Lupi had said that if he could not find Li Wangyu, he did not need to return to Chang'an. This meant that he wanted to see Li Wangyu if he was alive, and his corpse if he was dead. But in this vast desert, where could he find Li Wangyu's corpse? Therefore, the miserable Mi Tuo could only lead the spies of the 100 Cavalry Department and eat sand in the desert in vain. The camp where 10,000 Tang soldiers were stationed was lifeless every day. There was not a trace of cheerfulness to be seen. Even if the Western Punitive Expedition Army was unstoppable in the western region, it would not affect this place. But when Qing Yaojin led Bei Lucy and 10,000 Tang cavalry back to the oasis, the whole camp was in an uproar. Niu Wu, the one-eyed man, hugged Sha Luzi's neck and cried. He never thought that his Langjun would still have a chance to live. After Niu Wu vented his emotions with everyone, he immediately knelt down with red eyes in front of Qing Yaojin. Duke, please give the order immediately. I'm willing to be the vanguard of the army and flatten the lair of those damn bandits. The Lai hot troops all gnashed their teeth and knelt down on one knee, asking Qing Yaojin for permission to fight. Please give the order, Duke, so that we can avenge our previous disgrace. Qing Yaojin understood the intentions of Niu Wu and the others, and naturally nodded in agreement. The army stayed in the oasis for a day to replenish their water. Then, under the lead of dozens of guides, they headed toward the north of the desert. Actually, Qing Yaojin's decision was very risky. After all, the guide wasn't familiar with the desert and might get lost. It was also hard to guarantee that they would find a water source along the way. If it were not for the desert, the army would have been able to cover the distance of 200 to 300 miles in 1 or 2 days. But in the desert, even though it was an unfamiliar desert, a journey of 200 to 300 miles would take more than 10 days or even longer. The safest way was to send out a large number of scouts and guides to find the exact location of the desert bandits before the army set off. But whether it was Qing Yaojin, Bei Lucy, Niu Wu, Qing Chumo, or even Mi Tuo, they didn't want to wait any longer. Therefore, the army of 20,000 directly carried enough supplies and plunged into the vast desert. While the army of 20,000 was still searching for the lair of the desert bandits, the news of Bei Lucy finding Sasha Luzi in Persia had already been sent back to Chang'an and presented to Pai Lupi. This incredible news instantly caused an uproar in Chang'an. Pai Lupi was so shocked that he slapped the table and stood up. Li Wangyou's disciples were all crying tears of joy. In King Qin's mansion, Su Changqing hugged his son and daughter and cried again. Since Sasha Luzi is still alive, then maybe Li Wangyou is still alive. This was the unanimous thought of everyone who cared about Li Wangyou. Qing Yaojin led the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty and suffered a lot in the desert. After getting lost several times and almost dying of thirst in the desert, the scouts in front finally came back with good news. Swan Lake had been found. Speaking of which, finding Swan Lake was also due to luck. According to Bei Lucy, the reason why Swan Lake was called Swan Lake was because the lake covered a large area. Every spring and autumn, swans would fly to the lake and stay there, hence the name. And the scouts happened to find flocks of swans flying in the air. Following the tracks of those swans, they accidentally found the lake and the desert bandits' camp hidden in the sand dunes. According to the scouts' observation, this desert bandit group called Black Sand was indeed very large. There were no less than 2,000 desert bandits gathered in the camp. Of course, 2,000 desert bandits was a disaster for the caravan, but in front of the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, it was not worth mentioning. After Qing Yaojin received the report from the scouts, he immediately led the army to attack. When the black mass of Tang cavalry appeared from the sand dunes in all directions, the desert bandits at Swan Lake were horrified to find that they were surrounded and could not escape even if they had wings. 20,000 fully armed and brightly armored elite cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty could deal with more than 2,000 desert bandits without any suspense. When the Tang cavalry rushed down from the sand dunes, the desert bandits even lost the will to resist and directly chose to raise their hands and surrender. The leader of the desert bandits could never imagine why the Tang cavalry would appear here, let alone why the Tang army would encircle and annihilate them. Niu Wu and the foppish lords immediately rushed into the bandits' lair and led their men to search inside and out, but they did not find any trace of Li Wangyou. This made everyone's heart turn cold. Could it be that Li Wangyou had really been murdered by these damned desert bandits? The Tang army dragged the leader of the desert bandits in front of Qing Yaojin like a dead dog. This great bandit who had rebuked the desert for more than 10 years no longer had the prestige of the past and kept kowtowing to Qing Yaojin to beg for mercy. Spare my life, Lang Jun, spare my life. King B TCH, cut the crap. Let me ask you, do you know this horse? Where is its owner? Has he been harmed by you? If you dare to lie, I will immediately order my men to chop you into minced meat. Qing Yaojin grabbed the leader's collar and roared with a murderous look. The leader of the desert bandits looked up with fear and trepidation. When he saw Sha Luzi's appearance, he gasped. He finally understood the reason for today's disaster. Lang Jun, spare my life. We did not harm the owner of this horse, we did not harm him. Du Fu, he is my wife's brother-in-law. How could I harm him? Qing Yaojin's eyes opened like copper bells. Nonsense, what Du Fu? Who is that? It is the owner of this horse. Lang Jun, please understand, I dare not lie. If you do not believe me, you can summon my wife and ask her. In order to survive, the leader of the desert bandits kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. His intestines were now green with regret. He felt that Du Fu was actually a person that he could not help. Obviously, the Tang army that had surrounded his camp was here for this person. Qing Yaojin was a little suspicious and immediately ordered the soldiers to summon the wife of the bandit leader for questioning. Not long after, a young woman was brought in front of Qing Yaojin. The woman bowed to Qing Yaojin. Du Qing greets Lang Jun. Let me ask you, are you the wife of this bandit? The woman immediately shook her head and cried. I dare to let Lang Jun know that I am not his wife. I was originally from Lizhou and my name is Du Qing. I was kidnapped by this group of bandits. In order to survive, I was forced to give myself to the bandits. I had been hoping day and night to be rescued from the sea of bitterness. When Qing Yaojin and the others heard this, they understood that this so-called wife of the leader was the wife of the bandit leader who was kidnapped. Niu Wu suddenly walked in front of the woman. I feel that you look very familiar, as if I have seen you before. After the woman raised her eyes to look at Niu Wu, she immediately bowed again. Lang Jun, did you forget that in Lizhou, you and Li Gong saved me and my father? Niu Wu suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was the father and daughter that he and Li Wangyu had saved from Wuxia Xianxia's 2 disappointing sons at Lizhou restaurant. Little Miss Du, who is the Du Fu that the bandit was talking about? It is Li Gong. Li Gong was really not harmed by these bandits? Niu Wu asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Du Qing immediately shook her head. No, I lied and said that he was my brother. Li Gong changed his name to Du Fu and these bandits did not know his identity. When she said this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Li Wangyu was really still alive. Niu Wu quickly asked, my Lang Jun, where is he now? Du Qing shook her head again. I also do not know. Chapter 10:10. Back to a year and a half ago, on a whim, Li Wangyu rode Sasha Luzi to the sand dune to watch the sunset in the desert, but he did not expect to be attacked by a sandstorm. This sandstorm was extremely fierce. Before Li Wangyu rode back to the camp, it had already swept over with the power to destroy the world. It was difficult for people who had not been to the desert and experienced a sandstorm to understand how powerful the sandstorm in the desert was. The man and the horse were immediately shrouded in the sandstorm. As far as the eye could see, there was only yellow sand in the sky. It was almost impossible to see the 5 fingers of one's hand and breathing became difficult. Li Wangyu was shocked, but he could only rely on his impression to urge Sasha Luzi to run in the direction of the camp. The violent wind carried a large amount of sand and stones, flying all over the sky. Li Wangyu only felt that his skin exposed outside his clothes was burned by the sand and stones. He wanted to call for help, but he could not open his mouth at all. Before Li Wangyu ran to a safe place, a fist-sized stone swept up by the wind hit his ribs hard. The severe pain made Li Wangyu's vision suddenly turn black and he fainted, lying softly on Sasha Luzi's body. Although Sasha Luzi was a precious horse, it had never encountered such a situation. Under the shock and without Li Wangyu's control, it instinctively ran out in the direction of the sandstorm. This run took a full 2 to 4 hours. With Sasha Luzi's speed, when Li Wangyu woke up again, it was at least 70 to 80 miles away from the Tang camp. Li Wangyu naturally did not know this. After he woke up, he was about to straighten up, but he could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly covered his ribs with his hands. The severe pain made him immediately realize that his ribs must have been broken when he was attacked by the sandstorm. But this was a small matter. As long as he returned to the camp, there would naturally be a military doctor with the army to deal with it. At this time, the sandstorm had passed, but the sky was already dark. Looking up, there was only a sky full of stars and a bright moon. What was worse was that Li Wangyu only went out to walk the horse. On Sasha Luzi's back, he didn't bring any food or water. Li Wangyu endured the intense pain in his ribs and urged the equally exhausted Sasha Luzi to climb up a nearby sand dune. With the help of the moonlight, Li Wangyu looked around, but his heart turned cold. Where was the Tang army's camp and the oasis in sight? Obviously, when he was unconscious, Sasha Luzi carried him and ran to some unknown place. He also did not know where the Tang army camp was. He couldn't help but shout, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm here." There was silence all around. Apart from the sound of Feng Lu Zi's breathing, there was no other sound. Now that both men and horses were tired, Li Wangyu could only reluctantly drive Sasha Luzi down the sand dune. He found a place where there was no wind, endured the pain in his ribs and rolled down the horse's back. He planned to rest for the night and then find a way out. He was still hoping that after sunrise, Niu Wu and the other playboys would lead the army to find him. How could Li Wangyu expect that in the sandstorm, Sasha Luzi ran 70 to 80 miles in one breath? Moreover, the horse's hoof prints were completely covered by the sandstorm. Niu Wu and the others searched everywhere, but found nothing. This night, Li Wangyu was awakened by the cold several times. He curled up beside Sasha Luzi, relying on Sasha Luzi's body temperature to ensure that he would not freeze to death. As a person who had died once, Li Wangyu was more and more afraid of death. It was not that he was afraid of the consequences of death, but he was afraid that he would never see Su Changqing and his unborn child again. Relying on his strong will to live, Li Wangyu endured the pain and hunger. He survived this long night and welcomed the rising sun. Thirsty, hungry, and tired, he managed to climb onto Sasha Luzi's back and urged Sasha Luzi to quickly find the way back to the camp. In fact, Sasha Luzi's current situation was not much better than Li Wangyu's. Yesterday evening, because of fear, it ran 70 to 80 miles in the sand. Now, like Li Wangyu, it was thirsty and hungry. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu kept urging it on horseback, Sasha Luzi could only slowly walk on the sand with difficulty, looking for the way back to the camp. Li Wangyu did not know that the direction he and Sasha Luzi were walking in was exactly the opposite of the Tang army camp. One man and one horse were exhausted as they trudged through the desert with great difficulty. When the sun set in the west again, Li Wangyu could no longer hold on because of his injuries and the fact that he had not eaten or drunk water for an entire day. His body was limp as he lay on Sasha Luzi's body that was also swaying. His eyes were lifeless as he looked into the distance. Just before Li Wangyu was about to lose consciousness, he seemed to see a few blurry figures on the distant horizon. Li Wangyu's dry throat barely spat out a sentence, "Save me." Then his head tilted and he completely fainted. When Li Wangyu was once again stimulated by the severe pain and woke up, he was shocked to find that his hands and feet were tied, like a commodity placed horizontally between the humps of a camel. Every time the camel bumped, it stimulated the wound on his waist. It was so painful that the beads of sweat on his forehead immediately fell down. Li Wangyu immediately realized that before he fainted, the figures he saw were not the reinforcements he expected. It seemed to be different from what he imagined. He resisted the pain and did not let himself groan. He pretended to be unconscious and secretly looked around. He saw that he was in a camel caravan. His beloved horse, Sasha Luzi, was also tied behind the camel and was moving forward with the camel caravan. The people on the camels around him were obviously not good people. Their ferocious appearance, the weapons at their waists. In addition to his current tied-up appearance, Li Wangyu immediately thought of a word: desert bandits. Li Wangyu could not help but secretly complain in his heart. He was too damn unlucky to fall into the hands of these vicious desert bandits. He was afraid that he would suffer. While he was thinking about how to get away, he heard someone talking in the camel caravan. "Big brother, this kid doesn't have a single copper coin on him. But this golden token should still be worth some money. In addition, his horse is a good horse. I estimate that it can be sold to those profiteers for a lot of money." Li Wangyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not good. The golden token that the man mentioned was most likely the goldfish talisman that represented his identity as a county duke of the Tang dynasty. His identity information was on it. If this group of desert bandits knew his true identity, he was afraid that it would be even more troublesome. Li Wangyu did not think that these lawless desert bandits would treat him with courtesy just because he was the county duke of the Tang dynasty. Before he led the army into the desert, he had heard about these desert bandits from the guides in Dunhuang County. Not only were they not afraid of the government army, but even the officials of the Tang dynasty had been attacked and kidnapped by them. Anyway, if the Tang army wanted to encircle them, they would retreat to the vast desert. As long as they could not find their nest, even the Tang army would find it difficult to exterminate them in the desert. While Li Wangyu was worried, he heard the man continue to say, "Big brother, what is written on this golden token?" "Damn it, you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Do you want me to tie you up and bring back a poor man to teach you how to read?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he suddenly felt relieved. Thanks to the poor education level of the Tang dynasty, illiterates were everywhere. It seemed that it was not without benefits. A group of desert bandits actually did not have a single literate person. This saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 10-11. Just as Li Wangyu was rejoicing that the group of desert bandits were all illiterate, the conversation between the desert bandits made his chrysanthemum tighten. "Big brother, why do you want to bring this kid back? Why don't you just kill him?" The desert bandit who spoke before spoke again. The bandit leader spat at that person. "Bah, what do you know? This kid's skin was soft and tender, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was also a valuable commodity. After a while, when those barbarian merchants come to collect the goods, we'll sell this kid and his horse to those merchants. This kid can also be sold for money? Why would those barbarian merchants buy him? You don't know, the Persians like men, even more so than the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this kid is exotic in Persia, he's even more popular. TSK, there's such a thing? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed those hostages. Wouldn't that be a waste? Waste my ass, those people are either old or have thick skin and are unbearably vulgar. Why would the barbarian merchants be willing to spend money to buy them? What's the point of keeping them? Big brother is indeed wise, looks like this hunting trip wasn't in vain. Tell the brothers to be more careful these days, don't go out hunting for the time being. Now that the Tang army has crossed the border to attack the western regions, we shouldn't ask for trouble. Don't worry, big brother, we won't touch the tigers but... Oh right, big brother, this kid isn't also from the Tang army, is he? The bandit leader shook his head. That's impossible, the scouts reported that the nearest Tang army is still 100 miles away. If he's from the Tang army, he can't run that far alone. Looking at this kid's delicate appearance, he's probably a young master from some aristocratic family, thinking that the desert is a place to go for an outing, and came here to die. Who cares who he is, in short, since he's fallen into our hands, it's not up to him. That's right, that's the truth. The group of desert bandits spoke happily, but Li Wangyou's heart was cold. If what these bandits said was true, and he was sold to Persia as a prostitute, then he'd rather kill himself. For the next few days, Li Wangyou was thinking about how to escape, but those desert bandits didn't give him any chance at all. Other than feeding him some food and water to ensure that he wouldn't starve to death, he didn't pay any attention to him at all. When the desert bandits were resting, they would tie him up like a dumpling with cowhide rope, making him unable to move at all. In the eyes of the desert bandits, Li Wangyou was just a commodity. This made Li Wangyou, who had prepared a bellyful of excuses to fool these desert bandits, unable to use them. He felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. The desert bandits wandered around the desert for a few days before returning to their lair. Li Wangyou was still tied up and thrown on the camel's back like a cargo. When he crossed the top of the last sand dune, the scenery in front of him made Li Wangyou feel refreshed. What a tranquil and serene desert lake. Below the sand dune, tens of thousands of malin flowers were in full bloom around the lake. The lake water was clear and bright, and wild ducks, gray cranes, and swans were flying up and down on the lake, adding a bit of vitality. There was a camp by the lake, which was obviously the lair of the desert bandits. Li Wangyou cursed in his heart. It was a pity that such a magnificent desert lake was actually occupied by these damned desert bandits. It was really a waste of God's gift. Now that Li Wangyou couldn't even take care of himself, he could only say a few words of regret in his heart. As for what would happen next, he had no idea. But as the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. Li Wangyou didn't expect that in the desert bandits' camp, he would actually meet the father and daughter that he and Su Chongqing had saved from the hands of Wuxia Xianxia's two disappointing sons when they left home to travel to Lizhou. And it was precisely this father and daughter pair that had temporarily saved Li Wangyou, preventing him from being sold to the Persian merchants like Shaluzi. This father and daughter pair, after leaving Lizhou, took the 10 taels of gold that Wuxia Xianxia had given them as compensation and prepared to seek refuge with their relatives. But their relatives died unexpectedly, and the father and daughter pair had no choice but to run to Dunhuang County, planning to make a living here. Ever since Dunhuang County was established as a trade hub, it became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of people from the Central Plains who came to make a living here. In the end, this father and daughter pair didn't even have time to settle down in Dunhuang County before they met with desert bandits halfway. That woman was called Du Qing, and she was harassed by Wuxia Xianxia's two sons back then. Naturally, she had some beauty. Du Qing was valued by the leader of the desert bandits and was directly snatched back to be his wife. As a weak woman, Du Qing could only helplessly enter the bandits' lair to protect herself. When Li Wangyou was captured by the desert bandits and brought back to their lair, Du Qing recognized at a glance the benefactor that had saved her and her father a few years ago in Lizhou. Thus, Du Qing lied and said that Li Wangyu was her younger brother. Li Wangyu also took advantage of the situation and named himself Du Fu, acknowledging this sister. The leader of the desert bandits doted on the woman he had snatched, so he didn't continue to make things difficult for Li Wangyu and allowed him to stay in the desert bandits' camp beside Swan Lake. Of course, even if Li Wangyu escaped the fate of being sold to Persia, his life in the desert bandits' camp was also difficult. Those desert bandits completely treated him as a servant, ordering him around and ordering him to do things. They would beat and scold him at every turn. As for eating and drinking, they were leftovers, barely surviving. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's brain was considered smart. After recovering from the injury between his ribs, he immediately asked Du Qing for help to think of a way to get him some wine. There were many wild grapes beside Swan Lake. Li Wangyu picked some and tried to make wine with them. After confirming that the wine was good, Li Wangyu asked Du Qing to give the wine to the leader of the desert bandits to taste. He said that he knew how to make wine and was willing to make these good wines for the desert bandits. The desert bandits naturally loved wine. After tasting such good wine, they were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Li Wangyu's life in the desert bandits' lair finally improved after being captured for a few months. The leader of the desert bandits specially ordered people to prepare a house for him to live in and make wine. At the same time, he didn't have to eat and eat. At least he could see some meat. And those desert bandits didn't punch and kick him at every turn. Li Wangyu's personal safety was finally guaranteed. But how could Li Wangyu be willing to give up like this? He was still worried about his unborn child and his wife, Su Changqing. At every moment, his mind was not thinking about how to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. In this matter, Du Qing couldn't help at all. She didn't have any freedom to speak of. She was just a captive that was being toyed with by the leader of the desert bandits. And to escape from the hands of more than 2,000 desert bandits in the vast desert was easier said than done. This desert, to Li Wangyu, was an island prison with nowhere to escape. Even if he risked his life to escape from the desert bandits' lair, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to cross the desert and find his way home. Under such helplessness, Li Wangyu was trapped in the desert bandits' lair for more than a year. Until one day, when he went out to collect wild grapes as usual, he chanced upon something. Finally, he found a glimmer of hope to escape from the desert bandits' lair. Chapter 10-12. Li Wangyu did not expect that there would be rubber grass in the desert bandits' lair, Swan Lake. In fact, he did not know about rubber grass. After all, not many people in later generations had seen this kind of thing. Even the name rubber grass, Li Wangyu occasionally saw it when surfing the internet. It was not until that day when he collected wild grapes and brought them back to the desert bandits' camp to prepare wine that he noticed that the corner of his clothes was rubbed with some milky white gelatinous substance. He wanted to wipe it with his hand, but found that the gelatinous substance had solidified. And this kind of elastic solid substance made Li Wangyu's mind immediately flash a lightning: natural rubber. In the desert bandits' camp, of course, natural rubber would not appear inexplicably. The only possibility was that when he went out to collect wild grapes by the lake, his clothes were rubbed with the gelatinous substance of the rubber grass. After it solidified, this small piece of natural rubber was left. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately rushed out of the desert bandits' camp like a whirlwind and ran to the area where he had collected wild grapes. After a careful search, Li Wangyu finally found a plant that looked like a dandelion. One of the stem veins had been broken, and there was also a milky white elastic gelatinous substance on it. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. After confirming the appearance of the rubber grass, he searched around and found a lot of rubber grass. This unexpected surprise suddenly gave Li Wangyu hope of escape. He had been caught by the desert bandits for a year. His wife in Cheng and should have already given birth to his child. The idea of going home was always stimulating him, almost driving him crazy. Li Wangyu took the opportunity to make wine for the desert bandits and secretly collected a lot of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to make some explosives. He even thought of using these explosives to threaten the desert bandit leader in exchange for a chance to escape. But when he calmed down, he had no choice but to give up this almost suicidal idea. In any case, as long as he was alive, there was hope to go home. The unexpected discovery of the rubber grass immediately reminded Li Wangyu of the sand boat that he and Su Changqing had come up with when the army was crossing the desert. When Su Changqing was traveling in North America, he had seen people playing with this strange thing called a sand boat in the desert. Simply put, a sand boat was like a sailboat sailing in the desert. Its structure was also very simple. The lower part was a wooden board with 4 rubber wheels, and above it was a sail supported by a movable mast. Piloting a sand boat was like piloting a sailboat, using the wind to propel the sand boat to move quickly in the desert. With the help of the wind, the sand boat could even reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour in the desert. In the end, Li Wangyu did not choose to use the sand boats as a tool for the army to cross the desert. However, because they did not have rubber tires, they could only give up. Now that he had found rubber grass in the desert robbers' camp, it meant that he could collect natural rubber to make tires and use the sand boat as a tool to escape the desert robbers' camp. As long as he grasped the right timing, even if those desert bandits died of exhaustion, they would not be able to catch up to him. After all, when a camel ran, its fastest speed was only about 40 kilometers per hour, and it did not last long. As long as there was wind, the sand boat could travel with the wind and quickly escape. Now, there were only 2 problems that needed to be solved. The first was how to collect rubber to make tires. The second was that he did not know how to operate a sail, so he needed to slowly figure it out. However, these 2 problems were not difficult. First, he did not need the inflatable tires of the future. He only needed to make 4 elastic solid tires. Although natural rubber that had not been treated was not resistant to aging, this did not affect Li Wangyu. He made the tires only for escaping and did not need to use them for a long time. The only way he could think of was to make a few tire molds, and then collect rubber grass glue every day and inject it into the molds to let it solidify into natural rubber. When the glue filled the molds, the result would be a round natural rubber tire. Although the tire made this way would definitely be very weak in terms of strength and durability, Li Wangyu did not care so much. As for learning how to operate a sail, he had also thought of a way. Swan Lake covered a large area and there was a large amount of fish resources in the lake. However, these desert bandits were lazy people. Otherwise, they would not rely on robbery for a living. Therefore, they naturally would not do something like fishing. Therefore, Li Wangyu asked Du Qing to help plead with the desert bandit leader. He was willing to go into the lake to fish for the desert bandits to improve their meals. Naturally, the desert bandits would not refuse such a thing. In any case, Swan Lake was surrounded by a vast desert, so there was no need to worry about Li Wangyu escaping with the boat. The desert bandit leader happily agreed to Li Wangyu's request. He also asked the artisans they had captured in the camp to build a small boat according to Li Wangyu's request. Unlike the traditional boat of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu asked the artisans to install a sail on the boat. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use the opportunity of helping the desert bandits fish to practice how to operate a sail. Li Wangyu had never touched a sail before. When he first started practicing, the sailboat was not obedient at all and kept spinning in the water. This made the desert bandits treat it as a joke. They pointed at it and made fun of it. He did not care about the desert bandits' mockery. Every day, he repeatedly went to the lake to practice steering the boat. He also collected rubber grass by the lake and injected it into the tire mold. After practicing for almost half a year, Li Wangyu's ability to operate a sail had reached the point of perfection. The 4 rubber tires had also been completed. The conditions for escaping were finally ripe. He originally wanted to take Du Qing and his daughter with him to escape. However, after Du Qing learned of his escape plan, he shook his head and refused. "Duke, if you take me and my father, you will have 2 more burdens. We may not be able to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. I am willing to stay behind and cover for Duke and wait here for Duke to lead the army to save me." Li Wangyu knew that Du Qing's words were not wrong. If the sand boat carried 3 people, its speed would inevitably be slowed down a lot. Moreover, they would have to prepare food and water for 3 people, which would be heavier. Du Qing's father was also missing a leg. If he wanted to escape with them, it would be very inconvenient. Li Wangyu was not a hypocritical person. He immediately promised Du Qingmiang, "Don't worry. I, Li Wangyu, swear to the heavens that after I successfully escape back to the Tang dynasty, I will immediately lead the army to eliminate the desert bandits and rescue Qingmiang. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Du Qing quickly bowed and said, "Duke, you are too serious. I naturally believe in Duke." Therefore, Li Wangyu finally chose to escape alone. But neither he nor Du Qing could have expected that less than 10 days after Li Wangyu successfully escaped from the desert bandits' camp, Qing Yaojin, that old scoundrel, would lead the great Tang iron cavalry, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, swiftly exterminating the desert bandits and rescuing Du Qing and his daughter. In other words, if Li Wangyu had continued to stay in the desert bandits' camp, he would have been rescued and could return to Cheng and to see his wife and child. However, fate made fools of people. Li Wangyu did not expect that because he had escaped 10 days earlier, he had escaped from the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Chapter 10:13. When Li Wangyu was ready, he used the excuse of going out to fish as an excuse and drove the small sailboat, which was very unusual in the eyes of the desert bandits, down the lake as usual. However, this time, the desert robber who was in charge of keeping watch at the bandit camp was shocked to find that Li Wangyu had actually steered the sailboat straight past Swan Lake and landed on the opposite shore. This kind of thing was naturally absolutely forbidden. The desert bandits immediately blew their copper whistles and loudly warned their companions in the desert bandits' camp. Not long after, hundreds of camels rushed out of the desert bandits' camp, went around Swan Lake, and rushed straight to the opposite shore. Li Wangyu also knew that his whereabouts would be exposed immediately, but he did not panic. He had carefully calculated that from the time the desert bandits rushed out of the camp to the time they drove the camels to the other side of the lake, it would take at least half an hour. And this time was enough for him to assemble the sand boat and escape with the help of the wind. After familiarizing himself with the sail, it became easy to drive the sand boat. When Li Wangyu had asked the craftsman to build the small sailboat, he had secretly installed 2 axles at the bottom of the boat. When he dragged the small sailboat up the sand, he directly installed the rubber tires and the sand boat was assembled. With the sail raised, the sand boat began to slowly accelerate under the push of the wind, and then it went faster and faster. But the desert bandits had never expected that before they went around the lake and caught Li Wangyu, they would be shocked to find that Li Wangyu was driving the small sailboat in the desert and it was getting faster and faster. Not long after, they saw the white sail go around a sand dune and disappear in front of everyone's eyes. They had seen a ghost. A boat could travel in the desert? Many of the desert bandits rubbed their eyes hard, wondering if they were hallucinating. The scene in front of them had completely overturned the 3 views of the desert bandits. Some of the superstitious desert bandits had even turned over and got off their camels, and began to kowtow in the direction of Li Wangyu's sand boat. Other than the gods in heaven, they could not imagine who else could drive a boat in the desert, and at such a fast speed, as if the sand had turned into flowing water. This legendary scene fell into the eyes of the desert bandits, causing them to lose the courage to continue chasing. The desert bandits looked at each other and returned to the camp with waning interest, reporting to the desert bandit leader. The desert bandit leader naturally did not believe this kind of nonsense, but all of his subordinates had answered so firmly that he could not help but believe it. The suspicious desert bandit leader could only give up when faced with the fact that Li Wangyu had already escaped. Instead, he viciously tortured the pitiful Du Qing for a few days to vent his anger. But he did not expect that just a few days later, the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty would descend from the sky. Only then did the desert bandit leader understand that he had captured someone he couldn't afford to offend back then, which led to today's disaster. It was too late for regrets. When he learned that the young man who used the pseudonym Du Fu and was almost sold to Persia as a prostitute was actually His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty, the desert bandit leader's vision suddenly darkened, and he almost fainted from fear. When Qing Yaojin, the foppish lords, Niu Wu and the others learned from Du Qing that Li Wangyu had actually driven a small boat and escaped from the desert bandits' lair several days ago, all of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. "Little Miss Du, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? That kid Zio really took a boat and escaped in the desert?" Qing Chumo's face was full of shock. Qing Yaojin's face was also full of disbelief. How is this possible? I've lived all my life, but I've never heard of a boat that can sail out of water. Could it be that Dao Zio really has immortal magic? Du Qing nodded with certainty. I also don't know how His Highness Duke of Qin did it, but this is the truth. I dare not lie. Qing Yaojin and the others looked at each other. Although they didn't believe it in their hearts, they could only accept this fact. Bastard, tell me clearly, where did His Highness Duke of Qin go? Qing Yaojin couldn't get anything out of Du Qing, so he vented his anger on the desert bandit leader. The horsewhip in his hand struck the desert bandit leader's face with a crisp crack. Immediately after, a line of blood blossomed on the bandit leader's face. The bandit leader howled in pain, but he didn't even dare to wipe the blood off his face. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. Spare me, Lang Jun, spare me. I really don't know where His Highness Duke of Qin went. However, when His Highness Duke of Qin sailed the boat with immortal magic, the wind blew from the south. I reckon that His Highness Duke of Qin went to the Mabe Desert. He didn't dare to lie now. In order to survive, he naturally didn't hide anything. When Li Wangyu escaped from the desert bandit camp, he probably would have returned safely to the Tang dynasty if he had headed south. Unfortunately, although in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other disciples, Li Wangyu was nothing more than an ordinary person from the future. At the very least, Li Wangyu didn't know how to survive in the wilderness or how to use the stars in the sky to determine one's position. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu had been captured and imprisoned in the desert bandit camp for more than a year, he still didn't know where exactly the bandit camp was. Therefore, when he escaped that day, he didn't deliberately choose the direction of the wind. And when he chose to escape, the wind blew from the south. Li Wangyu's sand boat sailed with the wind, and the direction he left in was indeed the north. Qing Yaojin raised his head and looked towards the north, his expression uncertain. North of Swan Lake was the territory of the Shui-Intua Khanate. Strictly speaking, including Swan Lake, it was under the influence of the Shui-Intua Khanate. If Li Wangyu really went to the Shui-Intua Khanate, then it would be troublesome. At the very least, Qing Yaojin couldn't lead 20,000 troops to the Shui-Intua Khanate to find Li Wangyu. Mi Tuo also saw Qing Yaojin's hesitation and immediately said, Lu Guogong, I'm afraid we can only quickly report this matter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send an envoy to ask Shui-Intua to help find Qin Wang. Qing Yaojin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Mi Tuo's suggestion. The army rested for a day at Swan Lake. Qing Yaojin ordered people to burn down the desert bandit camp and escorted the bandits back to the Tang dynasty. Actually, with the temperament of Niu Wu and the other playboys, they couldn't wait to chop off the heads of all the desert bandits. However, Qing Yaojin stopped them. A year ago, if Li Wangyu wasn't accidentally captured by the desert bandits, he might have died in the desert with Sha Luzi. From this point of view, these desert bandits could be considered meritorious. It was also because of this that Qing Yaojin spared the lives of these desert bandits. Of course, although they could avoid death, they couldn't escape punishment. These desert bandits would definitely be exiled to hard labor. To a certain extent, it could be said that they were better off dead. Not to mention how Qing Yaojin would deal with these desert bandits. When the news was sent back to Cheng and City, Pai Lupi was overjoyed again. Although they hadn't found Li Wangyu, at least they could confirm that Li Wangyu was still alive. Pai Lupi immediately ordered Tang Jian's son, Tang Songling, to set off immediately to Shui-Intua. He ordered the Shui-Intua Khanate to send people to search for Li Wangyu in the North Desert and safely send him back to the Tang dynasty. Currently, the relationship between Shui-Intua and the Tang dynasty could be considered harmonious. In the third year of Zhenguan, Pai Lupi conferred the title of Zhenju Pika Khan to the leader of Shui-Intua. Therefore, in the eyes of the emperor and the ministers of the Tang dynasty, Shui-Intua would definitely not refuse the request of the Tang dynasty. However, Pai Lupi and the ministers didn't know that when Tang Songling, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, was ordered to set off from Cheng and City to the North Desert, the Shui-Intua Khanate was also searching for Li Wangyu everywhere. My frozen shoulder caused my arm to be really sore yesterday. I didn't have the heart to write and didn't update for a day. I'm really sorry. Chapter 10:14. Li Wangyou's escape from the desert bandits' lair on the sand boat was rather smooth. In order to successfully escape and avoid the pursuit of the desert bandits, Li Wangyou specifically chose a windy day. After the sand boat's sails were filled with wind, it propelled the sand boat towards the north at an unparalleled speed. With an average speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the sand boat ran wildly across the desert for 4 to 5 hours. When the sun was setting in the west, Li Wangyou was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually run out of the desert and entered a vast grassland. In fact, the desert bandits' lair was very close to the Jianghu Khanate in the north, and the speed of the sand boat was so fast that it only took half a day for Li Wangyou to leave the desert area. Suddenly entering the grassland where cattle and sheep could be seen in the wind from the vast desert, Li Wangyou could not help but feel refreshed. He could not help but roar a few times to vent his excitement. As long as he left the desert, he would be able to find the way home. The sand boat was powered by the sails and had solid rubber tires. Therefore, even on the grassland, it was still able to move at high speed under the power of the wind. However, the sky was getting dark. Li Wangyou did not dare to wander around in the dark in this unfamiliar grassland. He simply lowered the sails and stopped the sand boat, preparing to spend the night here. When dawn came tomorrow, he would think of a way to find a place with signs of human habitation and inquire about the way back to Chang'an. For this escape, Li Wangyou, with the help of Du Qing, had stored a lot of supplies on the sand boat. Food and water were enough for him to eat for many days. Even the gunpowder that he had secretly made was all brought along by Li Wangyou. He put the gunpowder into several fist-sized clay bottles and made them into homemade hand grenades for self-defense. When needed, he only needed to ignite the fuse and then throw out the clay bottles. Li Wangyou even secretly collected a lot of iron nails and crushed stones and stuffed them into the clay bottles to increase the lethality of the homemade hand grenades. This was also the only weapon he could rely on for self-defense besides a small knife. After Li Wangyou parked the sand boat, he immediately lit a bonfire to drive away the wild beasts that might appear at night. After casually eating some dry rations and drinking a few mouthfuls of the wild grape wine that he had brewed himself, Li Wangyou felt a deep sense of fatigue. He had just escaped from the desert bandits and driven the sand boat for more than half a day. He was already exhausted and his eyelids were heavy. After adding more fuel to the bonfire, Li Wangyou climbed back into the sand boat, curled up in the small sand boat, and fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to Dingzhou village. His beautiful boss was holding his child and welcoming his return with a smile like a flower at the entrance of the village. Li Wangyou shuddered and woke up from his dream, as if his sixth sense was warning him. Outside the sand boat, the grassland was so quiet that it made Li Wangyou's heart beat faster. The sound of insects and birds seemed to have been silenced by someone in an instant and could not be heard at all. Li Wangyou suddenly sat up and looked around. Then, his body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. On the dark grassland outside the sand boat, there were balls of green ghost fire that appeared out of nowhere. These ghost fire that seemed to have appeared from hell made Li Wangyou's hair stand on end. Immediately, Li Wangyou's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. What surrounded the sand boat was not ghost fire, but a pair of ferocious eyes of wild wolves. Looking around, there were at least 50 wolves that formed a pack. It was unknown when they had silently surrounded the sand boat. If not for the fact that Li Wangyou's bonfire had not yet been extinguished, which made the pack of wolves slightly afraid, the pack of wolves would have already swarmed up and devoured Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou's subconscious reaction was to immediately pull up the sails of the sand boat and escape with the help of the wind. But when Li Wangyou carefully raised the sails without alerting the pack of wolves, his heart became even colder. The raised sails hung weakly on the mast, not moving in the slightest by the wind. Li Wangyou then noticed that the wind on the grassland had stopped at some point. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. After silently cursing in his heart, he grabbed a few pottery bottles and took out a match, ready to fight with his life. Li Wangyou did not have the slightest confidence that a few homemade grenades would be able to scare away the pack of wolves. Even if he was given an assault rifle from the future, he would not dare to say that he could escape from the wolves. Facing a pack of hungry wolves on the grassland, the strength of an individual was too insignificant. Not to mention him, even if that old hooligan Qing Yaojin came, he would still have to kneel. Li Wangyu only felt desolate in his heart. It was not easy to escape from the desert bandit's lair, but he had sent himself into the wolf's mouth. The bonfire was still burning weakly. Li Wangyu shrank into the sand boat, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of alerting the pack of wolves. And the pack of wolves seemed to be afraid of the flickering flames. They only surrounded the sand boat but did not launch an attack. Both sides were in a stalemate. Time passed by minute by minute. The bonfire burning beside the sand boat was clearly getting weaker due to the lack of fuel. It was about to go out. Li Wangyu secretly gritted his teeth. He silently gripped the bomb and knife in his hand, ready to fight to the death. But just as he took out a match, with the determination to drag a few wolves down with him, and was about to ignite the bomb, Li Wangyu was shocked to find that the flame of the match in his hand began to flicker. He was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. The wind was blowing. Li Wangyu looked up at the mast above his head. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the originally soft and drooping sail was now slightly bulging. The sand boat below him was now making a slight creaking sound and began to sway slightly. Heaven never bars one's way. Li Wangyu was silently cursing heaven in his heart before, but now he wished he could give heaven a thumbs up. The weather on the grassland changed very quickly. The wind slowly became stronger and stronger, and the frequency of the sand boat swaying also became faster. Li Wangyu no longer hesitated. He quickly grabbed 2 clay pots, put them on the match, lit the fuse, and immediately threw them to the left and right. He now needed to buy some time for himself to escape. After all, the sand boat was not a car. Using the wind to propel it also needed a certain amount of time to accelerate. When the 2 homemade grenades exploded in the middle of the wolf pack without warning, the sudden loud explosion, the sudden burst of fire in the dark night, and the miserable howls of the injured wolves, all of these startled the wolves that were eyeing them covetously. The wolf pack that was originally quietly surrounding the sand boat like hunters, ready to attack at any time, suddenly became chaotic because of the impact of the 2 bombs. Li Wangyu did not hesitate. He immediately jumped off the sand boat and pushed the sand boat with all his strength. This sand boat used to escape, because of the limited conditions, could be said to be quite rough. Under the dual effect of Li Wangyu's hard push and the sail, the sand boat swayed a few times. Finally, it slowly moved forward and gradually accelerated. Li Wangyu pushed the sand boat for 2 steps and then jumped back into the sand boat again. At this moment, the grassland was still dark. He did not care where the wind would take him. As long as he could escape from the wolf pack, he would be thankful. When the sand boat finally started to run again under the push of the wind, the wolf pack that was previously in chaos because of the bomb attack also reacted at this moment. Accompanied by several wolf howls, the wolf pack immediately followed the sand boat and chased after it. Chapter 10:15. Li Wangyu had never expected that the wolves on the grassland could run so fast. When he drove the sand boat and rushed out of the wolf encirclement while the wolves were in chaos due to the explosion, the wolves chased after him. Their speed was so fast that Li Wangyu felt his scalp tingle. How could he know that wolves could run at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour? What was even more frightening was that wolves had excellent endurance and could maintain a high-speed running state for more than 20 kilometers. Although the wind was blowing on the grassland, the wind was not strong. Under the push of the wind, the sand boat was not slow, but it could not get rid of the wolves. At this time, the sky was already turning white. With the help of the faint light, Li Wangyu looked at the wolves behind the sand boat that were getting closer and closer. He could not help but secretly complain. The only thing that could stop the wolves now was the homemade grenades in his arms. However, these grenades were only made from materials that he had secretly collected from the desert bandits' camp. The number of grenades was quite limited. In order to break out of the encirclement, he threw out 2 grenades. Now he only had 4 or 5 grenades left. Seeing the wolves getting closer and closer, he could even clearly see the saliva hanging from the sharp fangs in the wild wolves' mouths. Li Wangyu did not care so much. He lit a grenade with a match and threw it at the wolves behind him again. After a loud bang, 5 or 6 wild wolves that were closest to him were directly thrown away by the explosion. But the rest of the wolves were only in chaos for a while. Their eyes were fierce and they chased even more closely. Li Wangyu was also excited at this moment. He fiercely lit another grenade and threw it out. He roared, "Bastards, you want to eat my meat? Come on. Come on. Let's see who will die first." After throwing out several grenades in succession, until there was only one grenade left, the wolves finally stopped chasing so closely. After killing more than a dozen wild wolves in a row, even the ferocious wolves had a trace of fear. But even so, the wolves still did not intend to give up. They only slightly distanced themselves from the sand boat and stayed far behind. Li Wangyu finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the wolves were no longer approaching. At this moment, he felt his legs go soft. He leaned against the mast of the sand boat and sat down. As long as the wolves didn't chase too closely, Li Wangyu was confident that he could escape the wolves' pursuit. After all, the sand boat wouldn't get tired. As long as there was wind, it could keep running. No matter how ferocious the wolves were, they were still made of flesh and blood. Even if he could run for a long time, the wolves would not be able to bear it and would have to give up on chasing him. However, Li Wangyu had overlooked one point, and that was the weight of the sand boat. The sand boat under his feet was just a modified version of a small sailboat. The craftsmen in the desert bandit camp were asked to install the axle at the bottom of the ship. It was only a wooden axle made by the craftsmen themselves. It was already a miracle that such a simple sand boat could carry Li Wangyu across the vast desert. At this moment, the sand boat continued to move at high speed on the grassland under the push of the wind. The wooden axle could no longer hold on. When the sky began to brighten, Li Wangyu rejoiced that he had managed to escape. But then, the sand boat beneath him emitted a light cracking sound. The wooden axle broke. The sand boat that was moving at high speed immediately capsized. Caught off guard, Li Wangyu was directly thrown out. The violent impact almost made Li Wangyu faint. Fortunately, the grassland soil was soft. Coupled with the thick pasture as a buffer, he didn't suffer too serious injuries. Li Wangyu was dizzy from the fall. It took him a long time to react to what had happened. He turned his head to look at the broken axle and the overturned sand boat. After cursing in his heart, he grabbed the last grenade. The sand boat overturned. There was no possibility of escape. The only thing he could do was to wait for the wolves to pounce on him and ignite the grenade. It was better than being bitten to death by a group of wolves. The wolves naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately rushed toward Li Wangyu. Looking at the wolves getting closer and closer, Li Wangyu was silent. He took out a fire roll from his arms and stared at the wolves getting closer and closer. Seeing the wolves rushing toward him like lightning, Li Wangyu could even vaguely smell the stench of the wolves. "Wife, see you in the next life. Take care of our children." Li Wangyu glared at them. The veins on his neck bulged. After a roar, he was about to ignite the grenade in his hand and die together with the wolves. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the next second, the few wild wolves that were running at the front fell to the ground headfirst. And on their bodies, there were a few quivering arrows stuck in their bodies. Li Wangyu was pleasantly surprised. He turned his head to look and saw 7 or 8 horses galloping over. There were several riders on the horses. They were drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the wolves. "I'm saved." When this thought popped up in Li Wangyu's mind, his originally tense mind relaxed. After that, his entire body was filled with pain and extreme fatigue. Li Wangyu's vision couldn't help but turn black before he fainted. When he opened his eyes again and came to his senses, he realized that he was in a tent. The injuries he had suffered from the overturned sand boat had also been carefully bandaged with medicine. To be able to escape from the jaws of a wolf, Li Wangyu was extremely grateful to the person who had saved him. But even now, he still didn't know who had saved him. Before he fainted, he vaguely saw that the person who had saved him wasn't dressed like a Tang. He was probably a nomad from the grassland. Li Wangyu drove the sand boat out of the desert. After entering the vast grassland, he wondered if he had run to the grassland of Inner Mongolia. Now, it seemed that he was right. He recalled that in the early years of the Tang dynasty, Mabe still belonged to the Shui-Intua Khanate. So, the person who had saved him should be someone from Shui-Intua. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel happy. After all, in the early years of the Tang dynasty, Shui-Intua had a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. The leader of Shui-Intua was a barbarian. He often offered horses, cows, sheep, camels, and minks as tribute to the Tang dynasty. If he had run to the territory of Shui-Intua, it would be easy for the barbarian to ask for help from Shui-Intua and return to the Tang dynasty. While he was thinking about these things, the tent lit up. Someone opened the tent and walked in. Li Wangyu immediately struggled to get up and thank the person. "Thank you for saving me. I'm a Tang. My surname is Wangyu. How should I address you?" He didn't dare to report his identity directly, so he was still cautious. Although the other party had saved him and bandaged his wounds, Li Wangyu still had some reservations because he was in an unfamiliar environment. The person who had come was a capable middle-aged man. Just by looking at his hairstyle, Li Wangyu could confirm that his previous guess was correct. Shave hairstyle, which was characterized by shaving all or part of the hair on the top of the head, leaving only a small amount of hair on the temples or the forehead. This was the traditional hairstyle of the Tiela people. And Shui-Intua was a khanate formed by the Tiela people. Seeing that Li Wangyu had woken up, the middle-aged Tiela man was also happy. He quickly went forward to support Li Wangyu and motioned him not to get up in case his wounds reopened. However, the first thing he said made Li Wangyu gloomy. Chapter 10:16. And, yen at yen %, and. Li Wangyu couldn't understand a single word from the Tiela man, which made him depressed. There was still a long way to go to promote Mandarin. The two sides couldn't communicate with each other because of the language barrier. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something. Why didn't Su Changqing encounter any language barrier when he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? After all, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and inherited the memories of the original owner of the body. However, Su Changqing's physical body had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Why could he understand the language of the Tang people? The official language of the Tang dynasty was based on the Sui dynasty's Qiayun, which was called Hanin, or Qinin. The difference between the Mandarin of the Middle Ages and the Mandarin of the future was almost like a foreign language. However, Su Changqing didn't have any language barrier when he transmigrated. This was very interesting. Did transmigration come with a translation system? While Li Wangyu's imagination was running wild, the Tiela man saw that the two of them were like chickens and ducks, unable to communicate at all. He stood up, lifted the tent flap, and walked out. Not long after, the middle-aged Tiela man brought back a young Tiela man. "Honorable guest, the Huertas welcome you." The young Tiela man could speak fluent Hanin, which made Li Wangyu overjoyed. "You can speak Hanin? That's great. I'm a Tang person, surnamed Li, and my name is Wangyu. Thank you for saving me." Li Wangyu struggled to get up again and saluted the two Tiela men. The young Tiela man quickly helped him up, his eyes shining with admiration and respect. "Honorable guest, please don't be so polite. It's our honor to be able to help you. You're a true warrior. Even the strongest warrior of the Tiela people might not be able to kill so many wolves on your own." Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, he continued excitedly, "I brought some people to follow the direction of the wolf pack, and actually found a total of 26 wild wolf corpses. I've already brought all the wolf corpses back, and I'm getting someone to help you make the wolf skins." Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but open his mouth wide, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that the Tiela people thought that he had killed those wolves with his bare hands? This was a huge misunderstanding. His guess was correct. When he was about to lose his life to the wolves, it was the Tiela tribesmen of the Huer tribe who had descended from the heavens and saved him. After the Tiela people killed a few wolves, the wolves immediately retreated. The wolves on the grassland were always cunning. They would never fight against the Tila people in groups. They would only attack the herdsmen, cattle, and sheep that were left behind. After saving Li Wangyu, some of the Tila tribesmen followed the direction of the wolf pack for a while. To their surprise, they found 26 dead wolves that had been killed by the explosion. When they brought the wolf corpses back to the tribe, it immediately caused an uproar. In the eyes of the Tila people, Li Wangyu didn't have any weapons other than a small knife. However, he was actually able to kill so many wolves single-handedly under such circumstances. This naturally attracted the admiration of the Hure tribesmen. It was also because of this beautiful misunderstanding that the unconscious Li Wangyu was treated as the most honorable guest by the Hure tribe, who believed in the wolf totem. He also received the best treatment and care. The Tila people who had never seen the power of firearms would never have thought that someone could use gunpowder to kill so many wolves. The young Tila people's faces were full of admiration. They didn't even give Li Wangyu a chance to speak as they kept talking. 26 wolf skins are worth a lot of money. It's a pity that many of the skins were badly damaged and even burned by the fire. They'll depreciate a lot. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? How could a wolf that had been killed by a grenade still have its fur intact? While Li Wangyu was thinking about how to explain this misunderstanding, the Tila man took out a string of items from his bosom and put them on Li Wangyu's neck without any explanation. Li Wangyu took a closer look and found that it was actually a necklace made of wolf fangs. Tsk tisk, that's amazing. 26 wolf fangs. Even the strongest warriors in the Hure tribe don't have that many wolf fangs. If you go out, the most beautiful girls in the tribe will be willing to enter your tent. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He vaguely remembered that the Tila people seemed to worship the wolf totem. It was the greatest glory to hang the fangs of the wolves that they had killed with their own hands. The Tila people in front of him all had different numbers of wolf fangs hanging around their necks. This was obviously the Tila people's Medal of Honor. Including the wolf skins, they were all popular goods in the Jianghu Khanate, so it wasn't strange. Li Wangyu only felt that since the Tila people worshipped the wolf totem, why would they take the honor of killing wolves as a form of honor? Why did this logic feel weird? As for the Tila people's misunderstanding, Li Wangyu didn't plan to explain it clearly for the time being. After all, although these Tila people saved him and didn't seem to have any bad intentions, he was alone in this unfamiliar environment. It wasn't a bad thing for others to misunderstand his martial arts value. Through this talkative young man in front of him, Li Wangyu understood many things. This tribe called Hure was a small Tila tribe in the Jianghu Khanate. The middle-aged Tila man was the leader of the Hure tribe, Xianxia. The talkative young man was called Adai. Li Wangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing his self-introduction. What kind of lousy name is this? Taking advantage of others? Adai? Father? The Tila people didn't have surnames, only names. Using Adai's words, in the Tila language, Adai meant boss, the same meaning as the Tang people called him Dalong. Adai. Li Wangyu hesitated, but still didn't want to be taken advantage of by Adai, so he smiled and said, "Why don't I call you Dalong?" "Sure." Gui didn't have any objections as he nodded his head in agreement. "Li Wangyu, we have also towed your car back. However, we didn't find the animal that pulled the carriage. It was probably eaten by the wolves or ran away. But it's okay, our Hure tribe has plenty of horses. Xianxia will give you 2 good horses later." He and the other Tila people all thought that Li Wangyu's sand boat was a strangely shaped carriage. Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain what a sand boat was, so he could only smile and thank Adai. It was a good thing that the sand boat could be found. Presumably, the Hure tribe also had craftsmen who could help him repair the damaged sand boat. On the grassland, as long as there was wind, the sand boat could travel faster and more easily than riding a horse. It was indeed a good means of transportation. The chief of the Hure tribe, Xianxia, asked Adai to tell Li Wangyu that he could rest assured and recuperate in the tribe. The Hure tribe welcomed a distinguished guest like Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu thanked Chief Xianxia again and accepted the Tila people's hospitality. No matter how anxious he was and how much he wanted to rush back to Chang'an, falling from the high-speed sand boat did indeed cause him serious injuries. He needed time to heal. While the three of them were chatting, the tent flap was opened again. A young lady from the Huart tribe walked in with a ceramic bowl. After exchanging a few words with her, Ah Gui placed the bowl in front of Li Wangyu. "This is my younger sister, Yeruo. She personally cooked the meat soup for you. Quick, try it." Li Wangyu smiled and thanked him. He didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the bowl. He was indeed starving. After smelling the aroma of the food, he drooled even more. He couldn't wait to put a spoonful of meat soup into his mouth. In the next second, Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 10:17. Li Wangyu did not expect that the bowl of meat soup in his hand, which smelled so tempting, did not have any taste of salt. The meat soup without salt was not only not delicious, but also had a strong smell of blood in it. Even though Li Wangyu had suffered a lot in the desert robbers' camp in the past year, eating plain tea and even leftovers, he still found it hard to swallow such a bowl of meat soup. But facing Chief Shi, Ah Gui, and Yeruo's expectant eyes, Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose, resist the feeling of nausea, and gulp down the bowl of meat soup. After Yeruo left happily with the empty bowl in her hand, Li Wangyu asked Addie weakly, "Dalong, why didn't you put any salt in the meat soup? Is it a habit of the Tiela people?" Ah Gui nodded naturally. "Salt? Why should we put salt? When we Tiela people eat, we never put salt. Only you Tangs need to eat salt. You will get sick if you don't eat salt, but we Tiela people are not like that." Then, Agui patted his head in hindsight. "Aya, I forgot that you are a Tang, you need to eat salt. But we don't have any salt in our tribe. What should we do?" Li Wangyu held his forehead and was speechless. He remembered that he seemed to have read a saying in the later generations. It was said that the grassland people did not eat salt. Of course, people could not eat salt. The grassland people were not supermen who could not absorb the substances that were indispensable to human physiology from salt. The grassland people did not eat salt because they used beef and mutton as their staple food. When they processed the food, they would cook it with blood and animal milk, which contained more salt than plants. Therefore, they could absorb the salt that the human body needed. Of course, the grassland people did not eat salt. One of the important reasons was that there was almost no salt in the grassland. Although in the later generations, including Inner Mongolia, there were all kinds of mineral salt and lake salt, at least in the Tang dynasty, there was almost no salt in the grassland. All the salt had to be transported from the central plains, so the price was naturally high. It was not something that ordinary herdsmen could afford. In this way, it was not strange that the grassland people developed the habit of not eating salt. However, not to mention whether this was enough to satisfy the physiological needs of the human body, just the taste of the cooked food was hard for Li Wangyu to accept. Salt was the most important of all flavors. Without salt as a seasoning, the food tasted like wax and was hard to swallow. However, since the Huart tribe didn't have any salt, Li Wangyu could only endure. After all, he was the one who needed help and was saved by the Huart tribe. How could he ask for more? If there was no salt, then there was no salt. He just had to bear with it. Li Wangyu estimated that the injuries on his body should be more or less healed after recuperating for about half a month. At that time, he would bid farewell to the Huart tribe and embark on his journey home. As for the Huart tribe, Li Wangyu planned to send someone to the Xianxia Khanate again after he returned to Chang'an and send them a generous gift to express his gratitude. Seeing that Li Wangyu was silent, Di continued, "Li Wangyu, don't be anxious. In a few days, it will be the day of the big market. At that time, I will go in exchange for some salt." The talkative Di continued to talk to himself. "However, the salt in the grassland is too expensive. A sheep can only be exchanged for a small bag of salt. Bah, those damn profiteers should be eaten by wolves." When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned and asked, "Is the salt in the grassland that expensive?" "Yes, it is that expensive. A sheep for a bag of salt," Di said as he used his hand to measure the size of the bag. Li Wangyu did not expect that the salt in the grassland would be so expensive. Looking at Adi's description, a sheep could not even be exchanged for a liter of salt. This was really a sky-high price. He had read many time travel novels in his previous life. They all described that salt in the Tang dynasty was very expensive, and the pig trotters made a fortune by drying salt. However, after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu knew that the so-called lack of salt in the Tang dynasty was nonsense. Since ancient times, China did not lack salt. However, since the Han dynasty, there was a policy of salt and iron official camp. Only the government could sell salt. After that, the dynasties used this policy. Hence, selling salt became an extremely profitable industry. In some dynasties, half of the tax revenue came from salt. However, the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was not high at all. According to the New Tang book, Food Records, during the Tianbao period, salt was 10 coins per bushel. In other words, during the Tianbao period, a bushel of salt was only 10 coins. In the Tang dynasty, a bushel of salt was about 12.5 caddies. In other words, 12.5 caddies of salt was about 40 to 50 renminbi. It was really not expensive. Until the Tang dynasty, when the salt monopoly law was implemented. The imperial court monopolized salt, and the officials bought and sold it. As a result, the price of salt soared to 110 coins per bushel of salt, which was really unaffordable. It was also because of the high price of salt that a large number of illegal salt dealers appeared. Huang Chao, who hastened the demise of the Tang dynasty, was the birth of an illegal salt dealer. Therefore, to a certain extent, the price of salt also determined the fate of a country. Even in the late Tang dynasty, the price of 110 coins per bushel of salt was not as exaggerated as the price of salt in the grassland. In Chang'an, the price of a sheep was about 2 strings of coins. According to the prices in Chang'an, a sheep could be exchanged for 200 bushels of salt. However, in the grassland, it could not even be exchanged for a liter of salt. A huge profit of 2,000%. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. As expected of a damned profiteer. Dalong, don't exchange for salt. I don't have to eat salt. Li Wangyu was embarrassed to let Adi exchange the sheep for high-priced salt. As a guest of the Hurut tribe, how could he have the nerve to eat such expensive salt? Besides, after he woke up, although he did not leave the tent, just by looking at the furnishings in his tent, Li Wangyu knew that the Hurut tribe was not rich either. According to Adi, this tent was the tent of the Shijia chief. However, looking at the tent of the Hurut tribe chief, it was so simple and even a little shabby. How could Li Wangyu say that he wanted to eat salt? Hearing Li Wangyu say so, Adi did not insist. After all, he also felt the heartache of using the sheep to exchange for a little bit of salt. Under the warm invitation of the Shijia chief and Adi, Li Wangyu peacefully stayed in the Hurut tribe to recuperate. When he fell from the sand boat, it was mainly some flesh wounds. It was fortunate that he did not hurt his bones. Therefore, after lying in the tent for a few days, he was able to get up and walk. On this day, Li Wangyu finally walked out of the tent with the help of Adi. He was ready to go out to bask in the sun and get some fresh air. After lying in the tent for a few days, he was really suffocated. Out of the tent, what appeared in front of Li Wangyu was a small tribe full of vitality. Under the blue sky, in the Hurut tribe, which was formed by dozens of tents, children were happily chasing each other. The men of the tribe were riding on horses and waving the leather whips in their hands, driving the herds of cattle and sheep. The women of the tribe were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, doing all kinds of housework, and letting out bursts of bell-like laughter. Everything in front of him was so lively that Li Wangyu, who had escaped from the hands of the desert bandits and wolves with great difficulty, could not help but feel a lump in his throat and almost shed tears. When Li Wangyu was feeling emotional about life and felt that it was really good to be alive, he saw many young women of the Hurut tribe running in front of him. Without any explanation, they stuffed arrows with colorful ribbons into his arms. Even Adi's sister, Yeruo, did the same. Before Li Wangyu could react, These young women of the Hu tribe covered their mouths and ran away, laughing secretly, leaving behind a confused Li Wangyu who did not know what was going on.